drowning in noise. What is truth? Confusion is weaponized. Doubt is a currency. Ancient heresies repackaged for a new generation, spread in an instant. The foundations of the Christian faith are challenged every single day. This is the front line. This is Dom Defends. This is not a sanctuary from the questions. This is the arena where they are met. Welcome to the plot. Two things are done here. First, squabbles. This is the gauntlet. There's no echo chambers over here. We don't hide from hard conversations. We don't duck fades from anyone at all. You think today's challenge is wrong? You believe you have the argument that dismantles it. Good. We've been waiting for you. Right now, the guest request line is open. If you're a skeptic, a member of another faith, or a Christian who simply disagrees, we are not asking you to be silent. We are challenging you to speak. Get in the queue. Prepare your argument. We will see you in the arena, live. But defending is only half the mission. After the challenge comes the armory. After the debate comes the deep dive. This is where we build. For the next several hours, we will go beyond the sound bites. We will open the scriptures. We will read the saints. We will explore the deep history, philosophy, and theology of the Orthodox faith together. This is not for the faint of heart. This is where we equip the one body of Christ, where we turn doubt into understanding, and understanding into unshakable confidence. The gauntlet is thrown. The study is prepared. The show starts now. Dom Defends. Squabble, study, sanctification. Let's get it.
What's good? What's poppin'? What's up, though? Hey, y'all, I had my mic muted. I didn't realize it till the end. What's up? How y'all doing? What's poppin'? Listen, today is Monday. Oh, of course, they flag us on the tiki-taki at the very end, boy. Goodness gracious. Hold on. Dang, flagging me. That's crazy. Well, look. Here's what we'll do. Let's on TikTok. Let's just restart real quick. Well, no, not yet. Let's see if we appeal. If they approve our appeal. If they don't approve our appeal, then we'll restart real quick, and then we'll do our proper introductions, and then we'll, you know what I'm saying, get on with the show, because today's gonna be a very interesting show today. Excited for today's show. Did they approve our appeal? Are they gonna approve our appeal? Let's give it a few minutes. You should debate Jesus and whatnot. Okay, depending on what it is. Depends on what it is. Okay, how about this, guys? Let's continue like the live. Let's share it live. I don't know why Trav, I don't know why they think the intro is offensive. They keep saying it's unoriginal. I made that bit from scratch. Like, what are they talking about? And it's as original as you can get when using AI. Sound designed by me and everything. Like, I don't know what they're talking about. Oh, it's unoriginal content. Who else got my joint, bro? Nobody else got what I got. What are they talking about? It's just silly. Whatever, though. We're gonna see. Give it a few more minutes. Okay. Instead of risking it, let's just restart now. Yeah, it can't repost. Yeah, let's just restart now. Come back, guys. If you're on TikTok, come back. We'll be right back. Okay? See y'all soon. 60 seconds. Man, they hating on the boy. They hating on the boy. It's crazy. You know what I'm saying? We gonna say what's up and our highs and our introductions as a family. You know what I'm saying? Can't leave a little CPO not approved. That's so jank. So jank, bro. It's whatever. It's cool. Send it through. Okay, let's make sure our charts is right. Okay. Come on in, guys. We'll play our intro one more time. Well, not the intro video, but we hit a little dancey dance one more good time. And then we're gonna get into the regularly scheduled program. Wrong one. Hey, hit your little dance. What's up? What's good? What's poppin'? What's mobbing? How y'all doing? What's up? How you feeling? It's cool. It is Monday. And we finna do some debate reviews. It's Dom Defense Show. I'm your host, Dom Defense. Or Dom. Where we squabble, we study, and we study squabbles. And we do it in the sanctified way, or at least we try. Today is going to be a very interesting day. We're going to be doing some debate reviews today. Now listen, I do want to get maybe one or two squabbles in before we do those debate reviews, because I'm in a squabbling mood. However, the majority of today, we're going to be reacting to Nick, or our friendly neighbor, Nick, i.e. Fearless Truth, versus Jake the Metaphysician. They had a 1v1 on the way. You know what I'm saying? You know, the way, that's a union fight. You know what I'm saying? It's a union fight, you know? It's a union squabble. And then we are going to review the home team squabble. Wasn't a union fight, it was in the streets. You know? It wasn't in the ring. But we're gonna review our young boy Arrow catch two bodies. We're gonna do it unbiasedly though. Talking about Philly Oakway. We'll be reviewing those two today. So today's gonna be a pretty long live today. You know, probably about probably a 6-hour live. Treat for y'all. You know? So listen, before we get into the regularly scheduled program, I hope everybody's doing well today. Hope everybody ate today. Hope everybody made a little money on today. You know? And I hope everybody at least got 2% better in Christ today. If you haven't got at least 2% better in Christ today, today's not over with yet. You feel me? Okay? So, if you're on YT, say what's up so I can say what's up back. Macintosh, what up, man? Travis, what up, man? Bree, what up, man? Evan, what up, man? How y'all doing? Niece the Christian, what up? How y'all feeling? Let me say what's up to people on TikTok. We got one guest. Please stay there. We're going to definitely bring you up. because I want to get at least 1 or 2 squabbles in. But let me say what's up to the fam before we bring you up, okay? Family on TikTok. What up, Maddie? What up, D? What up, Leo? What up, Lamba? What up, Ulysses? What up, son of Jesus Christ? Unitarian Lee,
Maurice Marshall has donated $1 and says, "Sent heart me X1."
Thank you. What up, Anomaly? Lamba, what up? Monty, what up? Call on the Saints, what up? Fax, what's up? Seasonal purchase, what up?
Anomaly
Drano,
has
what's
donated $1 and says, "Sent heart me X1."
Thanks. Just Kev, what up? Daniel, what up? Marie, what up? Justin, what up? Maurice, what's poppin'? They beat up, Peter, what's up, man? Jackie, what's good? Logica, what's up? Kenneth, what up, though? Bosco, what up, though? I forgot how to say this name. It looked like pay. P-A-E to me. So I'm gonna just pay.
Giannis
What up,
has
though?
donated €1 and says, "Sent heart me X1."
Thanks. Seismic, what up, though? 5G, what up, though? Abby, what up, though? Glenn, what up, though? AB, what up, though? Showtime, what up, though? Casey, what up, though? Brooklyn Rican, what's up, though? Eli Reacts, what's poppin', man? Usher Brown, what up? Andre, what up? Giovanni, what's goody? Figo Talks, what's poppin', though? All right. Guys, let's bring up our first guest, and then we're going to get right into the debate reactions today. I'm excited. So if you haven't got your snacks or not, now's the time to get them. Okay? All right, let's bring up AOK, and then let's get to the reviews. Hello?
What's up?
What's poppin'? How you doing?
Doing good.
How can I help you?
In Acts 24, verse 14, when Paul goes before the governor, he says in verse 14, "I admit that I worship the God of our ancestors as a follower of the way."
Any sense to say Christ?
Would he be referring to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob right there?
Yeah.
Is Jesus the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob?
Simplicity or unqualified? Clarification, like unqualified?
Is Jesus the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob?
Right. I'm asking for
Yes or no?
I'm asking for a clarification. Do you mean unqualified?
Brother, you don't need a. If you need
Of
a
course I need a
clarification, I'm not
clarification.
going to talk to you.
Okay, bye.
If you need a clarification about that
You don't
question,
gotta talk to me, fool. Dip. Kick rocks.
Giannis
What are you
has
talking
donated
about?
€1
if you need a
and
clarification
says,
for who
"Love
the
you
God
so
of
much."
Abraham, Isaac,
Hey,
and
brother.
Jacob
Hey,
is,
brother.
bro,
If
then
you,
you-
hey, brother. If
I
you
can't
can't,
talk to
if
you.
okay, bye, fool. If you,
all right,
if you,
all right,
if you,
bye.
if you,
Shawnee
if you
has
don't have the
donated
honesty,
$1 and says,
if you don't have the
"Sent
honesty to
heart
give a
me 1."
clarification instead of being
No,
disingenuous,
you need to
then
have
you
the
can't kick
honesty
rock.
to answer.
Hey, Brody, I'm gladly will answer your question. All I ask for is a clarification.
Is Jesus the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob?
Now, do
Drano
you
Mac
mean
has donated
unqualified or not?
$199
Brother.
and says,
Okay, how about
"Welcome
this?
Is he
to
the
hell."
God
Okay,
of
how about this?
Abraham,
Okay, how
Isaac,
about
and
this?
Jacob?
How about this? Since you're too much of a coward to give the clarification, if you mean unqualified, yes. If you
Wow,
qualify
I'm a
it,
cow-
yes,
you
you're
need
a
a
coward. Yeah,
clarification
of
for who
course,
the
of
God
course,
of
of course, of course.
Abraham, Isaac,
So
and
since you're too much a coward to give a qualification, I'll do it for you.
No, you're the
If
coward.
You,
Dot
okay, cool.
Casey
So
Lou
then,
won't
okay,
say yes
has
or no.
donated
You don't
$1
believe
okay, I'm
and
answering you
says,
right now.
"Sent heart me X1."
I'm answering you right
Believe
now.
what you
I'm
say.
answering you right now. If you mean unqualified, yes. If you're qualifying it by mentioning him contrasted to the Father, when the term God of Abraham is picking out the person of the Father, no. Now what? Engage. Don't be a coward.
He said
Engage.
no. Is he the God of
I already
Abraham,
answered you.
Isaac, and Jacob? Yes or no?
Asked and
You
answered.
coward.
Asked and answered.
Is he the
Asked and
God of
answered.
Abraham? You didn't say it.
I did.
Is
You
he
weren't
or
listening.
not?
I answered you. Did you hear me or
Is
not?
he? Yes or no?
I answered you already. Asked and answered. Are you in bot
Is
mode?
he the God of
Uh-oh.
Abraham, Isaac, and
Guys,
Jacob?
we might have to send the sound the bot mode alarm. We might have to sound the bot mode alarm. I answered you already.
No, you didn't.
I answered you exhaustively. By
No,
the way.
you didn't.
Okay, prove
No,
I
you
didn't.
didn't.
Prove
You
I
coming
didn't.
with all this,
Okay,
all
what did
this
I
fluff.
say? Okay,
You all fluff, bro.
if I didn't answer you exhaustively, repeat what I said.
You're all fluff. How many gods of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacobs are there?
One. Now again.
Exactly.
Now again.
Who is? Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
Go ahead. Mhm.
Who is that God? Is it Jesus?
In the concept of just being the one God.
Brother, is Jesus that one God?
Again, in the context of being the
You
one God.
said there's only one.
Okay.
You said it.
All right. If you interrupt me again, then you're not here to have a conversation. You're clearly not here to have
Brother,
a
you said there's
conversation.
only one God.
Yeah.
Are we going to play
Yeah.
games?
No, we're not playing games.
Be a man, bro.
I'm being a man. You're being a whore by not listening.
I'm a whore.
Yes, you're being a little girl by not having a conversation. Now, again, if you want the conversation, we can have the conversation. I'm gonna answer you one more time. In the context of the one God being unqualified, yes, Jesus is the one God. Jesus is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, if it's unqualified. But if the context qualifies it by picking out the person of the Father, then no, he's not the person of the Father.
Well, you just said there's only one God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
And what I said does not
Glory of
denote
God
Jesus
has
that
donated
one-
$1
what I
and
said
said,
does not
Glory
denote
of
more
God
than one
has
God.
donated $1 and says,
Brother, why are you
sent
playing
heart
games?
me
I'm not
one.
playing games. You
Is
just don't have the
Jesus the one
intelligence to keep
God? You
up.
said there's only one God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Is that Jesus?
If it's unqualified, yes.
Either he is or he's not.
I answered you. If it's unqualified, yes.
If it's unqualified.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you familiar?
Do you have the intelligence to engage with that, or are you just going to
Listen.
go to your script? Answer that question.
Are you
do
familiar?
You have, no, answer that question. Do you have the intelligence to engage with what I said, or are you not intelligent enough to engage in what I said? Engage in what I actually said.
No, because you're
Okay, you're not.
acting
Okay, got you. So
unintelligent.
you're not intelligent enough. Kick rocks. Goofy. Buddy said, no, I'm not intelligent enough to engage with that. On your way you go. All right, got my squabble in for today. Let's move on to the main event of the program. First, we're going to react to Fearless Truth versus Nick. Then we're going to react to Arrow catching two bodies. Man earned his stripe, put himself on the map. All right, let me turn off this real quick. Okay. Oh, wait, no. There we go. Okay. Now, what's a debate reaction without hater tears? Get your hater tears. Get your snacks. I got mine. Let's go ahead and, get it going, get it popping. Okay? All right.
Jackie has donated $10 and says, sent popular vote X10.
Back. Hey, man. Nuggets. All right, let's go.
Needed to be saved by God in terms of a salvific sense.
John chapter 5, verse 19, the Son does nothing of...
Hey, shout out to the boy. My man said, I got my hat on backwards. But he said, hey, watch this. Hat to the back. You know where it's at. Let's go.
himself, but what he sees the Father do. For whatever he does, the Son also does in like manner. Is it possible for any man to say that they can do anything that God can do without it being shirk?
I mean, I can grant that this passage is shirk. What stops a person from counting the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit as three gods?
In the Trinity, we don't reference the fact that they're different individual subjects as God, as different gods.
So what we see, and this is how we know that it's not from God, it's not true, it's man-made. There were no...
Is Jesus God?
Shout out to the way. They always do really good intros, right? They give the highlight points that they know that people will be like, what? And to keep them staying. That not all of the debate reaction platforms do that properly. Shout out to the way for doing that.
So, I mean, I guess the first, foundational question is, because I know some Muslims will agree and disagree on this, is whether or not you think like the Bible, because I guess we have to start at the foundation first, and then we can kind of move on down the list. Do you think the Bible teaches that Jesus is God?
I'm going to answer that directly, but before I do, I think we have to be clear. When we say God, we're talking about the Most High God, not some, lesser divine being like Arians believed or Jehovah's Witness, right? We're agreeing on that. So I would say no, I don't think that the Bible teaches that Jesus is the Most High God.
Stupid.
And one of my reasons for thinking that is because specifically, especially the Old Testament was around for thousands of years, and yet I don't see any existence of any Jews prior to the advent of the New Testament or Christ coming in the flesh, at least in the way, I know that you believe he appeared in the Old Testament, but in the sense of becoming a man.
That's just cap. Like, we know that's cap.
So to me, I guess my question would be for you, and I'm assuming that you do believe this. Do you think that the Old Testament specifically clearly and explicitly teaches that Christ is God? And if you want to say the Trinity, I don't care, but mainly we're focused on Christ, right? So that Christ is the Most High God clearly and explicitly in the Old Testament, or is it kind of obscure and not really clear? What's your position on that?
So yeah, I mean, I think that the Old Testament does teach that Christ is God pretty clearly.
Wow.
Now, obviously, there's going to be nuance with that because the Bible is not a book it's a liturgical book, right? And according to us, it's not a book that's meant to just be self-interpreted. And so even with that, I think you could have the clearest book in the world.
They flagged us again on TikTok, guys. They flagged us again. It's insane. They flagged us again. But, you know, it is what it is. We're not going to restart. We're just going to keep it going. But, guys, let's like the live, share the live if you can. You might not be able to repost it, but please share as much as you can.
But that book could still be misinterpreted. You can have a book with one paragraph and the book could still be misinterpreted, which is why we don't just go off of one understanding, but we go off of multiple understandings. Now, I think that there's obviously a lot of people that didn't believe that the Messiah was supposed to be God. Now, I believe, though, at the Old Testament, if we actually go to some passages that they did teach them to be God. We can start off with the Old Testament. Do you think, like, for example, wisdom in the Old Testament, like, do you think that that would be referring to Jesus?
I mean, it depends what passage you have in mind, but no, I don't think so.
Like, for example, like a big one a lot of people like to bring up is Proverbs 8, right? When it calls him the wisdom of God.
I think that was one of the most quoted passages from the Old Testament in the early church.
Yeah.
And the Arians, and I think rightly so, used it to try to prove that it's actually, if this is meant to be referring to Christ in some pre-incarnate state, well, the text seems to clearly say that wisdom is the first creation of God. And that's why by the time you get to Athanasius in the 4th century, he actually criticizes, so if you're doing that, you would be under his criticism, and I can, if I pull it up, I can read the passage, where he criticizes anyone who says that the generation that's described, and I'm using generation because it's, you know, not a hostile term, it doesn't necessarily mean created. The generation that's described of wisdom in Proverbs 8, he says that does not refer to the pre-incarnate Christ and in terms of being eternally generated, because of the fact that he did accept that it means created, and therefore he said that it must be talking about the incarnation.
Yeah.
It's not.
Athanasius did say this. However, Athanasius always also states that that's if we're interpreting that word for created, to be created. You have to refer to the incarnation. But he says this also can mean to be established. And that is fine.
Not actually talking about some pre-existent eternal generation. So I think that many early Christians definitely saw Proverbs 8 to be talking about Christ, but I think if you go that route, it seems to be talking about some type of creation.
Yeah. I mean, Proverbs 8 was just an example. I guess the main one I want to bring up was Wisdom of Solomon, because it's all about wisdom.
Yeah, I mean, we could look it up. We can check if you want to read something from it. But
yeah. I think Wisdom of Solomon is talking about Christ, obviously, because it talks about the fact that it's the radiance of God, right? It's the image of God. Wisdom is. And then in Wisdom Solomon, chapter 7, verse 23 to 24, this is talking about wisdom. It says, there is in her a spirit that is intelligent, holy, unique, manifold, subtle, agile, clear, unpolluted, distinct, invulnerable, loving the good, keen, irresistible, beneficent, humane, steadfast, free from anxiety. And this is the part I want to focus on, where it says all powerful, overseeing all, and penetrating through all spirits. And so I think the fact there that it's showing, so if we can conclude from Wisdom of Solomon that the wisdom it's talking about is the Christ or the Messiah, or whoever that will be in the future, that it's talking about this person being all powerful and overseeing all.
when was Wisdom of Solomon written?
It was written by Solomon during the time of Solomon, so it would have been thousands of years ago.
Okay. So the trouble that I have, and usually, and I'm fine to do this, it doesn't matter to me, but a lot of times the way Muslim and Christian debates go is that a Christian like you will quote this text or something from the New Testament eventually when we get to that. Say, for example, John chapter 1. It says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And then down to verse 14, and the Word became flesh and dwelt amongst us. And then me, the Muslim, I'm going to
So reading the context.
say, well, the same author, John 17:3, says, that this is eternal life, that they may know thee, the only true God, and Jesus Christ whom you have sent. So it seems like, well, Jesus is speaking to the Father, and he's the only true God. And then it's this constant kind of proof texting of the Bible going back and forth, and I as a Muslim am trying to tell you how to interpret your
Which would be dumb, right? Yeah.
Christian scripture, and it just goes back and forth. Now we can do that if you want, but what I think is more interesting, and that's what I've, shameless plug, focused on in my recent book, The Making of the Trinity, is that I try to go to the interpretation of the early church fathers, and then even like non-canonical texts that are not necessarily, they're not seen as hostile sources, and by some Christians, they were seen as part of the canon, like the Epistle of Barnabas or the Didache and these different texts.
Did he go to Dionysius, the Areopagite? I wonder if he went to Dionysius, the Areopagite. Study Paul. Well, Paul's, everything he gets is coming directly from Paul. Yeah.
Texts, which are somewhat respected in the church, even if not seen as canonical scripture. And I don't think any of them in the first 3 centuries clearly teach the doctrine of the Trinity.
So Dionysius the Areopagite doesn't clearly teach the doctrine of the Trinity? Man. Wow. Okay.
And what my argument is, and going apart from the Christian era, focusing on the Jews, is that if what you're saying is true, let's grant it for the sake of argument, this says that wisdom is some kind of second divine person that's all powerful and equal with the first in terms of divinity anyway, then my question is, why wouldn't we see Jews for thousands of years, as you just said, interpreting the passages this way? Now, I'm not saying, because you in response earlier, you said, well, Jake, sometimes things can be clear, but people don't see it. It doesn't have, like, everybody is not going to clearly see the same thing, right? I understand that. But I'm saying at the very least, if it's explicit and clear, there should be at least a contingency of Jews, at least some of them, that interpreted it this way, that there was a second divine person that was co-equal and co-eternal with the Father. I'm not saying in terms of language, because that's later Nicene language, but I'm saying in terms of the concept. And I just don't see it there. So then my question as a reader is, why should I read it in the manner that later Christians would if nobody is manifestation?
Oh,
Now let's get back to the show.
You don't see it in terms of concept? That's crazy. Hold on.
Why wouldn't we see Jews for thousands of years, as you just said, interpreting the passages this way? Now, I'm not saying, because you in response earlier, you said, well, Jake, sometimes things can be clear, but people don't see it. It doesn't have, like, everybody is not going to clearly see the same thing, right? I understand that. But I'm saying at the very least, if it's explicit and clear, there should be at least a contingency of Jews, at least some of them, that interpret.
So I saw this book. I haven't read it yet, but I saw some excerpts from this book that go in about what Philo of Alexandria taught about the Logos. And he literally says the Logos is consubstantial. I don't know if he says consubstantial, but he says eternally begotten or something along those lines, right? Like he uses the same framework, or a very, very similar framework that we do now.
Interpreted it this way, that there was a second divine person that was co-equal and co-eternal with the Father. I'm not saying in terms of language, because that's later Nicene language, but I'm saying in terms of the concept. And I just don't see it there. So then my question as a reader is, why should I read it in the manner that later Christians would if nobody read it this way for thousands of years? So I guess my question to you is, do you have an example of a group of Jews that, like, you could point to? Like, I can point to the Ebionites and I say, well, I see some of what my beliefs about Christ are in them, like maybe not necessarily everything. So was there a group of Jews that had or a particular sect of Jews that had a name that you can apply and say, oh, these guys believed in a Jake, or maybe a specific
the apostles.
specific author or person that you can point to? Because if you can't, then I'm just sitting here saying that your reading seems ahistorical.
Yeah. So I think 2 things. Number one, I'll answer that before we move on. But I think that both would be good. I think talking about at least understanding your interpretation of the Bible would be good, just because I think it's important for people to see how Muslims are reading the text and how they view the text. So I would like to go over some verses, see if we can do that. But before we do that, I'll make sure to answer your question so we don't do that. Now, obviously, we both know about Alan Siegel, the two powers in heaven and whatnot. So I do think
Can
that
you explain, because not everyone knows what you're talking about.
yeah. So Alan Siegel and Two Powers in Heaven is basically just it's a set of Jews who believed in some sort of divinity or second power, right? They believed in that there was something else there that was distinct from God in some way. Now, not necessarily a different God. They weren't necessarily describing it as a different hypostasis either, but they said that there was something there. And Alan Siegel writes on this. And so I think that we see in some sort of aspect, whether it be maybe some sort of Binitarianism or Trinitarianism, that we see something there, right? We see something with the two powers in heaven. And so, like I said, I don't think that there's any sort of specific group you can point to that say, okay, these people believe in the Trinity. Obviously, we believe all the prophets believe in the Trinity. I don't think there's any group. I think that language evolved over time, right? Language evolved over time. Obviously, people weren't talking about the Trinity. They weren't diving deep into, okay, how many hypostases of the Trinity? They weren't diving deep into things. Okay, how many essences of the Trinity? And I think that's one of the main reasons why we don't see it as prominently there, as we see it later on in the Council of Nicaea and the latter councils, the Council of Chalcedon, when we talk about diophysitism. I think that it's because that's when they started really focusing on the language and everything like that.
Guys, quick break from the podcast. First of all, thank you everyone that has subscribed to the channel. We were able to reach 100,000 subscribers. We're going to do that. My content pop to. Let's get back to
You, the Son does nothing. John chapter 5.
Thank you so much. If you enjoyed this video,
Then Jesus answered and said to them, most assuredly I say to you, the Son does nothing of himself, but what he sees the Father do. For whatever he does, the Son also does in like manner. And so I think the interesting part here is he says, whatever he sees the Father do, he does. And it says that the Father shows him all things that he does. And so my question is it possible for any man to say that they can do anything that God can do, or they do anything that God can do without it being shirk or without them being contemplated to God?
Well, yeah, so to be clear, even I want to be clear on my position. Even if I'm saying that I don't believe that the Old or New Testament clearly teach that Jesus is the Most High God or the doctrine of Trinity, doesn't mean that I don't believe that there's shirk in there. I do believe that there is in both the Old Testament and the New Testament. And so, like, for example, even Arianism or these, what I would call logos theology in early Christianity, I believe is heretical, deviant. I believe that it is shirk. But I still don't believe that it reaches the status of what Trinitarians are looking for. So I just want to say that from the beginning.
How not? If I can do everything God can do, that means my principle of operation is the exact same of God that God's is. So what are we talking about? This is. I hope Nick highlights that or says something like along those lines.
So in terms of Jesus saying this here in this passage, obviously I don't even want to say what I would want to do, because I don't really care, to be very honest with you. But if I was going to try to, I would try to say, well, I know it sounds very general, like absolutely anything that the Father can do, the Son can do, but it doesn't really mean that. And here's why. And then I'm maybe going to go to other passages where it seems like Jesus can't really do everything that the Father does. So it would just basically be me telling.
What passages? This seems more like a discussion rather than a squabble for real. So, everybody's kind of like hugging and pity-patting around. There's too much patting on. I guess this is what, union regulations is. Like, I don't know. But it's not really much of a squabble so far. It's kind of like feeling each other out, trying to just set in parameters and stand. So maybe it still is a squabble, an actual sanctioned fight where throwing jabs, seeing their feelers, seeing what they react to and what they don't react to.
You that all doesn't really mean all in that exact way. And a lot of people are going to say, well, Jake, that doesn't really make any sense, because it clearly seems to, say that. But just as, this is just an example for people to understand what I mean. Hyperbolic language can be used in that way, and yet there can still be exceptions to the rule. So for example, when we say that God created all things, well, and atheists try to use this sometimes and get funny and say, well, God is a thing, so does that mean that he created himself? Well, obviously not. So even in that, there's an exception to it. So I grant that this presents a high Christology. I grant that John's gospel presents a high Christology, or even Paul, who's writing earlier, even according to the Christian tradition. So I grant that there's a very high Christology in the New Testament. But again, I come back to, if Jesus was understood, or if the New Testament even very, very clearly teaches that Jesus is the Most High God, co-equal and co-eternal with the Father, why don't we see that in early authors from my position, like Justin Martyr, like Tertullian, like these early Christians who were...
Justin Martyr says that the Son and the Father's relationship is like fire from fire. Please stop, bro.
Reading the Bible and had access to it and interpreting it, but they don't seem to be interpreting it in the same way. So, yeah, I mean, I can grant that this passage is shirk. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, so yeah, so John 5:19 to be shirk. So I mean, I can give you, if you want, if that's what you want to go into, I can give you some early fathers who would pretty clearly have our view of Jesus being God, if that's what you want me to do.
We can go into that, but I actually want to read a quote here and get your thoughts on it, because it was before we move completely forward to the...
Now you don't want to go to it. You're just bringing it up, saying you don't see it. Now he's like, oh, let's see it. Before we do that,
New Testament. This is from Gregory of Nazianzus. And before, just to be clear, because I don't want to misquote you, You said that you believe even in the Old Testament, the Son is clearly and explicitly declared to be the Most High God, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not obscure, it's very plain.
I mean, yeah, obviously it depends on your knowledge of the text, of course, yes.
Okay. So Gregory of Nazianzus, which you and most Christians would accept as a saint and a church father of the 4th century,
Of course.
and he presided, and I'm not
You can say when Nazianzus talks about like the son was the father's clearly seen as God, the son more obscurely seen as God. Definitely poison in the well.
I'm just trying to show because some of the audience might not know who these people are. He was a very important 4th century church father. He presided over for a period of time the Second Ecumenical Council until essentially he got fed up and then kind of moved on. But he was a very, very important figure. He says in Fifth Theological Oration, Oration 31, and this is sections 26 to 27. Bear with me, it's kind of a lengthy quote, but he says, "To this I may compare the case of theology, except that it proceeds the reverse way. For in the case by which I have illustrated it, the change is made by successive subtractions. Whereas here, perfection is reached by additions, for the matter stands thus." Now here's the clear part. He says, "The Old Testament proclaimed the Father openly, and the Son more obscurely. The new, meaning the New Testament, manifested the Son and suggested the deity of the Spirit. Now the Spirit himself dwells among us and supplies us with a clearer demonstration of himself. For it was not, listen to this, for it was not safe when the Godhead of the Father was not yet acknowledged," meaning referring back to the Old Testament with the Jews, "plainly to proclaim the Son." So he's saying that the Son was not very plainly proclaimed in the Old Testament, and he said that it was very obscure in the Old Testament. "Nor when that of the Son was not yet received," so in the Old Testament the Son was not yet clearly received, "to burden us further, if I may use so bold an expression, with the Holy Ghost." So he's saying, and he's presenting this idea of progressive revelation, that the Son was proclaimed very obscurely in the Old Testament, not very clear, and the reasoning he's...
Athanasius, he just said he said Nazianzus, not Athanasius. Gregory of Nazianzus. Oh no, I know the where is it from? I can look it up when we move on to like yours. But I have heard of a quote of Athanasius saying that though. I have to see. As a matter of fact, let's play. I'll look it up right now.
You didn't want to put too much on the Jews' plate at the time when they had trouble, with idolatry or even accepting that the Father was God. He continues on, and then he says here, "Progress from glory to glory, the light of the Trinity might shine upon the more illuminated." Basically saying as time goes on, and in the Old Testament, the New Testament, eventually it gets clearer. But then he says this, even about the Holy Spirit when he quotes Christ here. He says, "Our Savior had some things which he said could not be borne," and he's speaking about the coming of the Comforter in John's Gospel, "which he said could not be borne at the time by his apostles, though they were filled with many teachings, perhaps for the reasons I mentioned, and therefore they were hidden. And again, he said that all things should be taught us by the Spirit when he should come to dwell among us. Of these things, one, I take, was the deity of the Spirit himself, made clear later on when such knowledge should be seasonable and capable of being received after our Savior's restoration, when it would no longer be received with incredulity."
So real quick, guys, all Nazianzus is saying is that there was a time in which the people were not at the spiritual level to receive all the spiritual revelation. That does not mean that it wasn't there. I think that's what Jake is misconstruing, right? And what Nick is saying, or what Nick means when he says that Christ is clearly seen there, right, is that it's there. Right? And because we have the illumination now, it's clearly seen because it's clearly there. Just because people did not have the illumination to see it then doesn't mean it wasn't clear there. If I'm blind and I don't see the tree, that don't mean the tree ain't dead in front of my freaking face. You see what I'm saying? So Jake is just I don't know what is he doing here?
Because of its marvelous character. "For what greater thing than this did each he promise or the Spirit teach, if indeed anything is to be considered great and worthy of the majesty of God, which was either promised or taught? This then is my position with regard to these things, and I hope it may be always my position." So Gregory, in what I read, is saying that no, the Son, forget about the Holy Spirit for a second, the Son was only proclaimed obscurely in the Old Testament, not plainly. Then by the time we get to the New Testament, obviously the teaching of the Son is made more clear. And then he uses the passage about the Comforter, or that, I have many things to say unto you now, but you cannot bear them, for when the Spirit of truth comes, et cetera, et cetera. And he's saying what part of that message, which was not clear, which was later to be proclaimed by the Spirit of truth, was the deity of the Holy Spirit. So from my reading of Gregory, he seems to be conflicting with what you're saying, that the Old Testament very clearly, not obscurely, taught
that the Son was the Most High God.
He's not. That's
So
not
I
true.
don't think me and St. Gregory would actually disagree on this. So what I'm getting from the text is, I think it's very important that we talk about the beginning of the text. In the beginning of the text, he says, and I don't know if he said the word comparison, but he says something like that in the beginning. He says that the Son is obscure in comparison to the Father in the Old Testament. Now, I totally agree that the Father was more prominent there.
I don't want to cut you, but can I read that,
Of course,
just
yes,
that
yes.
sentence? He said, the Old Testament proclaimed the Father openly and the Son more obscurely. That's what you're
Yes,
referring
yeah,
to.
so he's-
And then he says the New manifested the Son and suggested the deity of the Spirit. But he says here that, for it was not safe when the Godhead of the Father was not yet acknowledged plainly to proclaim the Son. So he's saying that it wasn't plainly proclaimed.
Yeah, but I think, but he's obviously talking about in comparison to the Father earlier on, because he's talking about how the Father is declared openly, and in the Son, when you actually look at comparison to the Father, the Son isn't talked about as much there. I agree that in the New Testament, the Son is talked about a lot more in the sense of openness of who he is. In the Old Testament, we obviously believe the Son is the angel of the Lord. We believe the Son is called Yahweh in the Old Testament, etc. Now, that doesn't give you the distinction that we arrive at in the New Testament, where the Son is considered to be the person who's being spoken to by.
Arrow. This 4 discourses against the Arians. Discourse 2, section 11. Hence it holds that the apostle's expression he made does not prove that the word was made, but that body which at the good pleasure of the Father he was on our behalf made, and consists as man. For so long as we are confessing that he became man, there is no question about saying whether he became or has been made or created or formed or servant. All these terms happen to be proper to man's constitution, and such as these do not designate the essence of the word, but that he has become man. Discourse 2, section 45 says, and it becomes a clear point that the word being all other than all things, and before all, afterward is created, quote, a beginning of the ways of 4 works, because he became man, that as the apostle would said, he who is the beginning and firstborn from the dead, in all things might have the preeminence. And then in Discourse 2, section 51, it says, so when the Son, on taking the servant's form, says, the Lord created me a beginning of his ways, let them not deny the eternity of his Godhead, and that in the beginning was the Word, and all things were made by him, and in him were all things created. And then Discourse 2, section 65, therefore from the love to man, none other than the Lord, the beginning of the new creation, is created as the way, and consistently says, the Lord created me a beginning of ways for his works. The man might walk no longer according to that first creation, but there being as it were a beginning of a new creation, and that the Christ a beginning of its ways, we might follow him henceforth, who says to us, I am the way. And the blessed apostle teaches in Colossians, saying he is the head of the body of the church, who is the beginning, the firstborn from the dead, that in all things he might have the preeminence. Discourse 2, section 70 says, the Logos assumed the created human body, having renewed it as its creator, he might deify it in himself, and thus might bring us all into the kingdom of heaven in his likeness. For man would not have been deified if it had been united with the creature, or if the Son had not been true God, nor would man have been brought into the Father's presence unless he who put on the body had been natural and true word. So those are the quotes that he's pulling from. He probably was kind of paraphrasing a little bit, but yeah, the 4 discourses. Discourse 2 is basically where it mainly says it. All right, let's get it.
By the Father, the person who is incarnate apart from the Father, the person who is being baptized here on earth doing miracles. So I totally agree with St. Gregory here that this is what it's speaking about. I don't think that necessarily he's saying that it's not open in any way, shape, or form, but just in comparison to the Father. And on that note, so talking about, I have another St. Gregory that I'd like to mention, who's St. Gregory the Wonder Worker, and I wanted to get your thoughts on this quote. And so this is St. Gregory the Wonder Worker on the Trinity, and I have the link if need be as well for whatever. So he says, but the word of God is substantial, endowed with an exalted and enduring nature, and is eternal with himself, and is inseparable from him, and can never fall away, but shall remain in an everlasting union. The Word created heaven and earth, and in him were all things made. He is the arm and the power of God, never to be separated from the Father, in virtue of an indivisible nature, and together with the Father, he is without beginning. The Word took our substance of the Virgin Mary, and insofar as he is spiritual indeed, he is indivisibly equal with the Father. But insofar as he is corporal, he is in like manner inseparably equal with us. And again, insofar as he is spiritual, he supplies in the same equality the Holy Spirit, inseparable and without limit. Neither were there two natures, but only one nature of the Holy Trinity.
Hey, quick break from the show. If you enjoy Bible study or you enjoy doing debates, then I have an app for you. It's called The Social Scripture. It is a cool app where you could go on there and study the Bible live and your interpretation. Load the app. It's in the check it out.
What part of it do you want to focus on that you think explicitly makes him co-equal and co-eternal with the Father?
Well, when you say co-eternal, it's the fact that he says he literally has no beginning. So that part would mention co-eternal. The fact that he literally says he is without beginning.
Yeah, so many people, and this seemed to be, I would have to look more at this passage specifically, but many in the early church believed that the Word was eternal, right? So I grant that. But they didn't believe that he was eternally a distinct divine person, that he was begotten at a particular moment in time. And I think if you
Who said, or
read other texts from Gregory, including the fact that most scholars think there's actually another.
why would they think that he's begotten in time if he's eternal? Why would they think that the Word would be begotten in time if they believe the Word is eternal? What is he talking about? See, this is where it started to get the slippery slopes, and I hope Nick capitalizes on that.
Text by Gregory, which I'm surprised you didn't read, which is sometimes called the Declaration of Faith, and that's preserved later in the 4th century. Most scholars actually think that this is a forgery, that this was not initially written by Gregory the Wonder Worker. So the question that I have is, why are later 4th century fathers actually seeming to, create this Declaration of Faith and put it on the lips of Gregory if he very clearly taught what they believed?
Well, which 4th century father you say is putting it on his lips?
Okay, so I'll bring that up here. Let me just give it to you in 1 second.
Sure.
So it's Gregory of Nyssa. So
Well, I mean, yeah.
yeah. So here, let me see.
You say Gregory of Nyssa is the one who's putting it on the lips of Gregory the Wonder Worker?
Yeah. So I'll give you a quote here. This is from. Let's see the reference. 648. This is from a scholar called Slusser, who.
A scholar called Slusser. All right, bro.
Wrote a text on Gregory, and he says this. 1 second. 658. I'm just trying to find the.
Are you quoting the scholar or you're quoting the church father?
No, I'm quoting what the scholar says. So he says, Crusoe's portrayal of Gregory's ideas is affected by two factors about which I disagree. Crusoe's acceptance of the so-called creed of Gregory from the life as genuine, rather than a forgery by Gregory of Nyssa. I believe that some of these names are hard to pronounce, Abramowski, has made a persuasive case that the creed was constructed by Gregory of Nyssa as part of his attempt to bring Christians of Neo-Caesarea into agreement with the rest of the church after the Council of Constantinople in 381, when the emperors made him a standard of orthodoxy for Pontus. Louis Abramowski believes that it was delivered after 381, after Gregory of Nyssa had been thrust into prominence by his designation as one of the standards of doctrinal orthodoxy by the Emperor Theodosius. And then I have other quotes here. It seems that the majority...
So a scholar speculates. That's all he's saying? So a scholar speculates. Got it.
Position of the modern scholars is that this
See how they switch? He said so the position of the modern scholars, you named one speculative scholar, supposed scholar, whose last name you only pronounced barely.
So-called Declaration of Faith or Creed was actually written by Gregory of Nyssa and put on the lips or by the pen of Gregory the Wonder Worker. And what I'm saying is, if he was aware of the text that you just read and that Gregory was clearly teaching the doctrine of the Trinity, or the idea that the Son is the Most High God apart from the Father, then why would he need to do this?
Well, I'm curious, what is the evidence behind that this was Nyssa who did this?
Exactly.
Okay, so he says here, 1 second. I'll give you the other quote for the evidence. 1 second. This is 663. Okay, so this is by two other scholars. I'll just read you the quote, and then I'll give anybody who wants any of this stuff, I'll give it to you. It's all in my book anyway. So he says here, a profession of faith is contained in Gregory of Nyssa's life of Gregory the Wonder Worker. Its authenticity has likewise been recently called into question. And he cites also by Abramowski, this is another scholar. The profession consists of 4 articles, having to do respectively with the Father, the Son, and the Spirit, and the Trinity. There is no reference to the Incarnation. It is meant to remove the dangers of Origenist subordinationism by emphasizing the point that there is nothing created, nothing of servant status within the Trinity, nor anything introduced into the Trinity only at a certain point. The breadth of the last 2 articles cannot easily, so this is the part of the argument, the breadth of the last 2 articles cannot easily be fitted into into the 3rd century, since the points taken up in these 2 articles were still marginal at that time. In addition, Basil of Caesarea, who was well acquainted with the heritage of the wonder worker, says nothing of this formula, even in circumstances in which it would have been useful to cite it. Gregory of Nazianzus quotes the 4th article as from a recently composed profession of faith. While it is difficult to imagine Gregory of Nyssa forging anything, for it would have been quickly denounced, it is likely that at least the last 2 articles were formulated in the second half of the 4th century. So he's saying the ideas that are present in this text don't exist in anyone else at the time before that, in Gregory's time. And then he's saying that Basil, who references Gregory at times, never actually mentions this text. And when he was being persecuted, it would have been a perfect time to actually mention this text, but he never did. So those are just some of the scholarly arguments.
That would seem like it would go against your point then that Nyssa didn't write it.
What do you mean? Sorry.
If Basil never mentioned it. If he was well acquainted with Nyssa, you would think he would have mentioned it at some point, right?
Right.
No, I'm saying that Basil would have mentioned, if he was well acquainted with Gregory the Wonder Worker's text, then he would have mentioned it to support and justify his position.
So which part exactly of the declaration are you saying? Because I'd like to see this, where St. Gregory of Nyssa is attributing something to the wonder worker.
No, but see, what I'm saying to you is the declaration of faith we get from Gregory of Nyssa.
Yes, and you're saying he attributes things in
No,
there.
he's saying that it's from Gregory the Wonder Worker.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What part of that does he say is from Gregory the Wonder Worker that contradicts what I just read?
Okay, I'm confused. I'm not understanding.
Okay, so you're saying
Yes, sir. You are confused.
that what Gregory the Nyssa attributes to Gregory the Wonder Worker contradicts what I just read about St. Gregory the Wonder Worker, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So what was your point of bringing this up then?
Right.
My point to you is that this text that you just read,
Mhm.
why is it the case, if that clearly, let's say for the sake of argument, is clearly teaching, and we'll even make it to the Trinity, right? Because he mentions the word Trinity. If that clearly taught the doctrine of the Trinity, then why is Gregory of Nyssa, as many scholars believe, and let's say if you think it wasn't from him, maybe he got it from somebody else who made it up, but whatever the case is, scholars think it's a later second half of the 4th century creation. Why did Christians, whether you think it's Gregory of Nyssa or otherwise, why did they create this text in the Declaration of Faith and put it on the lips of Gregory the Wonder Worker? If the passage that you just quote, they would be
Where are you getting it? They put it on the lips of Gregory the Wonder. Like, how is it?
familiar with, clearly teaches the Trinity. That's what my question is.
Well, are you saying the Declaration of Faith goes against this?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay, so you're saying why does okay? So what would be the issue then with them quoting the Declaration of Faith and putting it on the lips of Gregory the Wonder Worker?
Because if they had this text and they were aware of it and it clearly taught the Trinity, then they wouldn't have a need to do that.
That's
Well, they
not
could-
true. What the frick are you talking about? Oh my gosh, bro. That's like saying that's like saying, oh well, the Bible clearly teaches that Jesus Christ died on the cross for our sins and resurrected on the 3rd day. Why would they have to say that in the Council of Nicaea? Why would they have to re-articulate that in the Council of Nicaea? Like, what if they had it already in the scriptures? Why did they have to say it right then and there? That's dumb. That's dumb. It's not. That's dumb. That was dumb.
So just putting a Declaration of Faith in general doesn't mean just because you know that they have something else doesn't mean you can't write a Declaration of Faith.
No, but why would you lie? Why would you lie and make it up? It's like it's
Who
the same thing.
What do
lied?
they lie about exactly?
Okay, I'll give you an example. It's the same example or a similar analogy with, and I don't know what your position is on the text. You think that 1 John 5:7-8 is authentic?
I take to be authentic. Yeah.
Okay, so you agree that most textual scholars don't.
I agree. Yeah.
Okay, so just for the sake of argument, so you can understand my analogy, not that you're granting the position, that the argument would be that if the New Testament, and this is what many scholars also say, if the New Testament clearly taught the doctrine of Trinity, then if 1 John 5:7-8 is a later forgery, why would they feel the need to inject that into Scripture if Scripture already clearly taught it? That's the analogy.
Yeah, okay, so I feel like I would be like saying why exactly. I think first of all, it's kind of also assuming that they're injecting it in that it already exists, right? That it wasn't Gregory the Wonder Worker's words. We don't know whether it was or not because obviously, as you said, it's disputed whether or not these were ever Gregory the Wonder Worker's words.
Yeah,
So
but I'm saying most modern scholars take
Ain't
that
no
position,
most
and I
modern
gave you some of the
scholars.
reasons why.
You gave me one scholar, and that one scholar said, "I think so." He never made a definitive statement or made a definitive case. He just said, I mean, it's hard to believe that Basil would even, or Nyssa would even do something like this, but it just seems like because his position with the emperor, then, you know, he's kind of basically trying to do this just kind of for the collective whole of Christianity. That's just speculation. What are you talking about, kid?
But anyway, go ahead.
yeah, so again, I feel like if we don't know whether or not it's Gregory the Wonder Worker's words, number one. Number two, they can insert things. Let's say it's true. Let's say it's really Gregory the Wonder Worker's words. Well, then they can still write this and say these things. Gregory the Wonder Worker said these things, and there would be no contradiction with him having another writing which clearly states the Trinity, because all they're doing is just adding in something secondary to it. I don't see the issue with having two sort of primary texts attributed to one person on this.
No, but if it's a forgery, if it's not originally written by Gregory, and then you look into, well, what's the motivation? Why would they put this forgery? They wouldn't make this forgery if there were, let's say Gregory had 10 different texts that you could appeal to
Yeah.
where he clearly taught the Trinity. Nobody would come later on and make this up. They would, if they wanted to put something on his lips, people would say, hey, dude, why are you making this forgery when there's already all these other clear texts of Gregory saying that? That's what I'm trying to say.
So, I mean, I would take the view, I mean, the last scholar you read, he talked about how he wouldn't seem to assume that St. Gregory would even write a forgery in the first place.
Well, he's sympathetic to that. So
Yeah.
what his position is, to be clear, I'm not saying that everyone says that Gregory did it, but the reason why, to be clear to the audience, the reason why a lot of people accuse Gregory, not the wonder workers. I know there's a lot of Gregories going around,
there's a
so
lot.
some people may be confused. The reason why people accuse the 4th century Gregory is because that's where the initial work survives from.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why he's initially the one accused of it. But because these authors that I just read from, Simonetti, who I just read from, is sympathetic to the fact that, well, Gregory wouldn't do this. This kind of seems bad. Like, why would Gregory do that? So he's just saying, well, it is a later 4th century invention that maybe Gregory inherited or got from somebody else, and he was the one who composed it. But he's not the one who, like, maliciously did it. But he's still, from that quote, those scholars are still of the opinion that it was a 4th century forgery, that it was not actually Gregory the Wonder Worker. So yeah, he's sympathetic that it wasn't Nyssa who did it, but still, nevertheless, he's still saying somebody else did.
So,
But you said Nyssa put it on the lips of Buddy. That's what you said. Now you're saying, well, Scholar isn't saying he actually said it or did it. Like, are we good? Why is Nick not? Hey, Nick.
my issue is it seems to be a big leap. It seems to be that we're saying, okay, we're going to assume that it was St. Gregory of Nyssa that did this because it corresponded to around the time of him, and he was one of the prominent figures of that time. I don't see any evidence really more than that, though, besides just saying he's a prominent figure and it was around his time. And I would say that until we have evidence to conclude that, we could say that could have been anybody that could have wrote the forgery, and they might not have been acquainted with St. Gregory the Wonder Worker's works in the first place.
Yeah,
and
but then Nyssa repeats it.
Repeats what exactly?
If
Why are we granting it's a forgery?
we're granting that it's a forgery, then Nyssa later repeats it. So Nyssa would be familiar with Gregory's works. We would agree with that, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so he would have enough to filter out to say, hey, this is not authentic, and he wouldn't have recorded it. Obviously, okay.
Then Nyssa doesn't believe it's a forgery. You don't assume that he knows it's a forgery and puts it in there. He doesn't believe it's a forgery because why would he need to forge it if it's around the rest of his corpus? Come on, man. Come on, man.
Let's say he didn't do anything maliciously, right? Gregory Nyssa. He's recording it because he's under the assumption that it is from Gregory the Wonder Worker. Let's go with this idea.
Yeah.
So then, in that case, he's thinking that it is from Gregory initially.
Yeah, and even if he
So
does
then what's
think
the
it's from St.
issue?
Gregory the Wonder Worker in the first place,
You think he could be mistaken about that?
Well, of course it's possible. Of course it's possible that St. Gregory of Nyssa thought that it was from it. And I'm not saying that because we don't even know if it's a forgery in the first place. So whether or not St.
There you
Gregory
go.
knew it was a forgery or
Way
didn't know
to
it was a
play-
forgery
way
could be
to play.
irrelevant
Good job.
because we don't even know if it's a forgery in the first place. Now, I'm saying, though, we're just talking about logical possibility here. It's obviously logically possible that he didn't obviously have all of his works or didn't memorize all of his works, and he did think it was one of his works. And so I'm saying that if we have that, then the question would come back to the work that we do know is from him, which is on the Trinity, or at least we can have probable conclusion is from him. So my question would be for you is, if this on the Trinity that is written by him is true and it is from him, would you say that this coincides with my view on the Trinity
Okay,
itself?
good. So because I was just going to say that not only that, but also the Declaration of Faith passage, and so people see that I'm not just making this up on the spot. You'll see if you read my book. There's also a scholarly
Almost turned it off. Almost turned it bit off. Read your funk all up, butt cat. Man, squabble, Nick. Talking about the book.
discussion about Dionysius of Rome, and there are some passages attributed to him by 4th century fathers as well, including Athanasius, who some scholars also think is a forgery because they think that, they think that it doesn't match up with the time period. So what I'm saying to you is, there are, and you're going to one of them and one of the figures, there are a couple figures before Nicaea. I would say Gregory the Wonder Worker is one, and Dionysius of Rome is the second one. And I do say this in my book, so I'm trying to say that it's not like I'm making this up on the spot. If there are a few passages from them that if you grant that they're authentic, then it seems to be fitting with Nicene Trinitarianism in the 4th century. I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. So we're in agreement there. But I'm saying that openly and honestly because I write about that in the book. But then I give, and obviously I can't flesh.
Hey, dog, if he keep mentioning this damn book. If he mentioned this doggone book, bro, like, what's up, bro? Guys, if you're enjoying this so far, go ahead and continue to like, share the live. Again, TikTok flagged us, and God Logic's live, so, our views are a little hit right now. But I appreciate everybody who's still here, whether you're on YT or you're on TikTok. I appreciate you guys here supporting the reviews. It's only going to get better. I'm going to have another review after this.
Through the whole thing here, but I give arguments from scholars of why they think some of these passages are not authentic. Nevertheless, people can do their research and make up for it what they want. I recommend people look into these texts by Gregory the Wonder Worker, and even, to be honest with you, I think Dionysius of Rome and what some of the 4th centuries fathers quote from him are actually very strong, that if you believe that they are genuinely authentic, then I think there's a case to be made there.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm being open and honest with that.
Yeah.
But I think even if that was granted, both of them are still in the 3rd century.
Yeah.
So I think we should go back a little bit earlier and go back to the 2nd century, maybe to somebody like Justin Martyr.
Oh, and he would be 2nd century though. St. Gregory the Wonder Worker.
But he's later. Gregory the Wonder Worker? No.
He's 2nd century?
No. Gregory the Wonder Worker is in the. If you take standard dates, he was born somewhere around 213, so that's 3rd century technically. He's born around 213 and he dies around 275.
I'm pretty sure there's some dates that have him early on as well, like the 190s. But yeah,
I haven't seen that.
We can say 3rd century.
Okay,
early 3rd century is fine.
yeah,
but
so-
early 3rd century, late 2nd century is fine either way.
Yeah, I'm just saying let's go earlier to somebody like Justin.
Yeah, we can go early.
And
Another thing, I think when folks think, oh, but it's just 3rd century, I don't think people really realize how close 3rd century is. Remember, guys, the last apostle dies at the beginning of the 2nd century, guys. So that means 2nd century and 1st century are when the apostles are alive. Okay? So, early 2nd century and all of 1st century is when the apostles are still alive. Okay? So that means mid to 3rd century is just a generation or two after the apostles. Like, that's significantly close. What are we talking about? Like, huh?
in the case of Justin, okay, let me ask you a question.
Mhm.
Do you believe that Christ, I'm trying to phrase it appropriately, do you believe that Christ, the Son of God, needed to be saved, that he needed salvation?
That he needed salvation?
Yeah.
I don't think that God himself needs salvation, no.
Okay, but you believe that, because the whole debate is Jesus God, but also you believe he's a man, right?
Yes.
So he's God and man at the same time. As a man, did he need salvation from God or from the divine nature?
How are you defining salvation? Because if you're talking about some type of spiritual redemption, which is the normative terms of salvation that we understand it, no. But if you're talking about when the scripture says he cried out to the one that could save him in a sense of from the cross and then resurrection, sure, that's not an issue, bruh.
Your side or from the Father or however you want to phrase it. The reason why I'm asking is I don't see that that's the case. Like for me as a Muslim,
Yeah.
okay, I don't believe that Jesus, Isa alayhi salam, was God. So I believe that not only he, but the Prophet Muhammad and every prophet needs, even if you think of them as sinless in a sense, and I don't want to get too much into that debate, but they still need God's mercy.
don't.
This is the Muslim position. Every human being needs God's mercy in order to enter to paradise. So do you think it makes any sense to say that Christ needed to be saved by God in terms of a salvific sense?
No, I think the only thing that would make sense if you say humans normatively need to be saved.
Right.
If you're saying that Christ needed to be saved, you'd have to flesh out what that means. Being saved from what?
In terms of salvation.
Well, if you're saying specifically that he needed to be saved for salvation, that's talking about sins. So if you're saying he needed to be saved from sin, no, absolutely not.
Okay.
Right.
Let me just read you a passage here and get.
Good job. Good footwork, Nick. Good footwork.
So, one second. Okay, so this is from Justin Martyr's Dialogue with Trypho, chapter 102. You can pull it up if you want. I'm reading from the New Advent Translation for ease of access. It says, and I'm scrolling down, not reading exactly from the beginning, but this is Justin speaking here, and he's speaking about how everybody needs to be saved. And he says, "For if the Son of God evidently states that he can be saved, neither because he is a son, nor because he is strong or wise, but that without God he cannot be saved." So this is what Justin is saying about the Son of God. The Son of God needs to be saved, and without God he cannot be saved. And then he says, even though he be sinless, as Isaiah declares in words to the effect that even regarding his very language, he committed no sin, for he committed no iniquity or guile with his mouth. How do you or others who expect to be saved without this hope suppose that you are not deceiving yourselves? So he's making the analogy, and the dialogue is mostly him, as you know, interacting with the Jews and speaking to the Jews. He's saying, you guys need to be saved. You can't save yourself. And then he says, obviously by greater reason, because Christ himself, the Son of God, needed to be saved. And he says, without God, he cannot be saved. So what do you make of that? What does Justin mean that without God, the Son of God cannot be saved? If in traditional Christianity, or I would say, in your understanding, Orthodox
And
Christianity.
this would be a great question for the handy dandy So we're gonna play it, but I'm gonna see what the handy dandy says, and I'm gonna show you guys what the handy dandy says. Okay.
Christianity, Christ didn't need to be saved.
So, I mean, we very clearly made the distinction that if we're talking about being saved from sin, of course not in any way. And he makes this clear that he committed no sin. So
100%.
whatever type of saving he's talking about, he's not talking about salvation from sins. Now, what I would attribute this to is simply the monarchy of the Trinity and the fact that the Son himself has everything with the Father, as John 5:19 states. The Son does nothing without the Father. And so in salvation, right, there's no way for him to be, quote unquote, saved from death unless it's through the Father or from the Father. And so I have no issue saying that if you're saying that he's being saved from death from the Father, it's through the Son and the Holy Spirit, like we believe everything is done. We have no issue with this because, again, he very clearly states he committed no sin. So this is not some sort of sin salvation that's going on.
But I'm not saying he committed sin. Clearly says that he didn't commit sin. But when he says he needed to be saved, he didn't need to be saved from sin because he didn't have sin. But the comparison is he's talking about people who are getting salvation, because he says, how do you or others who expect to be saved without this hope suppose that you are not deceiving yourselves? So he's making the comparison from Christ to general humanity. He's saying if even Christ needed to be saved. So you said saved from death. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, well, obviously, when he's on the cross, he states, my Lord, why have you forsaken me? Quoting Psalm chapter 22, verse 1. There's going to be a reference to the fact that in the monarchy of the Trinity, all things come from the Father. And so this includes the fact of when Christ says he's going to raise himself from the dead in John chapter 2, that comes from the Father. That is done from the Father, again, as John chapter 5, verse 19 states, which I'd actually be interested what you think about that in John chapter 2, verse 19, when he states that he himself will raise himself from the dead as well. So yeah, that's what I think he'd be talking about, him raising himself from the dead. But what are your thoughts on John chapter 2, verse 19?
Can you read it again?
He says, Jesus answered and said to them, destroy this temple, and in 3 days I will raise it up. And then if you want to make sure he's talking about his body, he says in verse 21, he was speaking of the temple of his body. So how do you think that he's saying that he's going to raise his own body from the dead?
Well, I think that aren't there other passages where it says that the Father is going to be the one to do it?
Exactly my
He's not listening, bro.
point. This is exactly why I said it's an act that's done from the Father through the Son. This is why I mentioned John chapter 5, verse 19, because they do all things together in accordance, which is why I would ask, how is a mere man saying he's going to raise his own body from the dead?
Well, I don't believe he's a mere man in John's gospel, or this is, you said 2 John?
This is just John.
He's not a mere man? He's not a mere man? What do you mean?
No.
Yeah, so I don't believe that he's a mere man in John. So I don't have, to be clear to the audience, I don't have the position that some Muslims do. I want to say many, because I would say probably most that you would engage with, that try to make it seem like the Bible or the New Testament is just teaching the same thing that the Quran is about Jesus, and that he's not God in there and nothing like that. So I grant that. I don't have a problem with that. I don't think that these ideas that, although I think are later developed and fleshed out, I don't think that they come out of nowhere, right? And even many scholars think that, oh yeah, throughout John's gospel, he seems to be making divine claims. So I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem granting that that's the case. But specifically on Justin, the reason why I asked about this is because, first of all, to me the passage is
Nick was right. Let's look at the handy dandy. Look at the handy dandy real quick. So that's what it says really quickly. There's an early Christian tradition, particularly within Justin Martyr's dialogue with Trifo, the theme of Christ's quote-unquote salvation is treated not as a sign of personal deficiency or creaturely weakness, but as an essential mystery of the divine economy of the incarnation. Justin Martyr is the first early Christian writer to systemically apply the prophetic lament of Psalm 22 to the crucifixion, death, and resurrection of Jesus Christ. When Christ prays to be delivered in this psalm, crying out, my God, why have you forsaken me, and save me from the mouth of the lion, or when he prays in the Garden of Gethsemane to let this cup pass from him, his need to be saved carries profound theological and Christological significance. The reality of Christ's passible human nature. For Justin, Christ's prayer to be saved is the ultimate proof that the Word of God did not merely appear in phantom form, contrary to Docetism, but became a complete and passible human being. Christ voluntarily took on a real human body and rational human soul, subjecting himself to the blameless natural limitations and passions of our nature, such as hunger, weariness, and the natural dread of death. In his assumed humanity, Jesus experienced a genuine human agony and an authentic fear of death. When he prayed to be saved from death, he spoke with the humility proper to men, representing the entire human race in his own person. The Word of God came into the world and became incarnate not because he had any personal need, but solely to save humanity. In this divine plan, Christ's need to be saved is actually the vehicle of our redemption. Victory from within. For the enemy, the devil, to be justly conquered, it was necessary for a man to wage the battle and conquer the enemy on behalf of the human race. By entering into the mortal and corruptible reality of the fallen humanity, Christ allowed himself to die. he cried out to the Father for salvation, and the Father answered by raising his human flesh on the third day, shattering the gates of Hades and the dominion of death. Because he was life by nature, death could not hold him bound. But having his own assumed human nature saved, resurrected, and glorified by the Father, Christ became the head of a new recreated race. In his resurrection, human nature itself was cured of corruption and deified. This early patristic model was later used to defend Orthodox Christology against heretical distortions such as those of Nestorius and certain Monophysite factions. Okay, job, Nick. So yeah, this saving is in referring to the death, burial, and resurrection, not saving in the sense of how we need to be saved.
A bit confusing, so I was looking for your explanation. But I think
Shout out to the handy dandy notebook. Access to the Patreon.
that if you read Justin in context and in his earlier works, it seems to be the case that no, it's not just merely in terms of, you know, the Father doing this action through the Son, as you mentioned, and saving him from death, because in chapter 5 of the dialogue, Justin explicitly says, and if you give me a chance, I'll bring up the passage, that, he says here, I actually have it right here. 1 second. Oh no, I thought I had it. So if you give me a chance, I will pull it up. But he says in chapter 5 of the dialogue that everything that is begotten, okay, is created and corruptible or subject to decay. Okay, so because, and he also clearly states in other passages that the Son or the Word is begotten of God. So if anything begotten is created and corruptible or subject to decay and destruction, then in that sense, he would need to be saved from God. Otherwise, he would be, he would evaporate. He would no longer exist.
So interestingly
What?
enough, when Justin
No,
Martyr speaks
bro.
about the fact
That's
of Christ or anything that is not unbegotten is created, he likens it to the world, right? He says the world is created, for example, or the world is not unbegotten, and so it itself must be created. So the things that Justin actually likens it to in that chapter are actually things that are created, and so he's making a normative distinction there, saying things that are unbegotten are typically created, right? And so he's making the distinction there. But I think that we can go to other people very clearly during the same exact time period who are clear that he didn't have a beginning, such as Irenaeus, right? In Irenaeus, book 3, chapter 18, in paragraph 1, he says, it follows then that every objection is set aside to those who say, if our Lord was born at that time, Christ therefore had no previous existence. For I have shown that the Son of God did not begin to exist. And so even guys like Irenaeus very clearly say, he did not begin to exist.
Yeah, I mean, Irenaeus is another interesting case, but I'm saying to you,
By interest, I'll translate. I'll translate the BS, guys. By interesting case, he means defeater. Because Irenaeus not only says that Christ is eternal, but the Word and wisdom was with the Father for all of eternity, which is the Son and the Spirit, Trinity. But Irenaeus clearly states that that Christ, together with the Father, is the God of the living, or the living God. Interesting case.
and I don't mind moving on to Irenaeus, but in the passage about being unbegotten, because I found it here, he says, for those things which exist after God, or shall at any time exist, these have the nature of decay, and are such as may be blotted out and cease to exist. So that's what I understand the saving to be from. Then he says, for God alone is unbegotten and incorruptible, and therefore he is God, but all things after him are created or begotten and corruptible.
It's a good thing we don't believe that Christ is after God.
So yes, if you look at the context, he's naming plenty of other things, but then he makes a grand statement to include everything, and he's saying, for God alone is unbegotten and corruptible, and anything after God is begotten and corruptible. And Christ is begotten, so according to Justin, it would seem that he would be corruptible.
He's equivocating on the term begotten.
And this is not just my interpretation, this is how many scholars interpret it, including Michael F. Bird, who is not a hostile witness, who uses this passage to say that Justin had subordinationism in his theology.
Well, I mean, I think we have to notice that in that passage, he clearly states that it's all things after God. And I'm going to make the case that since Christ is God, he cannot be after God. And so again, I would say that he's speaking in a normative sense when he says things that are unbegotten. It's the same thing as when the Bible says all men have sinned, right? Obviously, Christ is a man. Well, does that include Christ? No, because he's speaking in a normative sense that all things that are man have sinned. So I would say he's speaking in a normative sense.
But this brings it up to my point too, right? It's like before when he mentions a passage, and I'm just paraphrasing, that everything that the Father does, the Son does, right? So you can have this. So now notice that you're using it, I'm not saying in a malicious way, but you're doing a similar thing, that the language you agree with seems very general, and it seems like it includes everything, but then you want to specify based upon what you think Justin says in other passages. And that's what people are going to do with these texts in John's Gospel, although it's not really my shtick to do that. I don't really care so much about doing that. But I just want to show the audience that that's what's happening, is that very general language, which he says, for God alone is unbegotten and incorruptible, and therefore he is God, meaning that to be God, you have to be unbegotten and incorruptible. And then it says all things after him And all things after him, the thing that is unbegotten and incorruptible, are created incorruptible.
Shaw said something real interesting in the comments. He said, "Why the city if your noose is darkened, you literally can't interpret anything correctly." And that's so true, because we see clearly here in the passage that he's talking about that martyr is equating unbegotten with uncreated and begotten with created. Okay, not unbegotten and begotten in the sense of hypostatic relation. Clearly, he is saying to be God, you must be uncreated. Does martyr think Jesus is created? No, he doesn't. How do we know that martyr doesn't believe Jesus is created? Because he denotes that Christ is fire from fire.
So it would seem to include the Son in that because of the fact that he is begotten. But like you said, sometimes general language can be used in a way that, oh yeah, all men are, have fallen short of the glory of God and sinned, right? I'm paraphrasing, but yet Jesus was a man, and you're going to say that doesn't include him.
Yeah.
So that's what my point is, that when exegeting or trying to explain what these texts mean, we can't just do it in isolation. I agree. You have to look at the author's general theology, look at what he says in other passages. But I think from Justin, if you look at him in general, I think he very clearly does have a subordinationist position. In fact, and this would go in line with not just Irenaeus, just most of the early church did see, I fully grant this, they did see the Son of God as the being who appeared to the patriarchs and prophets in the Old Testament, the angel of the Lord. But Justin understood that because of that, that the Father and Son were two distinct and different gods. There was one God in or above heaven, and then you
Oh, the Greek grammar shows that he's saying two who are God, not two different gods. Again, this has to logically follow, because if Jesus is the one that appeared to the patriarchs and prophets, the patriarchs and prophets called that one the Most High God. Like, what are we talking about? Can we stop being dumb? Can we stop being dumb? Please, if it's possible, can we stop being stupid?
have the Son who appears on earth, and he says not even the one with the smallest bit of intelligence would say that the Son of God actually appeared on earth. So whereas that's not the Orthodox position today. The Orthodox position today is to say, well,
that's not what he says. Hold on, back up. What?
Who appears on earth, and he says not even the one with the smallest bit of intelligence would say that the Son of God actually appeared on earth.
That's not true. That's not what he says. He says that he says one with the smallest bit of intelligence would say that the Father appeared on earth. That's what he says. He does not say that the Son of God didn't actually appear on earth. I don't know if he misspoke, but that's not true. He blundered it.
So whereas that's not the Orthodox position today. The Orthodox position today is to say, well, oh, it was a choice, or it was more fitting for the Son to become a man rather than the Father, but there's nothing metaphysically or logically that's impossible for the Father to become a man. So why would Justin say that nobody with the smallest bit of intelligence would believe this, that the Father became a man, and that he doesn't appear on earth, he's not a type of being that does any of those things or speaks to anyone at any time? Why would Justin have this seemingly Platonic philosophy that the Most High God cannot enter into creation?
Well, two things. First of all, I'll answer your first point about John chapter 5. The reason why in John chapter 5 specifically, I speak about the fact that I think that it's not just talking normatively there is because he kind of doubles down in verse 20, right? So in verse 19, he says he does all things the Father does, everything he sees the Father do. But then in verse 20, he doubles down and says the Father then shows him everything that he does. So I think that's why, because I think he doubles down. Now, number two, you asked about why exactly does it seem to be saying that God, he doesn't come into creation, he doesn't do this, he doesn't do that. Well, I think that a lot of the times in the early church that when they talk about God, they are attributing to the Father. And we see this in the Nicene Creed, right? I believe in one God, Father Almighty. And then it goes on to say, and I believe in one Lord, Jesus Christ. It doesn't attribute Jesus as Lord, but obviously we would agree, at least in later Nicene Trinitarianism, that they all believe Jesus is God. And so I have no issue with people, early church fathers and early apostolic fathers, referring to God as the one who is ineffable, the one who does not come into creation, he is invisible, unseen, etc. I have no problem with that because, again, we're fine saying that they're referring to the Father there alone. But I did want to hear your opinion on the Irenaeus quote that I brought. I can read it again if you'd like.
My view is a bit nuanced, and I take, I explain it in my book that I actually changed my view on Irenaeus. I think that before I used to think that Irenaeus was just a very obvious case of subordinationism, similar to Justin, but I don't think that that's exactly the case. So I grant some of the passages that you mentioned. I think you mentioned one at least.
Yeah.
But I think what's happening with Irenaeus is a bit more complex, is that he's writing at a time period where he actually quotes or references from people like Justin and others, and he doesn't have, there's one of two things. Either he doesn't have in mind a lot of the questions that we would be asking now, or from the 4th century onwards, or he just doesn't really care too much about them. He doesn't want to get involved in them too much. And a lot of scholars make this argument based upon the case that when he talks about the generation of the Son, he actually disagrees with the analogies that Justin and others would use. He says, and I'm paraphrasing basically the idea of the speaker and speech, like on the tongue of God. He says that this is not, you can't say this, that this is, I'm paraphrasing what he's saying, but he doesn't believe that these analogies are right. He says it's totally ineffable. We shouldn't talk about it at all. And so he doesn't ever really clearly affirm the doctrine of the eternal generation of the Son. He just kind of leaves it utterly mysterious. So
What the fuck are you talking about? He says the Son, the Word is always present with the Father, always. What are you saying, bro? What? He's just lying, bro.
I think with Justin is, he's not really, not Justin, sorry, Irenaeus, he's a bit more nuanced in that he's not even trying to answer a lot of the questions, the later philosophical questions that would be involved regarding the doctrine of the Trinity. I fully grant he believed that the Son was God. You can even say that he was eternal in some sense. I grant that, but I don't think he has a clear doctrine of the eternal generation of the Son, and because of that, that's why some scholars think that not Justin, keep talking about Justin, but that Irenaeus actually seemed to have a kind of modalistic doctrine that.
Oh, this thing's stupid. So Irenaeus clearly states, right, in the same passage where they try to be like, look, Irenaeus said Jesus was ignorant, and they said Jesus didn't know nothing. You remember? In that same chapter, Irenaeus says that the generation of the Son is only known by the Father and the Son. That's what he says. He doesn't deny that the Son is generated from the Father. He says, but to know the mechanics and how and what that is known only by the Son and Father. We still hold that to this day. At least for the Orthodox, at least, you know. So what is he talking about? Bruh, I can't stand him.
The Father and the Son, there was not really an eternal generation, and then later at a point they clearly get distinguished from each other. So this is my sort of view on Irenaeus, but I do grant that there are passages that do seem like they're consistent with later Nicene ideas.
Okay. So I mean, I'm glad we agree at least so far. St. Gregor the Wonder Worker and Irenaeus at least somewhat agree with Trinitarianism.
I would say there are some passages that can certainly give that impression.
Okay.
But yeah.
So
they're different cases, but sure.
Okay. So I had one more quote I want to bring. This one's from Hippolytus of Rome on his discourse on the Holy Theophany. He says, "He who is present everywhere and absent nowhere, who is incomprehensible to the angels and invisible to men, comes to the baptism according to his own pleasure." And if you want to know that that's referring to the Son, if you continue reading, it says, "And they in reply said, we have seen the Creator." This is a little bit down, by the way. "And they in reply said, we have seen the Creator of all things in the form of a servant, and being ignorant to the mystery of the economy, we were lashed with fear."
Mm-hmm.
So why does he say that he is present everywhere and absent nowhere, incomprehensible with the angels, and even likens the people to saying that he's the creator of all things?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because a lot of them believe this. A lot of them believe that Christ or the Word or the Son was involved in creation. So I fully grant that. But I think Hippolytus of Rome is a very clear example of what scholars call two-stage logos theory. So basically, the Word or the logos of God is eternal in the sense that it exists eternally within the mind of God. And then contingently and temporally, he's generated at the moment of creation to serve as God's conduit by which he then creates the rest of the world. And this is how I haven't really seen any scholars interpret him any differently. So I'll read you based upon what that is.
Well, do you think omnipresence is a great making property?
Well, I guess it depends what you mean by omnipresence, because people have
present everywhere.
But literally physically present everywhere?
Well, it depends what you mean by physically. I don't think God is physically in the sense like, because God is not physical. Something's physically everywhere in that sense.
Yeah. So do you mean in terms of his knowledge and power?
I don't think knowledge can necessarily be everywhere. I would say he's everywhere by his Spirit.
Okay, I don't agree with this view. So, but in terms of how Christians understand it, yes, I would agree.
Yeah, and so I would say since he said he's present everywhere, and that'd obviously be a great making property, I don't think you could even Arians wouldn't say that Christ wasn't everywhere. Christ was everywhere, right?
Okay, so let me read from you this passage, which I think will give context. So this is Hippolytus against Noetus in 10 and 11, and he says here, let's see, let me read from the beginning because I don't want to misquote him. He says, "God subsisting alone and having nothing contemporaneous with himself, determined to create the world, and conceived the world in mind, and willing and uttering the word, he made it, and straightway it appeared, formed as it had pleased him. For us then, it is sufficient simply to know that there was nothing contemporaneous with God. Besides him, there was nothing but he, while existing alone, yet existed in plurality. For he was neither without reason, nor wisdom, nor power, nor counsel, and all things were in him, and he was the all. When he willed, and as he willed, he manifested his word in the times determined by him. And by him he made all things. When he wills, he does. And when he thinks, he executes. And when he speaks, he manifests. When he fashions, he contrives in wisdom. For all things that are made, he forms by reason and wisdom, creating them in reason and arranging them in wisdom. He made them then as he pleased. For he was God, and as the author and fellow counselor and framer of things that are in formation, he begot the word, and as he bears this word in himself, and that too as yet invisible to the world which is created, he makes him visible, and uttering the voice first, and begetting him as light of light, he set him forth to the world as its Lord, and his own mind. And whereas he was visibly formerly to himself alone, and invisible to the world which is made, he makes him visible in order that the world might see him in his manifestation, and be capable of being saved. And thus there appeared another besides himself. But when I say another, I do not mean that there are two gods, but that it is only as light of light, or as water from a fountain, or as a ray from the sun,
Is he quoting Martyr?
which later these get used even in the Nicene Creed. For there is but one power which is from the all, and the Father is the all, from whom comes this power, the Word. And this is the mind which came forth into the world and was manifested as the Son of God. All things then are by him, and he alone is of the Father, who then adduces a multitude of gods brought in time after time. So this is, I know it's a long passage, but if you look at all the language that's being used, it's all temporal language. It's all temporal language about the Son, or the Word primarily, having this second stage where he exists outside of the Father. This is why scholars call it two-stage logos theory, because in the eternal initial stage, the Word is within God, and then he's begotten and exists outside of the Father and becomes his own distinct person. So it's like, and it sounds weird for some people, including me, but it's as if an attribute of God becomes a personal agent at a moment in time, by which, yes, I fully grant, then he creates the rest of the world. So some people would say, oh, but Jake, but then doesn't that mean he's the Most High God because he's creator or taking part in creation? That's later theology that many Muslims would have, to say that, oh, only God creates the world. But this wasn't a normative position in the early 1st, 2nd, and 3rd centuries. You had the idea that the Word or Logos could be eternal within God, and then it is begotten contingently and temporally to exist outside of him, by which he creates the rest of the world. So I don't think that, although I think that if you want to say he has a high Christology, sure, and that the Word is involved in creation, sure, but he's not co-equal and co-eternal as a distinct divine person besides the Father.
So we don't really have an issue with that text. So in Orthodoxy specifically, we have a view, and I don't expect you to know this because this is more nuanced in the debate with Orthodox and Catholics. We have a view of eternal manifestation as well as economic procession. Now, I believe this would be talking about economic procession. Now, all economic procession is it's talking about the Father sending the Son into the world, and obviously when the Son in John 14-16 sends the Spirit into the world. So when it talks about how he is being quote-unquote made in time, and he is being sent in time, etc., to us, that's going to be talking about economic procession. It's going to be talking about how he proceeds from the Father within time itself. And so we would have no issue with that at all. Now, I think that we can even look at the analogies that he gives in the first place, right? He gives the analogy, light of light. Was there any light of light that comes after the prior? No, he talks about the rays of the sun. Well, can you have the sun in the sky without the rays ever flowing forth from it? No, it's impossible. Those things exist simultaneously. There is no core of the sun without the rays that flow forth from it. So even in the analogies that he gives, they actually coincide with us, and we have no issue. And so economic procession fits perfectly for this passage, that it's merely speaking of the fact of him being sent and quote-unquote made, because obviously he had a human body that was made into creation.
Yeah, I don't see how that's the case. I mean, if you look at the milieu in which he's writing in, and pretty much all of these writers share a very similar view of two-stage logos theory. The logos exists, or the Word exists eternally as an attribute or within the mind of God, and then at a moment, and this is the same thing that Tertullian says, that's why he doesn't call the Word an eternal Son, is that he becomes a son or a personal agent at a particular moment in time because of the fact that he wasn't always a person. He goes from being a sort of abstract attribute of God to being a personal agent.
Also, really quickly, for Justin Martyr, just for those that want to know about Justin Martyr, if you go to Justin Martyr's Dialogue with Trifle, chapter 96, he says here, he says, for the statement in law, curses everyone that hangs on a tree, confirms our hope, which depends on the crucified Christ, not because he who has been crucified is cursed by God, but because God foretold that he would be that which will be done by you all, by those like to you, who do not know that this is he who existed before all, who is the eternal priest of God and King and Christ. So I don't know how Justin Martyr can think that Jesus Christ is created if he thinks he's eternal. I don't know how that works. Me personally, I don't know how that works for real. You know what I mean? So it's almost like these Muslims are just talking out the side of their jaws. You feel me? I don't like that.
Agent because of the for the purpose to actually create the rest of the world. It's a kind of Neoplatonic or Platonic doctrine of the Logos. I mean, you can say that you think this is talking about what is it, eternal manifestation or
Economic procession.
yeah. But I just don't see this. So for example, J.N.D. Kelly says this. One second.
And I'm curious too, while you're looking that up, how do you exactly see then the analogy of light of light in light of, no pun intended, what you're speaking of itself?
Oh, well, it's coming from the same source. That's the idea, that the light is coming from the same source. But even, I mean, if we were really to press that, which I'm not trying to, but if we really press the analogy scientifically, of course, the light that shines forth from the sun comes later than the sun itself. I mean, they're not, it's the rays that reach us, right, shine forth and exist temporally after the sun itself. So,
Well, I mean, kind of. So if you're talking about like the actual effect of what we see, yes, but like you would never say the core of the sun could exist without its rays, right?
I don't know what you mean by the core of the sun.
Like the core, let's just say like the ball of
I mean,
the sun.
obviously the sun developed over time. I mean, it didn't just...
Yeah, but I'm saying that let's just say you take the core of the sun as it is now. You were to take it out of this universe and plop it into another universe. Would there be any sort of simultaneous second into which the rays didn't exist? I would say no.
No, but that's not the point.
So when you
That
say
is the point, bruh. All right.
the rays reach Earth, that's a lot different.
That's the analogy. That's when because he says here the world.
Amen.
He says the world which was created, he makes him visible, and then he says, and begetting him as light of light. So the light shining forth is the act of the begetting.
Hold on, so this is perfect.
Begetting him as light of light. That's called consubstantiality. Yeah.
So you said the only distinction, right? You said the rays always exist with the sun, but the distinction is the effect, right, of when they're in Earth, when they're in time. That is the difference. It's the effect. It's the same thing with the sun. That the sun always exists with the Father. He's distinct in some way from the Father, like the rays are some way distinct from the sun itself. And again, we're not going to say this is a pure analogy for the Trinity. I don't use any analogy for the Trinity typically, but we see that the difference is him within time, when he is manifested in time. That's the distinction. In the same way, the distinction between the rays, time, quote unquote, and the core's time, quote unquote, is going to be when it manifests on earth. That's the same exact thing with Christ. The distinction between him being in time and out of time is his manifestation on earth.
Yeah, but it's. I mean, again, I'm not just trying
Yeah, but no.
to appeal to scholarship, but if you look at any scholar who deals with Hippolytus or this kind of idea of the Logos shining forth from the Father at a particular moment in time, everything that he said is based upon temporality. It's based upon the fact that he's actually willing. He will, when he wills, right? He says here, when he willed and as he willed, he manifested his word in the times determined by him. And
So I wonder if Jake thinks that we think that he's using scholarship like unbiasedly. I really think that Jake thinks in his head we think that he uses scholarship unbiasedly.
he made him all. He made by him. Sorry, and by him he made all things. When he wills, he does, and when he thinks, he executes. When he speaks, he manifests. All of this is happening in time. There's no doctrine of eternal generation in Hippolytus.
So by him he made all things, right?
Yes, I agree.
Was
with that.
Christ made?
See, this is where it goes
That's
back.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, this is where it goes back to the same exact
Does he he said there's no doctrine of eternal generation in Hippolytus?
point that you said before when he said he made all
Perfect. Another perfect usage of the handy dandy. Let's see.
things. Well, God himself is a thing. So did he make himself? No. There can be
Oh, no, all
there-
things
So I have all of Hippolytus's works in the handy dandy, by the way. So we're gonna see.
that are made. So like Colossians says,
He already
made,
said in the actual passage that he was made. He said, in conceiving the word in mind and willing and uttering the world, he made it. He continues here, and straight away it appeared, formed it as it had pleased him. For us then, it is sufficient simply to know that there was nothing contemporaneous with God. Besides him, there was nothing. But while he was existing alone, there existed in plurality. And then that's when he's talking about the reason, the wisdom, the power of God. Then when he willed, and as he willed, he manifested his word. The word became begotten to exist outside the Father. In other words, you cannot show a single text where Hippolytus of Rome affirms eternal generation. There's no eternal generation in
yeah,
Hippolytus.
my entire point though would be that this is talking about the incarnation itself. Because again, if you're going to say that him being made is talking about his existence in general, well, if he believes that he is made, but then also believes that Christ made all things that were made, because again, as John and Colossians both talk about the fact, they say very clearly, he made all things that were made. So that's why your argument earlier where you said, oh, okay, well, all things, okay, well, the Father's a thing. Well, he's saying, like John and Paul and Colossians specifically say, all things that were made through him.
yeah.
Now, if Christ was made, that would be some sort of contradiction here, that all things that were made specifically were made through him. Well, then you're gonna have to say Christ made himself through himself.
No, it wouldn't be a contradiction no more than
course
when
it would be.
you say that the Son is sinless, but yet all men have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God.
The
It's
Son
the
is
same
not a
idea.
mere
There's an
man.
exception. There can be exceptions to general language that's being used in the same way that you tried to make an exception regarding Justin in chapter 5 of the dialogue. So there's no relevant difference.
Well, the relevant difference, I think, is that the fathers, they actually make the distinction between, for example, when they talk about the fact that all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God, the fathers make it very clear that this is going to be normative. It's a normative description that Christ is outside of this. I don't see anywhere in the fathers where they're saying, oh, well, when he made all things, that's a normative, and it's besides himself. I don't see any fathers ever saying that.
Okay, so let me just read a quote from a scholar here. Yancey Warren Smith says, Hippolytus, as above, expressed the mystery of the existence of the Logos in the mind of the Father before the creation of the world. For him, the Logos exists only in potential and in silence until the will of the Father brings him forth. Okay, and I can quote even the Catholic Encyclopedia. I have many sources here. They all say that there's an initial stage of the Logos that exists within God, in the Father, and then the act of generation or begetting is not an eternal generation. It's a generation, not as you said, for the incarnation. It's a generation where the Son or the Word then begins to exist outside of the Father, and at that point he becomes a personal agent, and then the Father creates things through the Word outside of him. It's for the purpose of creation. It's not for the
But
purpose of incarnation.
where are you seeing the Father say this happens before the world, though?
He just said it.
You read a scholar.
No, I read the actual quote
Just now?
is describing it. The actual quote.
You just say you're reading a scholar.
Yeah. But the actual quote itself that we were originally going over before, which I read, okay, he says, he tells you when it takes place. He says, besides him, there was nothing. But he, while he existing alone, yet existed in plurality. For he was neither without reason, nor wisdom, nor power, nor counsel, and all things were in him, and he was all. When he willed, and as he willed, he manifested his word in the times determined by him, and by him he made all things. When he wills, he does, and when he thinks, he executes. When he speaks, he manifests. When he fashions, he contrives. For all things that are made, he forms by reason and wisdom, creating them in reason and arranging them in wisdom. He made them as he pleased, for he was God. And as the author and fellow counselor and framer of the things that are in formation, he begot the word.
Guys, here, I can show you on the handy dandy. One more again. This is why we love the handy dandy. This is why we love the handy dandy, to fact check people on what's being stated. All right. So, Hippolytus of Rome, on Contra Noetum, chapter 16, he says, moreover, you're asking on account of the generation of the Word, whom God the Father in his good pleasure begot as he willed. Rest satisfied with the word spoken by Christ. That which is born of the Spirit is Spirit. Just as, speaking by the prophet of the generation of the Word, he shows the fact that he is begotten, but reserves the question of the matter and means to reveal it only in the time determined by himself. For he speaks thus, from the womb, before the morning star, I have begotten thee. Hippolytus, but the Hippolytus doesn't ever speak on eternal. Hippolytus doesn't ever speak on eternal generation, according to Jake the Meta. He doesn't speak on it, according to Jake the Meta.
And he bears this word in himself, and that too, as yet invisible to the world, which is created, he makes him visible and uttering the voice. So it's all.
Where does he say he makes them before the world, though? He doesn't say that anywhere there. He doesn't say he makes them before the world.
You're not understanding. The act of begetting takes place prior to the creation of the rest of the world.
I agree.
Yeah, you agree with that. The question is whether or not that happens eternally, or that happens at, as the two-stage logos theorists believed, at a moment prior to creation, or however you want to phrase it, at the moment of creation, he comes forth, and then that's the point in which he creates the rest of the world through the word.
Yep. If it's prior to creation, then it's before time. What are we talking about, bro?
But he says at times he fashions it, so it's clearly more than once. So he's not just talking about one single act of begetting, but he's talking about by will he does these things as he fashions in time. So it's going to be talking about different things. And I think this is alluding to the fact that we have theophanies in the Old Testament, and then we also have in the New Testament Christ's final incarnation. And so we would say that later on, these are the things that he's talking about that later on are fashioned.
Nick is doing a very good job at keeping up with the line of logic that Jake is trying to hold to, though Jake is a little all over the place and still showing the absurdity in what Jake is trying to say and his misunderstanding and misappropriation of the fathers that he's trying to, purport. Good job, Nick.
the early theophanies, Christ appearing to the people as God, as the angel of the Lord, etc. He's manifesting to them. He's manifesting in time, in some sort of, whether or not he's in flesh or not, you could argue, because Genesis 18 seems to be that he was in some sort of flesh eating with Abraham, with the angels as well. And then in the incarnation later on, when he is manifested in flesh and physically.
Yeah, so there's another passage here by Hippolytus. He says that he showed all power given by the Father to the Son, and it's referring to Matthew 28:18, who is ordained Lord of things in heaven and things on earth and things under earth, and judge of all, Philippians 2:10, of things in heaven, because he was born, the Word of God, before all ages, and of things on earth, because he became man in the midst of men, to recreate our Adam through himself, and of things under the earth, because he was also reckoned among the dead, preaching the gospel to the...
Am I just hearing things? Hey, our creed says we believe in one Lord Jesus Christ, begotten of the Father, before all ages. What do you think that means? If he's begotten or born before all ages, sir, what are we talking about? What is this, bro? All right, man.
the souls of the saints, 1 Peter 3:19, and by death overcoming death. So why is he showed all power? Why did the Father have to show him all power?
Well, because the Father shows him all things. All things are from the Father through the Son and the Holy Spirit, according to us in the monarchy.
Okay, so he had to show him all power.
This goes along with what I read in John 5:19, and he shows him all things.
I don't know why Nick isn't capitalizing off of that. Again, I think it's because of the relaxed setting, and it's kind of more of a discussion. Nick's not really in attack mode for real. So, I don't know. Usually Nick would catch something like that, bro.
Begotten, as you said, where is he begotten? He's begotten before the creation.
Amen.
Before the creation of the rest of the world.
Amen.
So
It says before all ages, though. That's the part. Before all ages, sir.
I just don't see how you're not seeing that there's two stages. Okay, let me ask a different question.
Sure.
Do you see in the early church writers, whether it be Hippolytus, Tertullian, these different church, although you don't consider Tertullian church father, but church writers, let's say, do you consider them to have two stages of the logos or one stage?
No, I don't think they have two stages. I don't think they hold a two-stage logos, no.
Okay, so you don't think any of them hold the two-stage logos theory?
No.
Okay. Well, it is what it is. I'll let people be the judge of that.
So, yeah.
I think we should kind of get to the other points.
Okay, what did you want to go over with the logical stuff?
So the logical stuff, because I mean, we can talk about history and exegesis all day. I don't have a problem with that, but I just don't want to close out before we get to that. So
Sure.
From the Muslim perspective, we believe that the Trinity is three gods.
Right.
Okay. So what stops a person from counting the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit as three gods?
Well, I mean, I'll answer this, but I mean, we pretty much already had a formal debate on this exact topic. But I think what stops them from being three gods is going to be the fact that they share in this nature that is not a universal, right? I think the distinction between that, and a lot of people mention, okay, well, we have one human nature, is the fact that we have a different particular instantiation of that human nature. I don't think the divine nature is a universal or particular. And so I think that the fact they share in the divine nature, and specifically all great-making properties.
If it's not a universal or particular, what is it?
I think God transcends universals and particulars, because I think all
What does that mean?
all universals are going to be created, because a particular comes after in time the universal. Necessarily, it has to. And so since God is outside of time,
Why is that? Why does that have to be the case?
well, because that's what an instantiation is. Instantiations are instantiations of something else. You can't have you would agree you can't have a particular before universal, right?
You reject Branson and Jay Dyer's view that Gregory actually conceived of, or Branson explicitly says this in his PhD thesis and other places, that he believes Gregory believed that the divine nature, Gregory of Nyssa that is, believed the divine nature was a universal. So you reject that, and
He does not believe, bro. I have really hate people relying on the fathers like that, dog. Gregory does not say that the divine nature of God is a universal. He says ousia is likened to universal, whereas hypostasis is likened to particular. But it is not. He does not say that the divine essence of God is a universal. Like, why do you? I hate when people lie, bro.
reject that the persons are, in some sense, instantiations of the divine essence. You don't agree with that?
I don't think that they're instant. No, how we're using the term particular, I don't think they're instantiations, because instantiations are going to come after. You can't have a particular before a universal. I'm sure you would agree, but you can have a universal before a particular, right?
But they're all eternal, according to you.
What's all eternal?
The persons.
Yeah, the persons, which is why I'm saying since universals come temporally prior to a particular, then that would mean that the persons themselves aren't going to be universals or particulars.
Why can't they exist at the same time?
Well, because you already admitted, right? Or maybe you don't. So I'm asking you clearly. Can particulars exist before universal?
They can exist at the same time.
No, I'm asking, can they exist before?
I think, well, my view, I believe in divine conceptualism. So I think the universals are within God's mind.
I mean, you're a nominalist, right? Or maybe I'm wrong.
I'm a conceptualist. So I believe that the universals are within God's mind or knowledge eternally. And he himself is also a particular. So I see them as existing at the same time. It's not.
Okay. First off, he said his God is a particular. Let's just put that right there to the side. We'll address that part later. Nick asked, do particulars exist before universals, or do universals exist before particulars? What's before? Biss said, well, universals exist in the mind of God, and God is a particular, so at the same time. All right, bro. I almost wanna move on to Arrow's joint, because it's gonna be way more exciting watching Arrow's joint at this point, bro. All right, dog.
You think God's also universal?
No, I said that the universals, for example, whatever category it may be,
Redness.
yeah, universals exist eternally within the knowledge and mind of God.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, but did you say he was a particular?
Yeah, God
What
is
is he a particular of?
Yeah.
God is a particular, meaning he is a distinct thing.
Well, particulars are instantiations of a universal.
No, they don't have to be. That's
What
just
kind of particular?
Why, bro?
A particular is merely just in the way that I'm using the term. A particular is just an individual thing that is distinguished from other things. That's all a particular is.
Well, it would be an instance of something, though.
No, it doesn't have to be, unless you already assuming a particular idea of universals, which I don't accept.
Well, I mean, I've never heard anyone define a particular as not being
All a
an instance.
particular, bro, all a particular is a distinct entity that is different than other entities. That's all a particular
But
is.
how are they different?
How is what different?
How do particulars differ?
They differ in all of their properties.
Well, not necessarily all of their properties, right?
In my view,
wait, all of them?
Yes. Of
So, like,
course.
you think, like-
I don't believe in universals that exist in entities outside of the mind.
So you think we would have two different human natures?
I believe that everything that exists, there's nothing which is completely identical.
Well, completely identical. I mean, I agree in every sense, but can things be identical in absolutely identical in one sense? Take, for
Not-
example, if you have a Lamborghini. You have a Lamborghini Urus and you have a Lamborghini Huracan. Would they be identical in their brand?
They're not identical in any sense.
In their brand? Okay, what's
Oh, they're not really two Lamborghinis, guys. They're not actually two cars with the exact same brand Lamborghini, guys. Okay. All right, fine.
the distinction in the brand?
It's a name. It's a name which is ascribed. This is going to go into, I mean, we could debate nominalism if you want, but my point is, your view, when you're asking me a question, you're asking from my view. I don't have the same view of universals. For me, I don't believe in Platonic idea of universals, that they exist in some realm of the forms like Plato believed. I don't believe it like Aristotle believed, or a sort of moderate kind of realism that they exist in the physical objects itself. I don't believe that this book and the other book that's in my bag, that there's this thing which is called bookness, which actually exists in the entity, and there's something that is literally shared between this book and that book. I don't believe that exists.
But like, okay, if we have like my water bottle and your water bottle.
I believe that there's not a single thing at all that is identical in this water bottle and this.
But
Not
it's
even in
not
molecular
both
makeup?
water?
So they're not both H2O?
Well, nothing. There's
Wait,
nothing-
which
there's
one? Is
nothing
yours
identical.
H2O or is mine not H2O?
What I'm saying to you is the H2O
Biss said they not both water. Oh, God. Woo! Hey, man, this is all right.
molecules, all of them are particular.
But
all
I'm
of,
sa- no, but
there's nothing universal.
I'm just talking about the molecular makeup, though.
Yes, the molecular
I know, it's a
makeup,
tongue twister, I know.
the molecular makeup, right, double M, is H2O. But H2O is abstract. Each one of the H2O molecules
Chrysostom
is
has
particular.
donated
There's
€1
nothing universal
and says, "Sent heart me, X1."
Thanks.
or identical that's in this bottle, that's in that bottle. The fact that you think so, to me, is so bizarre.
They have the same molecular makeup. Whether you go down to the actual.
We tripping? Oh, so we got the issue. Oh, I refuse to be gaslit. I refuse to be gaslit. There's no way you're gonna sit here in my face and tell me that these two bottles of water are not both bottles of water and then say I'm tripping for thinking so. No. We need to hurry this up. I'm trying to get the arrow stuff.
If you
Okay,
go to
which
actual
atom?
atoms-
Which atom is the same as that atom?
No, I don't think that the atoms are the same. I think if you're saying that,
You think that there's this thing called H2O-ness, which is in there,
well,
which
I
is
think
also
that's
in
what we
there.
call the molecular makeup. Now, I'm
No,
saying if you just say,
everything is-
everything's different by the atom,
Everything is
well, how
particular.
do you even call yourself one human then?
Everything, dude, this is the point that I'm making. My view and our view is that everything that exists as a particular. Everything is a particular, whether it be atoms, whether it be molecules, whether it be God, whether it be books, everything that exists is a particular. There is no sharing of, metaphysically, there's no sharing from this book to this to this. There's no sharing.
How do you constitute yourself as one human then?
What do you mean, how do I constitute myself? as
How
one
are you
human?
one human?
How do we tie this back to Jesus?
Well, I think that
No,
we're
well,
kinda,
the reason why we
I
got
think
off-
we're kind of talking about the Trinity now, not
No,
Jesus
no.
is God.
Yeah.
Host said, "Frick, y'all talking about, bro?" Brian said, "The hell has got to do with what? The hell has got to do with Jesus?" Let's get back to the Bible, man. Brian, funny, bro.
Yeah.
forget my view about universals, because whatever, we're going to have different views, and then that's just going to be us debating about what universals are and how God relates to them. It's the whole thing. What I'm saying to you is, okay, do you believe that classical identity exists?
Yeah, I mean, it
Okay,
exists, of course.
okay, it exists. So it's a real relation.
Of course.
And can we count things by it?
Yeah, I mean, you can count things by indiscernibility, right?
Okay, so you count things by indiscernibility.
Yeah, you can
Do
count
you
that way.
count gods by indiscernibility?
Well, I'm just using relative identity,
So you don't count gods by discernibility.
not just the type of indiscernibility I assume that you're referring to. It's not going to include relative identity necessarily.
It's just that, for example, the Father is God, the Son is God, the Father is unbegotten and begets the Son, and the Son is begotten of the Father. So they have different properties. We agree that the Father and Son are not, strictly speaking, identical in every respect.
Of course, not
Okay.
identical in every respect.
So they're not identical in every respect, so they're discernible. So if we were counting by identity, two things, Father and Son, which both have the title God or are called God, the normal way, if we were to count by discernibility, strictly speaking, they would count as two gods, correct?
Well, I think that if you're using God as some sort of distinction there, saying, okay, well, we have one God here, and then this God is distinct from the other, sure.
Also, if using God as a count noun, which from the Orthodox standpoint, I don't believe we do so, then we can do God as a agent noun.
But when I'm using relative identity, I'm saying that they're identical in their godhood.
I accept that. But
And so
okay,
I
what
don't
I mean
think
by
of them as
God
two
is
gods.
an individual with the divine nature. The Father is
so-
an individual
so
with the,
it-
is a person or an individual with the divine nature, and the Son is an individual or person with the divine nature. Going back to the particular thing, is the Father a particular?
No, I don't think the Father, Son, or Holy Spirit are particulars. I think particulars are instantiations of universals.
So the Father, Son, both in terms of the nature, the divine nature is not a universal or particular,
Correct.
and the persons themselves are not universals or particulars.
Correct. I think they transcend those. Correct.
Okay, so they transcend those categories, and it's ineffable.
Yeah.
Would you say?
I mean, yeah, to a certain degree, of course.
Because for me, I don't understand what it means, but let's go with that. So when I say particular or individual, I mean in terms of distinctness. That's the way that the term is usually used. That a particular here in this case is just something that is, it's a thing and it's distinguished from other things. The Father is a thing, or maybe you don't want to use that word, whatever. The Father is,
Well, I wouldn't say it's like another thing. It depends on using it.
he exists.
Yeah.
Okay? The Father exists.
Hey, good. hey, good job, Nick, for not saying that the Father and the Son are two different things. Y'all will see why that's funny soon. Don't worry.
Son exists, and each one of them are distinct. They have different attributes or properties, or however you want to phrase it.
Yep.
I'm saying if we were to count by mere distinction, that you have one individual, the Father, a second individual, or one person, one divine person, the Father, second divine person, the Son, then if we were to count by Leibniz's law or mere discernibility, they would count as two gods.
Yeah, I think the difference is when we're using relative identity, we're saying the way that they're identical is going to be in that they're God. And so since they're identical in that they're God, we're not going to count them as multiple gods, but they're going to count them as multiple persons. So in the way that they're distinct is going to be in their personhood, in their hypostasis. So they're going to be identical in this way, which is godhood, but they're going to be distinct in the way, which is their personhood.
I understand that. We can get to the relative identity. That's fine. I'm saying, do you grant that if we were not holding to relative identity, and that we counted the Father and Son,
Well, do you grant that if we were incorrectly viewing this term, or incorrectly viewing this notion, then you could come to an incorrect view of this notion?
as God, by the fact that they're individuals, i.e. discernibility, or counting by classical identity, that they would count as three gods? That's a conditional statement.
Yeah, I
That's
think
not
if
saying
you're
that
using
you
the
count
term,
them that way.
I think if you're using the term God there in place of person, because you're saying that, okay, we have an individual here, an individual here, an individual there, that sounds like you're saying different persons.
Yeah.
And then you're putting God in that place. So of course, if you're just saying God kind of in place of personhood, well, then you could say that. That's just not how we speak, though.
Not how who speaks.
Cool Christians, we don't speak.
Okay,
we-
exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm agreeing with you that as a Christian, you don't want to say that. But I'm saying to you, what is semantically, linguistically, logically, however you want to phrase it, which of those categories?
Also, even if we were to pick out God to mean person, we still wouldn't say three gods. We would say three who are God. That would still be the proper articulation if God is picking out person there. Like we don't have to be like they're clearly being linguistically disingenuous. So what are we doing?
Makes it impossible such that I, as a Muslim or someone else who's an outside observer, why is it not possible to count them, the Father and Son, by discernibility in the way that I just said? How is that not possible?
Well, because we don't think that there's any distinction in the actual Godhood itself. So when you're saying, okay, we have one person here, one person there, one person there, and we're counting those because of their distinctions of different God, well, I don't think there's any distinction in the great making properties themselves.
Okay, now we're getting back to the universal thing. Okay, is there anything distinct from the bottleness of this bottle and your bottle?
How do you describe bottleness to be?
That's my point. So what do you mean when you say?
Well, I described it. I said the great making
When you
properties,
say there's nothing,
which like omnipresence, omnipotence.
Okay,
like
sorry,
that.
I didn't hear you say that.
Okay.
So when you say that the godness is the same, or I don't know exactly how you phrased it, divinity, let's say divinity,
Sure.
okay, is the same in the Father and the Son, you're referring to their omni-properties.
Yeah.
Okay. Are the omni-properties, the fact that God is all-knowing, all-powerful, etc., just for people to understand, are those
Ayo. If he brings up Jesus not doing the day and hour, I will pour the rest of this drink on my face. And I am lying. Like, let's see.
essential properties?
Yeah.
Okay. So you and I and Brian are humans. We're three humans.
Yeah.
Do we have the same essential properties required to make us a human?
I think we have the same general properties that make us human. I don't think that those properties are absolutely identical. I'll give you an example. I think both of us could agree to be a human, you have to have a soul. That is something we both have. But now our souls are not absolutely identical, even though they're essential to us. So we both have this essential thing, but they're not absolutely identical. Whereas in the Father and the Son, they might have this omniscience, omnipresence. Well, this is the absolute same in both of them. There's no distinction.
But what is identical in us that makes us both human?
Well, again, I agree. It's the fact that we have things like, because we would say rationality and animality. We would say is the two things that you would need to be considered a human. And we both have rationality and animality. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean our animality, like our flesh, has to be identical, but we have to have flesh, or we have to have a soul.
Of course, I'm not saying that we have.
And so I'm saying we
identical
have those
flesh.
essential properties, but those essential properties themselves can differ in themselves
Yes,
between us.
they're
But
different.
in the Father and the Son, though, there's no difference between them.
Okay, so because they share omni properties that don't differ,
Mhm.
right? This is why they're going to count as one God.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm saying to you, an
Also, their operation is why they count as one God.
individual with the divine nature is
That's like crucial. That's what the Cappadocians teach and defeat by their opponents. Like me and you and all of us, we have different operation. The Father and Son and the Holy Spirit, it's an inseparable operation. That's why he's counted as an agent noun and I count noun. It's one God because it's one operation.
a God.
Mhm.
Do you agree?
An individual with a divine nature. I mean, yeah, we would say that that's God, and another individual with divine nature would be the same God, not a
Right,
different
and
God.
I'm saying you're saying it's the same God based upon your relative identity method for counting
Yep.
gods. And I'm saying if conditional, if we count them as here's a being or an entity or thing, however you want to phrase it, that is called God, and here's another entity that's not identical to the other entity, is also called God. If we were to count in the way that, I mean, I can even go, if you want me to give you the exact quote from Branson, which I read out in our previous debate, of how he is talking about that we count by identity. If we count by identity, and I don't know why you're not just admitting this, if we count by class
Branson says we don't count by identity though. I don't know why Jake keeps doing this, bro.
identity or Leibniz's law, they would count as two gods.
Well, so I'm saying it depends how you're cashing out the term God. I'm saying it's possible that you can get two gods, depending on how you actually cash that out. I don't disagree with that.
Okay, so Branson says, today we count F's by logical subjects that are two discernible from, or at least not identical to. So what discernible means is not identical. It means just not identicality. Today we count F's by one, logical subjects that are two discernible from, or at least not identical to one another and are F. That is, if X and Y differ in any way and are both F-ish, we count them as two F's. Now, if I were to plug that in, today we count F's, meaning gods, by logical subjects that are two discernible from, meaning Father and Son, are discernible from each other or not identical to one another, and are F, are God. That is, if X and Y, Father and Son, differ in any way and are both F-ish, meaning are both God-ish or both God, we count them as two F's or two gods. That's how it is. All it means is there are two things which have this name that are logical subjects that are both F, are both God, and they differ, they're not identical, they're discernible from each other. We would count them as two F's or two gods. Branson freely admits this.
Well, like I said,
So
it
don't see why
depends
you're
on,
not
again,
admitting
it depends on the type of, again, how you're using God, how are you using this identity. My
I'm
point
using
is,
God as a logical subject
my
that
point
has this Fness and is not identical to another subject that has this Fness.
well,
That's
again,
just
I
as a
already
start.
said, though, it's possible if you use this sort of way to come to the conclusion of two gods, depending on how you use the term God. I'm saying I'm using relative identity in mind, though, which
Yeah,
is
so
not
why
an
can't
issue.
I count this way?
Well, I'm not saying that you can't count another way. I'm saying this is how I'm counting. So if you're going to critique my view, you're going to have to critique my counting method.
So, but if you're going to critique, can you critique my counting method?
No, I'm saying that if you're, because you're doing
Don't give a
internal
damn
critique on
about
me,
your
right?
counting
You're not doing
method, bro.
internal critique?
No, not necessarily. No.
You're doing on Jesus as God, on the Orthodox view, right?
No, in this part of the discussion, we're talking about the Father and Son both being God, and they're distinct from each other. And I'm saying to you, what stops me or doesn't allow for me to count them in the way that we just said? He said, Branson is saying, this is the normal way in which we count today.
The operations, Nick. I don't know why Nick isn't saying the operation.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said that, yeah, we can count by identity. We count other things by identity. So the only thing that's stopping me from counting them by identity or discernibility such that there were two gods is you telling me, bad boy Jake, you shouldn't do that because the Orthodox Church says you can't.
Well, my entire point is you can count anything by anything, right? So if I say, like, for example, and not to bring up Islam, but if I say Allah, okay, his right hand, he has two hands that are right. Okay, if I say that, oh, I'm going to count those as two gods, right? Because they are,
Which you tried to do.
Be they're distinct in some way. Kind of did successfully, but
No, you tried to do that. So
how'd you say it? 99 ontologies?
yeah,
man? I don't
99
know.
ontologies in the way that
I'm talking about sodium chloride. This song to when I walk by. I'm talking sodium chloride. This song to when I walk by. I'm talking sodium chloride. I'm blasting on it. I'm blasting on it. I'm blasting on it.
Nick, why you giving that man EPTSD? Theon said, "Don't be hitting the gym." No, bro. Y'all have just been ignorant this entire time. That's okay. I let y'all be ignorant. Man, look. Why, Nick, are you giving that man PTSD? Come on.
I defined it. So my point is that if someone is counting in this way, first of all, you're granting this is a legitimate counting method in some cases.
Yeah,
This
there's
is
a lot of legitimate
No, but some
counting
people
methods.
don't grant this. This is a legitimate counting method in some cases. We didn't get a chance to go into what all of them are. And okay, let me ask you this: is there anything within God itself or Himself that you count by identity?
Anything within God?
Yeah,
I mean, I think it's
meaning-
type of identity. I
meaning-
think that anything in God you can count by relative identity, though.
No, I'm not saying that. But is there anything that you, Nick, personally count within God by classical identity or discernibility upon the definition that I just read from Branson, in the sense of either, well, we know you don't do that with gods.
Of course.
We know in terms of personhood or in terms of divine attributes or energies or whatever else. Within God, is there anything that you count by discernibility?
I typically just count them all by relative identity.
Okay, so you count them all by relative identity. But there are things within creation that you, or outside of God, that you do count by identity or discernibility.
Well, like what, for example?
I'm asking you. I don't know.
Well, you have to give me an example.
Anything that exists. 2 books.
I mean, you can even count 2 books by relative identity.
I
There's
know
no
that you
problem with
can,
that. So,
according to you.
I'm going to say that I'm just going to use relative identity for those too.
So, okay, well, I don't know. Before you said that there are some things that you do count by classical
No, I'm saying
identity.
you can count them by classical
I'm
identity.
not asking if you can. We got the point that you can. I'm asking, do you count anything by the relation of classical identity?
Well, I count pretty much everything that I can think of, unless you give me a better example by relative identity.
No, because there are some people who count some things by identity and some people who count by another relation. That's why I'm asking you your personal
Yeah,
position.
personally, unless you can give me anything else, I typically count everything I see by
Okay.
relative identity.
Okay.
And now, that's not me saying that you can't count something by another type of identity. I'm saying that I think that it's typically
So
okay
is
to
it
use
just a
relative identity.
convention?
Well, convention by what do you mean?
Convention. It's just a convention or a practice that you have. There's no overriding necessity of why somebody would have to agree with you to count everything by relative identity.
Well, I don't think that any sort of counting method has some sort of like underlying necessity behind it
Okay,
at all.
so it's conventional.
Well, it's conventional, I think, again, according to later patristics like Gennadios Galerios, for example. I think that he very clearly counts the thing.
What? Calling out the big guns. Gennadios Scaladios. Saint Gennadios Scaladios, by the way. Though I don't know why you forgot the saint part. He probably was trying to be. Probably didn't want to say saint to kind of like guise the. If there's any type of biasness that might be accused of him. But yeah, okay.
Things by relative identity as well. So that's why I'm counting by them, is because of the patristics.
Okay, so it's
themselves.
because
closing.
it's okay. So it's because
fine.
of it's so you count you count the Father and Son as one God because the patristics say that you should, the Church says that you should, maybe even the Bible will grant it for the sake of argument. Your tradition, the Eastern Orthodox tradition, says that according to you, I'm just granting it, that you should count by.
I'm not saying the Eastern Orthodox tradition says you have to count by this way, by the way.
Okay,
That's not
so
my claim.
can you be part of the Eastern Orthodox Church?
Saint Gennadios Scaladios. Can somebody put that in the comments for Armeco?
And count gods by discernibility or identity.
If you're using it in the way that it comes to one God, yes. If you're trying
But
to,
how
if you're-
would you?
By saying that the term God here is not going to be used for a person.
Well,
the
I'm
term
saying
God,
God
is being
here
used for
refers to
nature.
an individual with the divine nature.
Well, yeah, if you're saying that God there refers to an individual by nature, I would say no. I would say you would refer to God there then, specifically as
But
the
each
nature
person
itself.
is called God. So
Each
they can-
person is called God, but the question is why they're called God. They're
They're
called God
because
because of
they-
their nature.
Yeah, exactly. So they're an individual with the divine nature. So it's true to say that the Father is a person and that person is God.
So I think it matters why then. So since they're called God because of the nature, then we would say there's only different gods if there's different natures themselves, because that's what makes them God.
Okay, but my point is, there's nothing. Do you have an argument against my position to say, Jake, you want to count Father and Son as 2 gods by discernibility, and that you have an argument to show that I can't do that, that's logically, metaphysically, semantically, linguistically, any of those things, that it's impossible for me to do that?
Well, if you're talking about logical impossibility, I don't think that there's any sort of logical issue. I think that there would be a sort of metaphysical issue when we actually go into what the writings teach about what God is. Because again, when you're saying we count these as God, and you're saying I count God as an individual subject, well, now we're asking why do you count God as an individual subject? Why is that called God? And why is it not just the nature itself?
Because the nature itself alone is not God. The person is God.
But why is the person God?
The person's God according to you because he has all the omni properties.
So according to the nature is why he's God. So if it's according to the nature why he's God, I see no reason to say that God God itself is going to be distinct in godhood between the different individual rationales.
I'm not saying about distinct in godhood. I'm just saying.
Hey, Nick. Nick is in a flow state. Look at his face. Look at this face. That we're in a flow. He flowing right now. Okay. Yo. Hey, let's clap it up for Nick one good time. Relaxed, poised, flowing. And look at Buddy. Look at Buddy.
The omni properties.
So according to the nature is why he's God. So if it's according to the nature why he's God, I see no reason to say that God itself is going to be distinct in godhood between the different individual rationales.
I'm not saying about
Uncomfortable.
in godhood.
Look,
I'm just
uncomfortable.
saying
That never have to be.
I'm saying semantically it's appropriate to say that the Father is a divine person, and that divine person, the Father, is God. The same with the Son, and the same with the Holy Spirit. And if I can say that, and I plug it into what Branson said, then if I count them as God by discernibility, by the fact that they're a logical subject who's discernible from another logical subject, and they're both F-ish, they're both God, then they would count as two Fs or two gods in that system.
If
and
you're
I'm saying to
taking
you,
God.
there's nothing within your argumentation that says that, Jake, you can't do that. Logically speaking, it's fully consistent
Yeah,
for
I'm
me
not talking
to
about,
count them.
but again, I'm talking from a metaphysical standpoint. It wouldn't
But
make
purely
sense.
logically.
Well, again, I'm not arguing that it's a logical impossibility. I'm saying
So
metaphysically it
you're
doesn't make
agreeing
sense.
with me that it's logically possible that there are two gods in the
No,
Trinity.
See, here's the issue. Jake said, can you give me any argument with a logical, linguistical, metaphysical, whatever, of why I can't do that? Nick chose metaphysical, and he wants to stick on logical. This is called disingenuousness, bruv. It's crazy.
No, I'm saying that it's not logically possible because you have to take the metaphysics into account. If you're saying it's logically possible to count multiple things to be God, sure, it's
There's a
logically
difference
possible.
between metaphysical and logical
Yes,
possibility.
absolutely.
So,
wait,
is it logically possible for Jake to count the Father and Son as two gods?
No, I don't think that is logically possible because of
What's
the
the
fact that you
argument to show that
contradict
it's-
because you contradict the underlying metaphysics of it.
Contradicting the metaphysics doesn't contradict
if you
logic.
contradict the underlying metaphysics of what you're speaking about itself, then
what's
it's
the-
going to bring a logical
What's the
contradiction.
logical contradiction?
The logical contradiction is going to be the fact that you're going to be equivocating on the term God itself.
I'm not
You're
equivocating
well, yeah,
with
you're
God.
saying that the
I'm
term
using
God
the term
here.
God consistently.
No, wait, you're
a
not,
logical
though. You're not,
subject
though.
that is discernible from another that has the quality or title God.
But wait, you're not though, because you're saying that God here is going to be a reference to the individual subject.
Yeah.
But you're talking about the Trinity. In the Trinity, we don't reference the fact that they're different individual subjects as God, as different gods. We don't reference that.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's your convention. I'm saying if I were to count by discernibility in the way that I just expressed, they would count as two gods, and it's logically possible for me to do so, and it's also semantically possible for me to do so, but not according to the semantics of the Eastern Orthodox Church.
Yeah, so I'm saying if you're talking about that, then it's going to be a different God. It's not the Trinity that is
But
talked
this is
about in
just-
Christianity.
It's just
so
now it's based
if you're
mainly on convention.
because if you're saying that, okay, well, I'm using this based on logical possibility, guess what? You're not even talking about the Trinity. Because if you're going to say, no, this is the Trinity, guess what? Then you have to get into metaphysics. If you're only talking from a logical standpoint, well, then fine. But then
That's a great point. That was a beautiful point, Nick. That was a straight jab to the noggin, to the snozzer. Then you're not talking about the Trinity anymore. If you're rejecting our metaphysics, though talking about what we're talking about, then you're not talking about what we're talking about anymore. You're shadowboxing. You're talking about something else entirely. Beautiful point. Great squabs.
this isn't the Trinity.
I hate that the squabbles got like this with freaking 4 minutes left. But this should have been the squabbles from throughout the entire. That would have been much more of an exciting fight. But regardless,
that
But
we
that's
believe
what our debate
metaphysically.
before was on, right? Was
Yeah,
on logic.
absolutely.
So then
And
you're agreeing with me.
you agree
so
with
you're
that,
agreeing
right?
with me. You're agreeing with me that it's logically possible to count them as two gods.
Not if you're talking about the Father and the Son that is spoken about in Christianity, because now you're getting into metaphysics. So in closing, guys, I think that we see, or at least 3 church fathers so far, right, that were pre-Nicaea, that are very clearly said to be talking about the Trinity. They're very clearly said to be talking about the fact that Jesus is God. So we have 3 early church fathers prior to Nicaea. We have the Gospel of John as well, being shown that Jesus is God. He admitted that Christ is committing shirk there. So we have Christ committing shirk in the Gospel of John. We have a multiplicity of church fathers speaking on the fact that Jesus is God himself. And we have many other verses that we didn't even get to go through either. So I see no issue to say that Jesus is God. I've not heard a good argument yet as to why Jesus is not God. Rather, it seems more or less like they are arguments from silence. Like maybe these things he wrote, maybe there's some forgeries written later on, maybe there's this, maybe there's that. Maybe I can count a different way, but it's going to be something completely different, and it's not even the metaphysics of the Trinity anymore. So I think when it's all said and done, we see there's no issue with Jesus being God and the Most High God. The early church fathers believe it. The Bible teaches it. And so that's what I believe.
Okay. Obviously, I'm going to say the exact opposite, right?
oh, I think I know why Nick had his hat to the back. I know this is random because of the light. If the light, if they're trying to light his face, his hat was probably in the way, blocking the shadow. That's probably why they had his hat to the back.
What? So,
No way, you weren't convinced, man?
I'm going to
Say your Christian Shahada, man.
I'm going to shock some people, right? So what we saw here is Gregory of Nazianzus is admitting, as I quoted,
All right, That's enough. Hey guys, shout out to Nick. Twice a W squabble. That was our union fight. If you guys enjoyed that, let it be known that you guys enjoyed that. I think Nick did. I think Nick did really well. He it was a little slow paced. But union fights are kind of like that. To get the feelers, get the little feelers. You know what I'm saying? There might be one or two nice little oohs. But it really don't get intense until the end, especially when you have cautious fighters like Jake the Metaphysician and Nick. They tend to be on they tend to squabble on the level of caution and precision rather than just sprawling. Regardless, I think this was a wonderful squabble. We love the squabbles over here. So that was that. Now we're gonna move on to a non-union fight, but me personally, I think this is a really great fight. 2v1. Just fight in the street. Have to go to the link it was sent to me. I think it was sent to me. Let me see. Boom. Oh no, it wasn't. Oh snap. I thought it was sent to me. Dang. Arrow is if Arrow is in the Arrow, what is the channel? Or what's the link? So we can go to it. I thought it was sent to me. I was mistaken. Okay. Arrow _ apologetics. Y'all go follow Arrow apologetics. Okay. Bet.
Arrow, what was your question?
All right. We in here now. Before we start, I'm gonna get me a refill on my hater tears. Give me 1 second. Y'all, if y'all need to get some refills on your stock stuff, now's the time to do so. Okay, go ahead. Okay. All right. For our second act of the live, we're going to be reacting to Arrow versus Jordan Travis and Abrahamos on the Filioque. Don't say I never put y'all on to nothing. You want some bussin' lemonade? Go to Trader Joe's and get you one of these right here. Okay? I promise you, you will not be disappointed. Okay? So we got our hater tears. Okay? Got our snacks up. And yeah. So I was here. Just a little preface to the story before we start. I was there on the live when all this went down. Okay? I wish that the comments were posted or were recorded when this was recorded. But look, Arrow said, Hey Jordan, why are you leaving? I thought I just wanted to discuss the Filioque. Jordan said, oh, bet. Let's get it then. I'll stay. Let's go. Arrow said, perfect. Let's commence.
Oh yeah, I just want to ask, what do you think formally constitutes the Son?
Now I'm gonna slow this one down a little bit because I may have to break certain things down because there's a lot of jargon and terms that may not be understood by everybody or the layman. So I'm gonna slow this down to 1.25, and then, there you go.
You said what formally constitutes the Son?
Yeah, it's the Son.
Your question? Arrow, what was your question?
Oh yeah, I just want to ask, what do you think formally constitutes the Son?
Now, guys, if you don't know what formally constitute means, it just means definitionally what makes the Son, like definitionally.
You said what formally constitutes the Son?
Yeah.
It's gonna be like filiation, being the Son.
Okay, filiation. So, and you affirm the Florentine axiom, right?
Which is what?
Which is just saying that whatever is in God, where there is no opposition, is one.
Yeah.
Whatever is in God is one and the
Fresh
same.
Bueller has donated $1 and says, "Sent heart me X1."
Thanks. Whatever is in God is one and the same except that which opposes or relationally opposes.
Okay, so would you say that there's an opposition between filiation and passive spiration?
Between filiation and passive spiration?
Yeah.
You mean, when you say filiation, do you mean like passive, like where the Son?
Now, Jordan just said what filiation is. So I'm just confused now, like why is it now is a clarification that's needed, right? He just identified what clarification, what the affiliation was. So now it's, what do you mean by affiliation? I don't, that's the part that'd be killing me, bro. All right, let's
Receives an opportunity? No, I wouldn't necessarily say that.
Okay, so
Like, you mean, when you say filiation, do you mean like passive, like where the Son receives an opportunity? No, I wouldn't necessarily say that.
Okay, so you would say that passive spiration and passive generation don't have any opposition?
No, you wouldn't say that they have opposition as the acts themselves, but you would have to say based off of the subjects that there would be something.
So what formally constitutes the Son and what formally constitutes the Spirit, there's no opposition between?
So what formally constitutes the Spirit is going to be spiration.
Yeah, passive spiration, right?
Yes.
And what formally constitutes the Son is passive generation, right?
Yeah, filiation.
Okay, so, and you said there's no opposition between passive generation and passive spiration?
No, because they're just going to be the acts. You wouldn't say that there's going to be a relation of opposition between the acts. It would be the persons who have the acts.
Now, the reason why that's kind of interesting is because from their standpoint, the persons are the relation. The persons are the relations. So when he makes a distinction between subject itself and the notional acts, well, and Arrow probably caught this, right? Exactly, Arrow. Arrow probably caught this, but for the sake of the trap that he was already trying to run, or the argument that he was trying to run, he probably just didn't address it. But if Jordan states that, well, there's going to be a distinction between the subject themselves versus the notional acts, then this denotes that mode of existence or mode of subsistence satisfies to the intellect a difference between the two. And they don't have to be opposed, i.e. the orthodox view. But probably for the sake of conversation, Arrow didn't address it and wanted to address it and he needs to address it. Cool. He's simply trying to focus on, based off of your notion of everything that is in God is one and the same, except that which relationally opposes. This and this don't relationally oppose, according to what you're saying. But let's continue.
But you said where there's no opposition in God, it's one. So you're saying that there's two sons.
No, that doesn't even follow.
Okay.
Exactly, Jimmy.
Yeah, how does that not follow?
So that would follow. Well, technically speaking, it wouldn't be two sons. You would just say, we kind of say two sons because it would have to be the same act, basically.
Little critique. I know Arrow said two sons. What he means is that the Son and the Spirit are one and the same. Like, there's no difference between the Son and the Spirit. The Son is the Spirit is the Son. That's what he's saying.
So
what's kind of say two sons? What do you mean by that?
Because that's our argument against you guys. So that's why we say that. Because you wouldn't be able to distinguish the persons otherwise.
Well, Errol, after the verbatim, you can come up and give your own commentary if you like. After I'm just commentating based off of what I'm trying to see you in the best light.
Because the acts
So
are.
that's just a two-quote. I'm asking.
No,
I don't affirm the
so I'm
philosophy.
specifying why I said that. I'm not saying that. Oh, you guys have to say this.
So yeah, that's just a two-quote though. I want you to actually address why.
That's not.
Because I also then don't understand how you're getting for two. Oh, you might be saying because of logical priority. Because initially, because I know the argument is basically that since they're not opposed, they're one and the same. So the Son is the Spirit, and the Spirit is the Son. But maybe if you're saying because the Son is technically logically prior, yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. I got you. I got you. So the Son is logically prior in their paradigm and even in our paradigm. So therefore, it would be two sons or collapsing into two sons since the Son is technically prior and causes the Spirit. I see what you're saying. Got you.
That wasn't me answering the argument, so it's not a two-quote question.
So just answer the argument.
Okay, so I'll answer the argument, but I was specifying why I said that. So, because the act of the intellect and the act of spiration is not going to be really distinct because they're both just going to be the essence that's possessed by the persons, you wouldn't say that there's a real distinction between the acts. You would say there's a real distinction between the persons that do the acts. That's why there's going to be a real distinction between the Holy Spirit and the Son, because there's a real distinction between passive spiration and active spiration.
Yeah, so you said that where there's no opposition in something in God, it's one. So if you're saying what formally constitutes the Son, which is passive generation, and you're saying what formally constitutes the Spirit is passive spiration, then you're saying those two terminuses are reducible.
Yeah, they're not.
So you are saying what I said you were saying. See, you said what I said you were saying earlier. They're just reducible. You know what I'm saying? That they collapse into one another. See.
Not distinguished by those acts. They're distinguished by the relations of opposition. So it's mixing up what the notional acts are.
Okay, so then the notion, if Jordan is saying that they're not distinguished by those acts, they're distinguished by the relation of opposition, then Errol's point stands. Then passive generation and passive spiration aren't what are distinguishing one another. Therefore, the notion is either held or not held. The notion that everything that is in God is one and the same except which relationally opposed is false, or they're one and the same. It's reducible.
Right,
I mean, that's fine. So I can grant that this. I'm not arguing that the Son and Spirit aren't distinct persons. I'm arguing that it's not a distinct terminus.
What?
Yeah, passive filiation and passive generation. Or sorry, passive spiration and passive filiation.
Yeah, because they don't even signify a term. You're mixing up the notion.
You don't think passive filiation is a terminus?
I forgot he said that. Passive filiation doesn't signify a term? Okay. Well, what?
When we say filiation, you're specifically talking about the acts. The terminus is going to be the person. So you're
which is passive generation, right? The terminus of active generation is
going to be the person, yeah. But
how does filiation not signify a term, though? I'm so confused.
Which is the person? Passive
what you're saying, hold on. What you're saying is the equivalent of like saying that, oh yeah, the Spirit is going to be distinct solely because he's not filiation. And we say that he's distinct because he comes forth from the Son and the Father.
But no, that's not what I asked. So that's not even the contention. I'm not arguing you can't distinguish the Spirit from the Son. I'm arguing that you can't distinguish what formally constitutes the Son and the Spirit.
Yeah, you can, because spiration comes forth from the Father and Son. That's why they're distinct.
That doesn't tell me how the terminus is different. That just tells me how many people, how many persons are participating in the act.
No, because you can't produce yourself. That's where the distinction lies.
What does that have to do with anything?
So mutual, Jordan is essentially saying, but he don't want it, shouldn't admit this, is that mutual exclusivity satisfies the formal the distinction of the formal constituents, or the things that make something what it is by definition, because it's incommunicable, which would be the disparate relation view. That would be our view, which is interesting.
Because when we say a relation of opposition, what's already going to be entailed is that there's going to be some sort of notional act that comes forth from a subject and then has a terminus.
Yeah, that's fine, but that's not actually addressing anything.
Yeah, so there's the terminus of passive spiration, that's just going to be the Son, right?
The terminus of passive spiration is the Son?
Well, the terminus of active,
he misspoke, we can be charitable.
Affiliation is just going to be the Son. And the terminus of active spiration is going to be passive spiration. It's going to be the Son, the Spirit.
Right, that's what I said. Okay, so the terminus of passive spiration is passive spiration opposed to passive generation?
No, only insofar as it's the person, which is going to be the term.
Okay, so passive generation and passive spiration aren't opposed to each other.
No.
Okay, so they're one.
Yeah, unless you're talking about the persons.
Okay, so is passive generation identical to the Son?
Passive, yeah.
Now, this was the first landmine that was stepped on. He didn't realize that he stepped on. Let's rewind it a little bit. Analyze this squabble.
But the persons. Yeah.
Okay, so passive generation. Okay, that's what I said. Okay, so the terminus of passive spiration is passive spiration opposed to passive generation?
No, only insofar as it's the person, which is going to be the term.
So no, only though insofar as the person.
Okay, so passive generation and passive spiration aren't opposed to each other.
Arrow sticks to the point of the articulation. It doesn't bite on the semantics and sticks to the point as a reversal. So they're not going to be opposed to one another. What does Jordan do?
Okay.
No. Anchor set. This is what we call setting an anchor. We've set your commitments to the point. You can't go nowhere here. Now that's set. Now let's move on to some more anchors that's going to bring down this guillotine for you. Okay?
Okay, so they're one.
Yeah, unless you're talking about the
Yeah, unless you're talking about the persons. Anchor set. That's called checking the chain.
Okay, so they're one.
Yeah, unless you're talking about the persons.
Okay, so is passive generation identical to the Son?
Next anchor. Now you're anchored in. Let's see if your doctrine is going to hold steady based off of these anchors that's set in you.
Passive, yeah.
Okay. So,
Identical to
and
the
passive
Same way
spiration is
that
identical to the Spirit, right?
the same way that you would say that the essence is identical to the Son.
What is that? No, I don't. That's not even like analogous.
It is, because when you're saying identical, you don't understand that we're positing a virtual distinction between these things.
Okay, so prior to the intellect is passive generation the Son?
Prior to the intellect,
Yeah.
it's going to end with the Son. So yeah.
No, so passive generation is the Son, right? And active generation is the Father producing the Son, right? Or begetting the Son?
Yeah.
The terminus of that act is the Son himself, which is passive generation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the terminus of active spiration is the Spirit, right? And you said there's no opposition between passive generation and passive spiration.
Okay, but you understand that you understand that active spiration comes from. Okay, when you talk about the notional acts, it's not going to be a terminus.
Yeah, I'm talking about passive generation and passive spiration.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the productive act.
So if you're talking about the persons, i.e., what terminates them, is going to be because one spirates the other. That's what's going to be the distinction.
Yeah. So I'm not asking about the distinction between the Son and Spirit. I'm asking about the distinction between what formally constitutes the Son and Spirit.
Yeah, that's going to be spiration.
Okay. So is there an opposition between passive spiration and passive generation?
If you're talking about the person of the Son spirating the Spirit, then yeah.
The passive generation isn't the person of the Son spirating the Spirit.
You said what?
Passive generation isn't the Son spirating the Spirit. That's the Son being begotten. That's the terminus of active generation.
Okay.
So I'm asking if the formal constituent of the Son, which you said is passive generation, if there's an opposition between that and passive spiration, which is the formal constituent of the Spirit.
If you're talking about it as the Son, then yes, it's going to be because of spiration.
So, but spiration isn't identical to passive generation, is it?
What do you mean identical?
Yeah. So are they reducible? Are they one?
No, they're different.
Second anchor. You didn't catch that. He's asking, okay, you already stated that passive generation and passive spiration are not opposed. Then you're saying, are they one and the same? You say, yeah, only insofar as the act, not the person. So, okay, is passive generation identical to the Son? And then he says what?
Yeah. So are they reducible? Are they generation? Is it?
the Son, then yes, it's going to be because of spiration.
Yeah, he's gonna say that the active generation is identical to the Son. Okay, is passive spiration and passive generation reducible? One and the same?
So, but spiration isn't identical to passive generation, is it?
What do you mean identical?
Yeah. So, are they reducible? Are they one?
No.
No, they're not reducible. They're not one. So that means passive generation and passive spiration are not the same. Okay? But remember this anchor that we already set? You said that they don't oppose. You said they don't oppose. Second anchor, but they're not reducible. Okay, now we're gonna have some problems.
They're different persons.
Because active spiration isn't what formally constitutes the Son, right? Okay.
It's
So we're talking about
contained.
we're talking about what formally constitutes them. So I asked you, is passive generation opposed to passive spiration? And you said no.
Okay, what makes them distinct?
Good use of referring him back to the first anchor set. Anchor is set. Okay? So whenever he tries to move or try to get out of there, hey, this anchor, remember that? Great use of referring it back to the anchor. That's how you set your anchors and check the chain. It's nice.
Distinguished is
good
because of
squabbles.
the spiration. So whenever you
I'm not asking
mention,
about what distinguishes the persons.
I get what you're saying, but when you're saying passive generation, you can say that there's going to be no distinguishing prior to what you would say is spiration, because it's going to be virtually contained in the Son.
Oh, that's not even the contention. So I'm asking.
But I'm telling you why it is the contention, because if you're just talking about the logical order of things, you're going to say, okay, yeah, the Father's first and then the Son's going to be second, which is going to be passive generation. Of course, there's not going to be any distinction because the Spirit isn't quote unquote spirated yet. So there's not going to be a distinction. It is, because there's not going to be a distinction until
I'm not
there's
even
a
talking
spiration.
about the logical ordering of things. I'm talking about determinants of the act. So what formally constitutes the Spirit is passive spiration. And what
Now, Jordan's attempt to get out of this is essentially saying that, well, the thing that's going to determine the distinction between the Son and the Spirit is already contained virtually in the Son, in the generation of the Son. So active spiration is already in the Son. So therefore, that's going to be the determiner or the distinction, the determining distinction that lets us say that the Son is not the Spirit. But Arrow's like, yeah, that's cool. I already told you. I'm not saying you can't distinguish the persons themselves. You can't distinguish the formal constituents of the persons. That's the point. That's the point. You're just telling me how you can distinguish the persons. I'm telling you, you can't tell me how you can distinguish the formal constituents of the persons themselves.
what formally constitutes the Son is passive generation. And there is no opposition between those two terms, right?
Yeah, because there wouldn't be an act of spiration yet. Because when you're saying,
So is there passive spiration after the Spirit has been terminated?
is there passive spiration after the Spirit has been terminated? Yes.
Oh, no, passive.
Wait, what? Back up.
Those two terms, right?
Yeah, because there wouldn't be an act of spiration yet. Because when you're saying,
So is there passive spiration after the Spirit has been terminated?
is there passive spiration after the Spirit has been terminated? Yes.
How? What? How? That was the first. Okay, so look. when these anchors are set, things start to get a little muddy. Things start to get a little muddy there. He said that there's passive spiration after the Spirit's been terminated. Okay, then why doesn't the Spirit spirate another spirit then? Okay. How many spirits then do you have? Sound like a oneness. Probably misspoke. But let's grant that he just simply misspoke again.
Oh, no, passive generation. So when the Spirit is formally constituted in logical ordering, right? When the Spirit has been spirated, is there still passive generation?
Yes.
So passive generation isn't only prior to the production of the spirit.
You said
That's
what?
what I'm. Passive generation isn't only prior to the production of the spirit, so that's not addressing the point.
What do you mean isn't only prior?
Yeah, so you're arguing that the reason that you can't have an opposition between passive generation and passive spiration is because the spirit hasn't terminated yet. But passive
Okay.
spiration is the terminus of the spirit. And you just said passive generation is still in existence after the spirit has been terminated. So that's not actually dealing with.
Right. So if you're not catching it, what Arrow is simply saying is that, remember, buddy, I'm talking about what formally constitutes the persons. What formally constitutes the persons is, for you, passive generation and passive spiration. You telling me that the spirit hasn't been produced yet with the affiliation of the son simply because the son is logically prior, doesn't mean anything to me, because when the spirit is produced, does passive generation still exist? Meaning, does the son still exist? Yeah. Cool. What's the difference? How are they opposed? How is passive generation opposed to passive spiration? You haven't actually answered anything. You're just saying things. You're not actually tracking the thing that I'm arguing.
The point.
Yeah, because the son doesn't lose the power of spiration.
Well, we're not talking about losing the power. We're talking about passive generation.
Yeah. So when you're considering these things, because all you're doing is considering it based off of the mind. That's why it's called a logical priority. So when you're considering these things,
if you guys are appreciating this breakdown, please like the live, share the live. I know you probably can't repost, but let us know if you're appreciating my breakdown. If I'm making these harder concepts more clearer to you, that makes me feel good too. Thank you, guys. Let's go.
have to consider them with some sort of logical order. So when you're saying passive generation or whatever you're saying, that's going to entail that affiliation is given to the son. That is not how we're going to be saying that, oh yeah, there's another person called the spirit. Because all you're saying is that, yeah, it's going to be virtually contained in that son because it's passed from the father. Now, what makes them distinct, the spirit and the son, is going to be that active spiration. That's how you make the distinction in your mind, because there has to be active spiration and passive spiration.
So Jordan is simply trying to say that for us, how we're distinguishing them is going to be how they relate to one another. That's why he says in your mind. But again, Arrow's argument is before the mind. Before the mind. Let me back up.
Now, what makes them distinct? That is not how we're going to be saying that, oh yeah, there's another person called the spirit. Because all you're saying is that, yeah, it's going to be virtually contained in that son because it's passed from the father. Now, what makes them distinct, the spirit and the son, is going to be that active spiration. That's how you make the distinction in your mind, because there has to be active spiration and passive spiration.
I'm not contending against that.
Earl said modalism. No. No. He's saying simply how it conveys to us, right? How we understand the distinction, not to the negation of them being real, but how we actually grasp the concept. Is going to be by that relation of active spiration and passive spiration. But that's funny though. I'm gonna be as unbiased as possible, but he wasn't saying like that for like a modalism. He's not saying that they're only distinguished by the mind. He's simply saying how we grasp that concept is that.
Then I don't know what the issue is.
I'm telling you, what formally constitutes the son is not opposed to what formally constitutes the spirit. That's the contention.
So, good uses of bringing it back to that first anchor that's established. Boom. Remember, the main argument is the formal constituents of the persons. They don't oppose. Remember this anchor that you agreed to? Boom. Checking that chain again. It's tight. Can't get out of that. Look.
So you're just saying being the son.
Arrow, that's a good point. Arrow says modalists, Thomists are modalists, though, but that's a different discussion for Jordan and Abe for another day. You know what's interesting about that? Moses. I heard you having a conversation with him a little while ago, like shortly after this event. Moses is Catholic again now. But again, I've always had my reservations because of that very notion. I do agree with you. I think Thomists are modalists. I just am not versed enough to fully articulate that down. But I think that's also why he went back to Catholicism for the sacraments. And Moses, also sees that Thomists are essentially modalists. And this is the manner in which he can guise his true modalistic intents and beliefs under the guise of Catholicism.
Yeah, so
That's all you're
passive
saying?
generation is what formally constitutes the Son, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's
And
being the
passive
Son.
spiration is what formally constitutes the Spirit, right?
Okay.
Okay. So passive spiration is not opposed to passive generation, correct?
Okay.
Okay. So then those acts are one. What formally constitutes the Son and what formally constitutes the Spirit are one, because there's no opposition.
No. So, okay. When you're talking about, again, when you're talking about passive spiration, you're automatically going to be considering that that the spiration comes from the Son.
Yeah. So you.
What? What did he say? Hold on.
About, again, when you're talking about passive spiration, you're automatically going to be considering that that the spiration comes from the Son.
That's not necessarily true. But for him, sure.
Yeah. So you said when you're talking about passive spiration, that's just talking about the terminus of the spirit, of active spiration, which is the Spirit.
Yes. Yes. Which has to come from a person.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's the same way. It's just, hold on.
We're not talking about active spiration being distinguished from passive spiration.
Hold on. It's the same way that when you think of the Father and you say that filiation, right, is not distinct from spiration. And it's not distinct, which means that there's not two different persons of the Father because of spiration and filiation.
You said what?
Okay, so when you think of the Father, the person of the Father, he has both filiation, right? Paternity, my bad. He has both paternity and he has active spiration. Those things are not opposed to each other, okay?
Yeah, that's why I don't believe the Father is formally constituted by paternity. I believe the Father is formally constituted by productive power or fecundity.
But fecundity just has to do with like the ability of a nature to be able to produce something.
Do you think the Son is produced by the nature?
Yes, and by which the Father uses. So then he has to use the nature. There's no other way to do that.
Is there a principle by which the is just going to be a natural energy or a natural operation?
What do you mean a natural operation?
So you know it, like, have you read St. Gregory of Nyssa?
Which work though?
Like any of his works where he speaks about natural operation, the operation of God being one.
So this is a very interesting move. This is where I started to smile during the debate. What Arrow's doing is what I call playing basketball. Maybe y'all heard me use this term before, playing basketball. Arrow has a game plan, right? But when he sees an opponent making a little bit of a mistake or showing a little bit of a chink or having a little bit of this, he may go off of this plan a little bit to kind of what's called discombobulate the opponent in their knowledge to kind of rattle their stance on what we're talking about. He said, well, I don't formally, this is why I don't formally constitute the Father by paternity, but by fecundity. Fecundity is just simply like being the cause or the ability to produce another person, as Jordan said, right? And then throwing that out there to see if Jordan take the bait, he does. And then Arrow says, "Oh, wait a minute. You think the nature produces a person?" Because he said something interesting. Checking to see. Peep the game. You think nature produces a person?
Fresh Bueller has donated 20 and says, sent popular vote, X20.
Thank you. And Jordan goes, well, yeah, by which, the principle, he's the principle by which, essentially what he's saying, right? The Father utilizes the essence to produce the Son. And then Errol goes, so you don't think that the production power is just like a natural energy? Whoa. Skirt? What do you mean natural energy? That's what he was looking for. Cause it's a known fact. Not known fact, but it's kind of a theme that they not really reading the Fathers for real. Not actually. right? They read Aquinas. They're not really patristically grounded. Arrow knows they're not patristically grounded. So let's touch them ribs. Let's see how tender them ribs are when we come to the patristics. Have you not read Nissa? Right? Let's continue on.
Are you talking about like the energies, like after, or like what are you talking about, the imminent acts, or what?
No, I'm talking about just insofar as God's operation being one. So I'm asking if the Son is produced by a natural operation.
You're gonna have to specify like which letter you're talking about, so I can know what
He
you're talking
speaks about it on
It's ad Glycos.
Yeah.
Record of Nisa.
about. And which specific section?
Have you not?
Well,
I mean, this is literally what he argues as to why there's only one God, because there's one natural operation.
Yeah, but a natural operation can just be one energy, i.e., just one act of the essence.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm asking. So is the Son produced by an act of the essence?
No,
I mean,
not in that way.
In what way?
It's going to be an imminent act. It's not
Okay,
going to be.
so
a
it is an
transient
act of the essence, right? It's just not a transient act of the essence.
Correct. That's
Okay.
literally why people like Saint Cyril say that it's he's of the essence
That's not.
or
That
from
doesn't.
the essence.
So you think that the Spirit, the Son, is begotten by the principle, which is the essence?
Okay, so there's going to be the principle that which and the principle by which. So the principle
aware.
that which is going to be the Father.
Right, and the
And-
principle by which, right, is the. So you think the principle by which the Son is begotten is going to be the it's going to be the essence.
Which we properly would call well, using his paternity is going to be filiation. So it's going to be the essence by the mode of the Father or the condition of the Father.
So the Son is produced by natural energy.
I mean, if that lines up to what I was just saying.
So you think the Son's produced by natural energy?
That would make the Son, unless I'm tripping, pretty sure that would make the Son a creation. Unless I'm tripping. I could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure that's what Arrow's getting at.
It's not a transient act; it's an imminent act.
That doesn't change anything. That means that it's proper to the essence.
It's proper to the person who has the essence. He uses the essence. How else do you think he produces?
Yeah,
You think he
so
produces out of his personhood?
I think that the Father's hypostasis complements the conditions that are provided by the essence. I don't think the essence is a principle by which the Father
And
produces.
hold on. And when you say complements the principles of the essence, what do you mean by that?
I didn't say complement.
So now, again, love the squabble tactics because Jordan is trying to do the exact same thing Arrow just did. Look, these Socratic methods are very interesting.
There's hypostasis complements the conditions that are provided by the essence. I don't think the essence is a.
Let's go back.
He uses
That means that it's proper to the essence.
it's proper to the person who has the essence. He uses the essence. How else do you think he produces?
How else you think he produces? Try to flip, turn it back around. Great squabble technique. I can't get mad, right? Can't get mad at the Socratic squabbling. You feel me? How else you think? Questioning you, flip it back on you. Does Arrow shy away from it? No. Look,
Yeah,
You think
so
he produces out of his personhood?
I think
right? Denoting. See, the way where Jordan made the mistake in this squabble tactic, instead of just asking the question, he tried to assert what he believes is an absurd notion to try to kind of rile the opponent. Basic tactic, nothing wrong with it. But he should have just asked the question, right? But now look where Arrow responds. How Arrow responds.
He uses the essence. How else do you think he produces?
yeah,
You think he
so
produces out of his personhood?
I think that the Father's hypostasis complements the conditions that are provided by the essence.
You see that? Jordan said, you think the Father produces out of his personhood? Because he knows that this is a kind of a notion that we would agree to. Like, it's the person of the Father that produces. Right? But look at what Arrow says and how he answers it masterfully.
His personhood?
I think that the Father's hypostasis complements the conditions that are provided by the essence.
I think that the Father's hypostasis complements the conditions that are provided by the essence. So let's try to break that down. and maybe if Arrow comes up, he can explain that further. I'll try to break it down how I understand what Arrow might mean by this. The Father's hypostasis complements the conditions set by the essence. So the essence is going to be the grounding of the operation, the principle of the operation, fine. But the operator and the efficaciousness of that operation is going to be the Father. Because there's no naked essence. There's no bare essence that's just being used, right? It's the Father that's going to be the principle of unity that makes the essence even to be a thing to be utilized. So the complementation is going to be principled in the Father. Yeah, because we don't have the essence as a fourth thing. Arrow, you can tell me if I was close or not, or if I'm saying what you're saying or not. You know, that's how I'm understanding that you're saying.
I don't think the essence is a principle by which the Father
And,
produces.
hold on, and when you say complements the principles of the essence, what do you mean by that?
I didn't say complements the principles of the essence. I said
Would you-
its hypostasis complements the conditions that are met by the essence. Okay?
And what are those conditions of the essence?
So the Father complements them by being wholly active. So causality, right? Given the fact that the Father's formal constituent is fecundity, then obviously it's going to be the case that the Father has the power to produce.
What is
Okay, so Arrow is simply saying that because the Father is designated as the cause, it's going to be obligatory that he causes. Because he's the cause, he's gonna cause, right? We don't have to signify and say that the essence is the principle by which this is happening. It's clearly denoted by the fact that he has the property of fecundity, that he does this thing.
he produce using?
What does that mean? What is that saying?
Right, because what do you mean using, right? That would be presupposing like the essence is a fourth thing. Like a machine, like a freaking factory. You push a button, son, spirit. Like, come on, man. Like that's just a tool or something.
How does he produce?
Yeah,
You think
the Father,
he just doesn't use the essence?
so I think there's a difference between conditions which are provided for something and a principle of something. So if you're talking about the principle by which, obviously that's going to be invoking some kind of energetic operation or natural energy. I don't think the sun's produced by natural energy. I think that's blasphemous to say that.
Okay, I get what you're saying. It's not, but what is it? You didn't answer the question.
What do you mean by that? What is what?
How does he produce?
Yeah, his hypostasis.
So his hypostasis has some power that's
Productive
different than the
power.
essence?
Do you think that? Wait, do you think that?
Wait, is it different than the essence?
I don't think it's. What do you mean by different than the essence?
Because you're saying it's some productive power that's
Do
going
you
to
think
be
that?
different than the essence.
Do you think producing a person is an adequate act?
Brother, that's not my question. I'm
I'm asking. Do you think it's an adequate act?
The Socratic ring around. Socratic ring around the rosy. They're both sidestepping and stuck in the like they're both bobbing and weaving each other. This is good squabs. Like let's not act like this ain't good squabs. They're both Socratically ring around the rosy in each other. Right? Jordan is trying to flip it on him to see where he's saying something blunderous, to capitalize on that. Arrow's defending and trying to flip it back on him to continue his saying something blunderous or whatever, right? They're both examining each other to the T and are trying to get one another to slip up and say something unfortunate and capitalize. This is how squabble goes.
It's an adequate act.
Brother, that's not my question. I'm asking
Do you think it's an adequate act?
It's not. Can you answer my question? Because you literally just said that he's doing it out of his person. So what power does the person have that the essence doesn't, or that he doesn't get from the essence?
Yeah, so again, there's a distinction between the conditions which are provided by something and the principle by which something is done.
You didn't answer how he's coming from the
I'm
Father.
asking if you think, just to be clear, do you think that begetting or filiation is an adequate act?
When you say it, okay, here's why I'm asking you, because I asked you how is he producing. You're saying it's from his person.
Now, I will give Jordan the credit where credit is due. He's trying to pigeonhole Arrow on the thing that Jordan thinks is a weak thing, and that could be a blunder in it. Arrow is trying to keep it back onto the thing that he knows will be the defeater for the position. So each will be interpreting each other as dodging. Each person thinks the other person is dodging, and technically they are, but they're more so bobbing and weaving than just running away. I think that's a good differentiation in a squabble versus just like, people just gibberating.
And you're saying that as distinguished.
Father.
It's from his personhood, and that's distinct. That's really distinct from the essence.
What do you mean by real? I don't believe the Father's really distinct from the essence.
Okay, so then how is he doing it?
But it
So is he
depends.
using his
What
essence?
real distinction?
What do you mean it depends?
Do you just mean a real distinction as in prior to intellection, or what do you mean by real distinction?
Yeah, I'm asking you, how does he produce the person? You're saying
You said really distinct, so I'm asking what you mean by real distinction.
Yeah, prior to I'm asking you, how does he?
Oh, we didn't catch that part. Sorry, back up.
Distinction as in prior to intellection, or what do you mean by real distinction?
Yeah,
really distinct from the essence.
That's and you're saying that as distinguished
from the Father.
is from his personhood, and that's distinct. That's really distinct from the essence.
What do you mean by real?
Mistake. Mistake. Why is that a mistake? Arrow never mentioned real distinction or anything along those lines. Jordan said it. The ring around the rosy stops now. Boom. One jab. What? What do you mean by real distinction? I never said. Now you gotta answer. Now the pressure's back off him. No more ring around. Now it's back on the attack again. I never said real. What do you mean by real? What do you mean by that? Da 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 da. Now you're on the back end again, backpedaling.
I don't believe the Father's really distinct from the essence.
Okay, so then how is he doing it?
But it
so is he
depends
using his
real
essence?
distinction?
What do you mean it depends?
Do you just mean a real distinction as in prior to intellection, or what do you mean by real distinction?
Yeah, I'm asking you, how does he produce the person? You're saying
you said really distinct, so I'm asking what you mean by real.
See, capitalizing on that thing that he said, which Arrow didn't say. You said really distinct though. So I'm asking you, what do you mean by really distinct? Now you got to back up. There's no more pivots to go anymore.
Distinction.
Yeah. Prior to intellect, I'm asking you, how does he produce the sun?
Yeah, prior to intellect, try to slide it in there real quick, and now go back to the ordeal. How does he produce the sun?
Prior to, so you're just saying prior to.
Arrow doesn't bite. He sticks on what he says, backing on it, keeping him back on the back and keeping him trucking forward. Great squabs.
Intellect, right? That's all you mean by real distinction?
Yeah, something that's going to be like, because they're
and Jordan has to concede to the line of logic now because of that mistake that he made. That's beautiful, beautiful squabs.
different types of real distinctions.
Yeah,
So I don't know.
what I'm asking. When you invoke the term real distinction, what do you mean by it?
I'm asking. I don't know what you mean by it.
I didn't.
Now we're off of the how the Father produces da. Now we're focused on what Jordan said about real distinction because Arrow, Bob, weave, slip, punch, jab. Now we in the corner again. Pressure off. Great squabbles.
Say it. You use the term.
Yeah, okay. The reason I'm using the term is because you're saying that it's a hypostatic property and it has nothing to do with the essence.
I didn't say that.
So what is the relation of this hypostatic property and the essence?
The relation of the what do you mean by that?
Like how are they tied? Like what's the connection between
How
these
are
two
they
things?
tied?
Yeah, what's the connection
That's just a
between
bunch of
these two?
buzzwords. I don't know what you mean by that.
You
Rhetoric.
don't know what it means when I say
Now look, rhetoric is cool, but as long as it's balanced with substance. You gotta sprinkle a little bit of rhetoric in there after you've thrown your opponent off of their footing. That's Arrow's rhetoric. This is buzzwords. What do you mean by that? Nah, it's buzzwords. Arrow might know what Buddy means by that. It doesn't matter anymore because of the turnaround, because of the skirmish exchange that just happened, right? And Jordan came on the lower end of that exchange and is now on the back end. The little razzle dazzle, the little as Arrow's coming toward him is allowed and is appreciated because of the exchange that already happened. And so to the onlooker, to the audience, it's like, damn, Jordan. Damn, Jordan, what? If they ain't use buzzwords, guys, why use the buzzwords, guys?
how do they relate to each other?
No, I don't know what you mean when you say how is the essence tied to the Father's productive power.
What is the purpose? Okay, what does the essence do in the production of the sun?
The essence doesn't do anything.
So it's just okay.
Essences don't do anything. Do you think the essence?
Another mistake. And this is why you gotta, when you're in a squabble, you gotta know how to actively listen and keep the rigmarole until your opponent makes a mistake. What does the essence do? The essence doesn't do anything. You think essences do things? We all know essences don't do things. Persons do the things. But Jordan said, what does the essence do? Now, if this was, on more friendly terms, could we be in charitable and be like, oh, you're kind of using semantics as simply saying, like, what is the purpose of the essence? That's essentially what you're asking. But this is a squabble. Okay? Ain't none of that. What you mean? What you mean? What does essence do? You think the essence does stuff? Do you have a quadrinity, sir?
Essence begets the Son.
So when you say the essence doesn't do anything, right? The Father does something, but the essence doesn't do it?
Do you think the essence does something?
Brother, just answer the question, please. Just answer the question.
Well, I don't think essences do things.
Okay, so the essence doesn't do something, but the Father does. Is that what you're saying?
I don't think
Now we see a little bit of frustration coming up on Jordan. That's fine.
the essence does anything.
Brother, can you answer the question? Is the
That's
Father
an answer to
doing
the
something?
question.
So, okay.
Saying
so
the essence
Father
doesn't
is
do
the-
anything is an answer to the question.
So the Father does something and the essence doesn't.
I don't think the essence is able to do anything.
That's okay. So but the Father does something, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you have something that's doing something and another thing that's not doing anything.
I don't
Those
think
are
the
really
essence is
distinct things.
I don't think the essence is another thing.
Exactly. And now it all culminates into the major distinction between them and us. The underlying sublime notion by their metaphysics is that they make the essence a fourth thing. How do we know? Look at Jason, who's running from me from a formal debate on Nissa teaching the Filioque, saying things like, the essence is just there. They think the essence is a fourth thing. They think the essence is like some type of ocean that you gotta carve out the persons in with the relations. And the essence is some type of like abstract substratum. This is like swimming, that's just got subsistent relations swimming in it. Some type of deal. That's what they think. Yeah. Yeah. Some type of magnetic field. Some shit. Yeah, it's like a gravity grid. Some bit like what, man? Crazy. Jason, you don't know what that means. Knock it off.
Okay, then how are you saying that one is acting and the other one isn't?
Well, I don't believe the essence acts. Do you think the essence acts?
The person acts by means of the essence.
I didn't ask that.
Yeah, that's not what he asked. See, this is when it's starting to get a little ugly. It's getting a little ugly kind of early because now you're answering questions that he didn't ask. That's a bad sign. That's a bad sign.
That you said what does the essence do?
What do you mean?
You said you asked me what does the essence do in relation to begetting the Son? And I said I don't think the essence does anything.
And what do you think I meant by that?
I don't know what you meant by that. That's why I asked you. Okay. And then you
So
didn't answer.
when I'm asking you what does it do, I'm asking you what role does it play in this?
I don't know what does it mean for the essence to have a role?
Oh my gosh. Okay, so you know how like when I say that we have the Father who is the principle that which, and then there's a principle by which, and the Father.
I don't believe the principle by which is doing
I'm
something.
trying to explain so maybe you can understand. All right. The Father has the essence in a particular way. And because of the particular way in which he has that essence, he can use that essence in order to produce a person.
Okay, so you said he can use the essence in order to produce the person.
Yes, because the essence is going to be the principle by which something operates.
They have the essence as a fourth thing, bro. It's like the essence is like the freaking. Y'all remember in DC, what is it? Justice League, when Cyborg had to hook up his arms to like the little cube, and not the Tesseract, but it's like a Tesseract. Using Tesseract as the essence, like, goodness gracious, bro. The bionic cube or some ish.
Okay, so
And it's going to have the power that does this.
Okay,
But you just said it doesn't. You said the Father does, but yet at the same time you said that it's not the same thing as the
when
essence.
you say the Father uses the essence, are you saying that the essence is some instrument by which the Father produces the Son?
Jason, the only slow one is you. Because to this day, you are still running from me in a formal debate if Gregory of Nyssa taught Florentine Filioque. Until you accept the debate, shut the frick up forever. Say something else, and it ain't you accepting the formal with me, get muted. Mods, if he says anything else, and whatever he says isn't him accepting the formal debate with me on Gregory of Nyssa, teaching the Florentine Filioque, mute his ass immediately. He gonna be silent one way or another.
What do you mean instrument? Like something else?
Well, yeah.
No, it's
an
not something
instrument.
else.
Right. So when you say he uses the essence, what is that saying?
I'm just using like regular type of language to say that the Father, by his essence.
Well, it's not.
Bye, Jason. Dumbass.
Produces the Son. Like you're literally just trying to go around basic language.
No, I'm not going around basic language. I'm asking what you mean when you say the Father uses
I think
the
it's like
essence.
kind of clear that you're
He's probably gonna come back with some backup accounts like the groupie that he is. So just be prepared to mute those too.
you're dodging this because you're literally saying,
Well, no,
oh yeah,
you
the
started
Father
critiquing
does
my
something.
position about productive power instead of
Yeah, because you
addressing the
just said
fact
it.
that the
Hold
Son
on.
is formally constituted by something
Brother,
which is
I
not
already addressed that. You just said that it's a hypostatic property of the Father that has nothing to do with the essence.
Yeah, no, I didn't say so. I said the essence provides the conditions, right?
It provides the conditions.
Yeah.
Meaning what? Explain what it means to
Meaning
provide
that
the
the
conditions.
Father has this productive power, okay, as
From where?
his person is wholly active, and those conditions are provided by him having the divine essence.
So the essence provides him with the power to do what?
Yeah, so provides him with the power. I don't know what you mean by that. So I said it provides the conditions.
And what are these conditions?
Yeah, so the Father is directed towards intellect and will.
And intellect and will are what?
The Son and Spirit.
No, what is intellect and will?
What do you mean by that?
Are these productive acts? What are they?
Yeah, obviously they're productive acts. What?
Okay, so the essence provides the Father
The conditions, sure.
with the
That doesn't mean it's a
productive
principle.
acts.
That doesn't mean it's a principle by
That's
way.
literally the same freaking thing.
So you
I'm
think
saying,
conditions and principles are the same thing?
Now, it is very close. And I get why Jordan had to do that. And I think that's also, again, tactical on Orioles part. It's totally fine, right? As why the rigmarole and the dance was from both ends is because our semantics are semantic. Like, it's very close. It's not the same, but it's close. And for the sake of not having to explain and peel back the nuances and whatnot, it's like, bro, this is what it is. Like, let's get to the actual argument of the problem that you're having, because that's what we're here to talk about.
Brother, the conditions have to do with how the person uses, or well, since you don't like uses, the condition has to do with how the principle by which is expressed, basically. That's literally all that means.
So all you take a principle by which to mean is just the conditions are met?
The principle, okay.
The conditions are
You said,
provided.
you know how when you said that the essence provides the Father with the conditions?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all that
That's all you
means.
mean? That's all you think that means?
What else would that mean? What would that mean to you?
Yeah, so I don't think that means that it's an act of the essence. But when you say that there's something which is a principle by which, you're saying it's an act that is from the essence. I don't think that's the case.
Okay, when I say from the essence, I mean literally that.
Which is why you said that the sun is produced from natural energy, by the way.
Okay, the reason I say that is because, of course, it's from the person of the Father. But the church fathers, like when you read Cyril and all these people, they say he's from the essence of the Father, from the essence of the Son.
Yeah, so how we're going to understand that is simply that this is going to simply denote the consubstantiality of the Son and Father and Spirit. Not that the essence itself is doing an action, which is what Arrow is trying to denote to Jordan, that his understanding of the fathers is skewed and flawed due to his metaphysical commitments.
Yeah,
because they're listing, hold on, because they're listing both the principle that and the principle by which.
You're asserting your metaphysics into it.
Exactly.
I'm telling you what I mean. I don't care about what your metaphysics is. I'm explaining.
You're
what I'm
asserting
saying.
your metaphysics. I'm not bringing up
That's cool, but explain.
It's cool that you're asserting your metaphysics.
You're asserting yours. It's irrelevant.
He didn't assert his metaphysics in the fathers, by the way. He didn't assert his metaphysics, but Jordan asked him what he means. He explained. That's it. But Jordan asserted his metaphysics by bringing up the fathers when the fathers say these particular things. What was that? Okay. Hold up. Okay. Jordan asserted his metaphysics when when he brought up the fathers and said, this is what the fathers mean when they say, that's asserting your metaphysics. Yeesh.
I'm just.
Where did I assert my metaphysics?
Brother.
I was critiquing your position about the filioque, and then you started asking about my position about productive powers because you didn't have a response.
Is that illegal? I literally responded already.
But that's not the accusation that he made. You said he asserted his metaphysics. And so the way Arrow's Socratically the way that Arrow is asking and raising the frustration of Jordan is all a part of Arrow's plan. I need y'all to understand this. I need y'all to understand this is what Arrow wants. The discombobulation, the frustration, the lack of calmness. Because if you can't squabble for real, then your lack of calmness is utilized against you. If you don't know how to hone your aggression into hone your aggression into your tactics, then it's just wasteful efforts.
Like, is
You
that
didn't
illegal?
respond. You already agreed that passive generation and passive spiration are one.
Like, so you're just
Pulling it back to that first anchor. Again, great squabs.
gonna act like I didn't answer all this stuff already, and that you
So
couldn't.
are passive generation and passive spiration one?
Back to the main.
Brother, I already explained.
Do we just, can I just, hold on, no, we gotta acknowledge. Can we just acknowledge, right, the ability of going on that little bit of freestyle, tactically pointing out the frustrations, and circling it right back around to the first anchor. This is why we established the first anchor and check the chain. Because whenever we want, if the chain is checked, whenever we want, we can go right back to this first anchor that he can't go away from because he said it. He's a part of the anchor. It's his own stuff. Beautiful squabs, man.
Explain this.
No, you didn't. You didn't address it.
So you want me to explain it again?
You didn't
I
address
tried if you
it.
didn't get it the first time.
So the answer you gave to the question was that the sun is produced by natural energy.
But I thought you said I didn't explain it. So which one is it?
Yeah, so I'm saying you didn't actually explain how passive spiration is this.
Yeah, giving an answer doesn't mean that you explained it, by the way. You said you explained it. Eric said you didn't explain it. What your answer was, and then you cut him up. Because giving an answer isn't necessarily explained. If I say, explain how this house was built, and I answer you, cats like to do backflips on Wednesdays. I didn't explain how the house was built. I just gave an answer.
Distinct from passive generation.
Passive spiration and passive generation. Okay.
Yeah.
So, like, I'll just explain again then. So, when you're considering the persons, there's a logical priority. When we're talking about affiliation, right, or passive generation, that's just going to specifically be talking about the reception of what the father does, i.e., from paternity. Those are literally just going to be what we call the notional acts or relations, right? So the relations come from the notional acts because the notional acts are going to be what we call the foundation of these relations, all right? So when you're just talking about these two relations, that's not what distinguishes them. What distinguishes them is going to be the relation between the Father and the Spirit and the Son and the Spirit, which is going to be from spiration. That's how you distinguish it. You're just listing something. That's not the way by which we distinguish something.
Notice how Arrow's not cutting them off.
That's the contention. That's the whole contention.
There's no contention
Notice
there.
how you just conceded to the argument and then you thought you did something.
Brother, it's not. There's no
You just said passive generation and passive spiration isn't the means by which you distinguish the Son and Spirit. So what formally
Which was his whole argument.
constitutes the Son and what formally constitutes the Spirit isn't distinguished.
All you're saying
You just said
is that. Hold on. All
they're
you're
reducible.
saying.
You have
Hold
two
on.
sons, Jordan.
Hold on.
GGs.
All you're saying is that being the Son doesn't distinguish from being the Spirit. That has
So what
nothing.
formally constitutes the Son is not distinct from what formally constitutes the Spirit. You have two
Being
sons.
the Son. Hold on. Being the Son doesn't distinguish being the Spirit. That's not what distinguishes them.
Amazing.
Even though that is the most insane thing to say, in their paradigm, he's not necessarily incorrect, which is the whole point of the argument. being the only begotten, that's not enough to distinguish the Son from the Spirit, bro. Oh, man. Damn it. But under his metaphysics, under his metaphysical commitments, he's right. But that's the whole point. That's the whole point of Earl's argumentation.
So what formally constitutes the Spirit is not distinct from what
You're
formally
not
constitutes the
saying
Son.
anything of importance.
Oh, okay, amazing. So
What
just to be clear,
distinguishes them is going to be the relations of opposition.
do you think I'm
between them.
contending against the persons being able to be distinct?
Brother, if you're not, all you're doing is just saying, "Oh yeah, we have a father, we have a son, and we have a Holy Spirit." That's all you're saying.
No, the contention is that passive spiration and passive generation are reducible. So you have two sons.
Brother, you have two sons if there's no spiration
That's
from
a
the
two
son.
quoque.
How is that a two quoque?
That's just saying and you.
Now, I was there when this happened. I was like, it's not really. He's not saying that. I even said in the comments, I was like, no. Jordan's saying, he's saying you only have two sons, like generally, like for his own paradigm. But Errol is kind of excited right now, so he kind of missed that part. But listen, that's a minor mistake. It's not even like an issue.
That's all a two quoque is. That's not responding
Brother,
to the argument.
I'm explaining my position.
You saying I have two sons if I don't hold to the filioque doesn't address the issue.
Brother, when you just saying that
Yeah, Errol misunderstood him there. Errol, Jordan is just saying, no, you only have two sons if there's not spiration. Like, for our paradigm, you only have two sons if da-da-da-da-da. But Errol thought he was saying, no, you! Listen, he's still young. It's all right.
there's a son and there's a spirit, nothing inherently about that establishes a relation between them or a distinction between them. However, when you say
Me too, Zachariah.
something
So
like
passive
hold
spiration and
on,
passive generation
hold
are
on,
distinguished. You
hold
keep
on,
conceding.
brother, I'm trying to help you out so you don't look stupid. Hold on, please.
And here come the ad homs. Once the ad homs come, shortly there comes help, backup. But first it's frustration, then it's ad hom, then it's help. Okay? That's how the usual sequence goes when squabbling with the jaundices, you know.
When you say spirit, right, and you say son, what the frick is? How in the world does any of that entail a distinction?
Yeah, so
It doesn't.
we can talk about Jordan. We can talk about disparate repugnance.
Hold on.
If you want to talk about,
I'm
so
trying
if you want
to
to talk
hold on,
about
I'm
disparate
trying to
repugnance, that's fine.
hold on. I'm trying to prove a point. Now, but when you say father and you say son, what does that entail? That entails a relational distinction. That's where you get the distinction. Why? Because there's actually a relation of opposition between those two. So you can't just
notice how
say
you just
son
asserted
and
your own
spirit.
paradigm.
How?
Okay.
What the frick?
You just
If you're
asserted your own
no,
paradigm
answer the question.
of
Answer the
relative
question.
opposition being the only way you can
answer the
distinguish
question.
persons.
Answer the question.
So why
If
are you asking me questions
hold
when you
on.
haven't addressed the argument?
Brother, I'm addressing it. You just don't know.
You're not
that.
addressing it. We can talk about disparate repugnance at any point in time. But that's not addressing why passive spiration and passive generation aren't distinct.
All right, if you're a father, does that entail something?
That's a red herring.
It's not. I'm just trying to
Yes,
teach
it
you
is.
something, bro. Okay, if you're a father,
red
does that
herring.
entail something? So you just don't want to answer questions, bro. This is the problem.
It's a red herring.
It's not.
You came up so I could ask you about the filioque, right?
It is a red herring. It is a red herring because again, he's still asserting that he's thinking. Jordan still is thinking that that Arrow is talking about relation of opposition, right? That the relations of opposition is how the persons are distinguished, and therefore you can't distinguish the persons. It's not what Arrow's talking about. He's saying that what you deem as the persons for the Son and the Spirit don't oppose, therefore are reducible. So they're the same thing. The formal constituents. I swear. The formal constituents. They're the same thing. They're not opposed, so they're the same thing. right? But I don't think I don't think Jordan is tracking that. Or if he is, it's no answer, so he's getting frustrated.
Yes, because I'm
Amazing.
trying to explain to you that you have no idea about what relations are. Clearly.
Okay, sure.
Clearly.
So whether or not that's the
Clearly.
case,
Clearly. Just rhetoric. Engage. Just bad rhetoric at this point.
okay, whether or not that's the case doesn't have anything to do with whether or not you can distinguish passive generation from passive spiration.
Brother, it's so irrelevant to what I'm saying. I thought you wanted to actually know like what the belief was so that you wouldn't be bringing up a bad argument.
So I'm asking, what's the difference between what formally constitutes the Son and what formally constitutes the Spirit?
Brother, when you have the passive generation, you have the Son, what's automatically entailed is that it's going to have filiation virtually contained.
Now, Elijah had said this in the comments, by the way, by that time. The virtual containment.
Okay, you mean spiration?
Yeah, my bad. Spiration
Okay.
virtually contained.
I mean, so are you saying that radical affiliation is what formally constitutes the Son? Are you changing your position?
You mean radical affiliation? What's the difference?
So radical affiliation is just saying that the Son is formally constituted by both passive generation and having active spiration.
No, he's the Son.
Oh, I mean, okay, amazing. So he's not formally constituted by radical affiliation, right?
If that's what you mean by radical, then no.
Okay, so you're not saying so filiation. You saying that that passive or active spiration is virtually contained within filiation doesn't actually change what formally constitutes the Son as being distinguished from what formally constitutes the Spirit.
Why this is great. So let's back up a little bit, because that was the next thing to actually address, right? the virtual containment.
Radical, then no.
Okay, so you're not saying so filiation. You saying that that passive or active spiration is virtually contained.
Sorry, back up one more time.
What formally constitutes the Son? Are you changing your position?
You mean radical affiliation? What's the difference?
So radical affiliation is just saying that the Son is formally constituted by both passive generation and having active spiration.
No, he's the Son.
Okay. So, by radical affiliation, and Arrow will explain more when he comes up. As he stated, radical affiliation is addressing his virtual containment part for his argument. So then, okay, because you're saying, okay, active spiration is going to be virtually contained in the filiation, so therefore, what constitutes the person of the Son is both filiation and active spiration. Therefore, the formal constituents are opposing, because active spiration and passive spiration oppose, is what Arrow thinks Jordan is saying. Or at least that's the way out of the accusation. But Jordan says, well, no, he's the Son. No. Okay, well then the point still stands. It's not radical. You're saying it's virtually contained. Okay, cool, that's irrelevant. It's not the formal constituent. And so the formal constituent, what makes the Son, doesn't oppose what makes the Spirit the Spirit. But again, the reason why these is good squabbles is because you'll see later on, Arrow wants Jordan to say that active spiration and passive generation formally constitute the Son. He wants him to say that because that's the real argument. See, this whole non-opposing this is the guy's argument, right? A sub argument, the coat jacket argument. It's the clampers. It's the clampers. If it's a scorpion, it'd be the clampers. You're getting distracted by the clampers. But the real argument is the skinky. The real argument is the stinger that you don't see because you're distracted by the clampers. We're gonna see that pretty soon, I'm telling you.
Oh, I mean, okay, amazing. So he's not formally constituted by radical affiliation, right?
If that's what you mean by radical, then no.
Okay, so you're not saying so filiation. You saying that that passive or active spiration is virtually contained within filiation doesn't actually change what formally constitutes the Son as being distinguished from what formally constitutes the Spirit.
That's so irrelevant, bro.
How is it irrelevant?
That's an argument. That's the argument. It's not irrelevant. That's the argument, bruh.
Because that's not how anybody is distinguishing anything.
I mean, that's how I believe we distinguish the persons is by what formally constitutes them.
So you think there's something like different, like essentially different between?
I don't know what you mean by
Essentially, see how you tried to slide that in there? Hey, great active listening. I was by essentially what?
essentially different.
Okay, in your eyes, what is the difference between the Father and the Son? I mean, not the Father and the Son, but the Son and the Spirit.
Yeah. So active spiration entails a spirated product, right? And active generation entails a begotten product.
And there's a difference between those two?
Yeah.
Okay,
According
what
to
is
divine
the
revelation.
Okay, so the difference, is that going to be substantial or is it going to be relational?
You said substantial?
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously,
Like,
it's not, if you just mean
from
like
essence.
yeah, obviously it's not substantially different.
So it's going to be relationally different.
False dichotomy.
Depends on what you mean by relationally different.
You don't know what a relation is?
I'm asking I'm saying it depends on what you mean by that.
Okay, so when you have a relation, you're going to have a subject and a terminus, and you're going to have some foundation for that relation. If that's going to be something that's real, okay? If it's not real, then it's just logical, and then you're going to end up with the same thing.
Yeah, so that's not actually responding to the point. So now,
What do you mean it's not responding?
Yeah,
I'm asking you what.
So
okay.
I can. So do you think it's problematic to say that what distinguishes the Son from the Spirit is divine revelation?
Now, this is when I started to get impressed. This is where I personally started to get impressed. It's like, now he's bringing the spirituality into it for real. I was like, all right, okay. Now I get it. No, okay, I see what's happening. I see what's finna happen. This is about to be bad for anybody else next. Like, I already know it. Do you think that divine revelation is adequate enough to distinguish the Son and the Spirit? There is no right answer for Jordan to say in that question. That's why it's a beautiful question. It's an uppercut type question. Because if you say no, then congratulations, you have a non-all-powerful God. You got a God that can't properly reveal adequately. You got an inadequate God. You say yes, then there's no necessity for your scholastic mind of relation of opposition. It's beautiful squabs, bro. We love to see it. Beautiful squabs, we love to see it.
Revelation doesn't distinguish.
So divine revelation.
I forgot he said that. I forgot he said that, bro. No.
Divine revelation.
Revelation doesn't distinguish.
So divine revelation doesn't teach you that the Son's different from the Spirit, or?
Wasn't the plan. He didn't.
And here's the self-paid help. And that's the ish that I'm talking about. It was finna get absolutely ugly, bro. And here comes the help. Man, I'm talking about what? Like everybody's audience, the audience eyes is like, hold on, what did you say, partner? Wait, what did you say? You said divine revelation doesn't distinguish between this, doesn't help you distinguish between the Son and the Spirit? Huh? Can you drop that by us one more again? And then here comes the help. First line of defense. But let's see if anything interesting happens with this exchange.
He didn't say that. He said it teaches you that they're distinct, but it doesn't.
No. And see, that's not itch to hate. No, let's back up. Hold on. Let's back up a little bit.
Divine revelation.
Revelation doesn't distinguish.
So
revelation doesn't distinguish.
Divine revelation doesn't teach you that the Son's different from the Spirit, Jordan?
It wasn't the plan. He didn't say that. He said it teaches you that they're distinct, but it doesn't.
He didn't say that. Why are we lying, bro? That's not what Jordan said. We hear it, we heard it, we saw it in 4K. He said revelation doesn't distinguish. Full stop. And now Abe coming to help him clean up because he knows that was crazy as frick to say. Oh, it's not what he said. He said it does distinguish, but no, you're lying. We all heard that. It's not what he said. But it's cool. Abe, step up to the plate. New challenger.
Doesn't tell you what the distinction is.
Okay, so do you need to know what the distinction is?
Do you need to know what constitutes that distinction? I mean, not necessarily.
Amazing. So you just conceded.
Wow. What's the Smash Bros. Game? Oh man, game. Bro, so if you don't need to know, then we're good. DJ. You just to walk up to the plate and get struck out immediately is insane. But here's the thing, Errol wants to play some more. Errol could be done with it. He still want to play. We still got a whole 30-something minutes left.
Concession, bro.
No, it's not a concession. It's the fact that we can.
And now they come back and forth like the dog palace. So you saying, bro?
Hold up. Right now, Aaron, if you're fine with answering from him as well, that's your business. But they've been going back and forth, one-on-one. I'd like it to keep it that way. Unless, Aaron, you're good with it, that's your business.
W moderation. See, unlike other lives, right? We don't do we run the ones, you feel me? Over on this side of the neck of the woods of the neighborhood, we want to throw hands, we throw hands 1v1. We don't need your buddies up to give you moral support by their presence. Come get these hands, come run a fade 1v1. Simple as that. So shout out to host for keeping that culture standard alive and well. But Harold said, "Nah, it's cool. You want to get it out? Well, he can get it out whoop too, okay? He want to see my hands? He can see my hands too. No issue."
I mean, Errol can bring up somebody else if he wants as well. Like, doesn't matter.
No, because that's when it gets chaotic. Hell no. Just run the ones. But it's okay. It's okay. Your lip hurt. You need some help.
I just thought I could clarify what Arrow was asking.
Okay.
And provide a response to it.
Let's keep it 1v1. Like, let's not confuse anyone here.
W. Lumen for trying to keep the culture alive.
We could do whatever Arrow wants since he was the one talking.
Yeah.
No, the reason why I said revelation doesn't distinguish it is because revelation isn't the basis of the distinction.
Oh, so you did say that though. Then. But Abraham said you didn't say that though, Jordan. That's cool.
So is revelation the means by which you know the Spirit and the Son exist?
That they exist, yeah. But that doesn't mean it's the basis of the distinction.
Is it the means by which you know that the Spirit and the Son are distinguished?
Yeah, Veritas. Boy, been getting them scraps and stripes. We watching the two bodies he caught the other day. We're just doing this, film study. You know how we do over here. We squabble, we study squabbles. You feel me? We studying the squabble right now.
That doesn't mean it's the basis of the distinction. Do you understand
that? I asked if it's the means.
Yeah, I don't care what you ask.
Oh, and that's when we know it's over. That's how we know that Jordan's done. Next. When we've divulged to the point where you're not even caring about what your opponent's asking, it's time for you to sit down. I don't care what you asked. You're done. You no longer need to be fighting. He's down for the count. He's out for the count. I don't care what you asked. Damn it. I don't care what you asked. You can't handle the truth. What's the Crimson Ridge, the movie with Denzel and when they send in the submarine nukes. I don't have to think this over. Yeah, I don't gotta think this over. Man, what? What do you mean you don't gotta think over sending nukes or not? I don't care what he asked. I don't care what you're asking. Oh, yeah, it's over with, cuz. Let's see that one more time.
Means by which you know that the Spirit and the Son are distinguished?
That doesn't mean it's the basis of the distinction. Do you understand
that? I asked if it's the means.
Yeah, I don't care what you ask. I'm explaining why I said that revelation isn't the basis of the distinction. Revelation tells us that there's a distinction, right?
And so when we look at what exactly the distinction is, that's how we know it either has to be a distinction in relation, which all the fathers are going to talk about.
It's everything you're saying is irrelevant now. It's completely irrelevant. After you've stated, I don't care what you asked, then okay, you're talking to yourself. Then you're just talking to yourself because that has nothing to do with what I asked you. And in an in a debate like this, a squabble, you kind of gotta pay attention to what I'm asking you. If it's a squabble, but okay.
Relation of opposition, or is going to be a distinction in the substance itself.
Okay, so
those are the only two options. So we know. So hold on, we know by logic that distinction has to be
by logic, not by revelation. Okay, got it. See, I would have milked that.
That's it. Okay. Now you can say like, oh yeah, I appeal to revelation. Yeah, the only issue is there's going to be some basis in reality as to why they're distinct, and the only two options are either going to be because of the nature or because of a relation. That's it.
Well, that just then assumes that your position is correct.
Exactly. That's it. He said it like that's a brute fact. Says who? Who says that? Your paradigm.
Well, and then the question I would just ask is,
that's just what the fathers say, bro.
Why is appealing to ignorance something which is like...
just say that you're ignorant on it. That's why we're trying to enlighten you on what that distinction is.
So I just told you we could speak about disparate repugnance, right? But I'm not interested in that conversation. So I'm asking you if there's a problem with saying that because I'm ignorant of the distinction, that there's some distinction which I'm just not aware of, or how I'm able to distinguish.
You're just not aware that it's a real distinction. You're just
that
ignorant.
doesn't follow.
I'm telling you, you just say you're ignorant on it, right?
Yeah, I'm ignorant on how they're distinguished.
Okay, that's cool. Just say that you're ignorant on it, and we're enlightening you on how there's an actual distinction. There's plenty of people that are ignorant. Like, that's cool. I'm giving you the answer as to what the distinction is. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah, you said what? I didn't hear you.
Error cut out.
Which part?
Like the last 2 sentences you said.
Okay, you can say that you're ignorant on it. That's cool. However, there is a basis for the distinction, and we see it in the fathers that there's a basis of the distinction. We see.
Arrow's not saying that there's no basis for the distinction. He's simply saying that appealing to ignorance doesn't mean that we don't know the basis of the distinction. Simply saying that the mechanics of the distinction is the difference. Mechanics or the how. You can't know that without divine revelation.
All the fathers talking about this filioque. We see them explain all of this.
Again, this is also not true. This is a presupposing an anachronistic reading of Aquinas back into the fathers.
This stuff. And the only reason that y'all ever even bring up this stuff is because y'all don't even want to go to the codes or any of this stuff. Like, we have the explanations for this.
So I wanted to ask whether or not passive generation is distinguished from passive spiral.
Notice how Arrow bypasses the rant, the emotional rant, the Gish Gallop rant, and back to the initial argumentation at hand that hasn't still been satisfied yet.
And now we got to whether or not I'm able to discern the Son from the Spirit.
Exactly.
If you wanted to ask that, I can help answer that.
Jordan tags out. And Abe goes, I care. What's up? Arrow goes, oh shoot. I thought you was down for the count. I thought I just knocked you on. Yeah, but you got back on. I could. Let's see what's up with you then. And look.
Yeah, I mean, sure, you can give it a shot if you want.
So, yes, it's going to be the case that they're distinguished, because even though they're not what's called formally relatively opposed, they are radically relatively opposed.
He heard radically.
In virtue of the fact that filiation is the root of active spiration. So active spiration is contained within filiation.
So that's just radical filiation.
No, it's not. It's not radical filiation.
Can we keep it 1v1? Like, now it's like 2
No, that's, I told him he can answer. What do you mean? It's fine.
Yes. Said it's cool. It's your turn.
So what do you take radical filiation to be?
You explained it earlier that the Son is constituted by both relations. And we're not saying that. We're saying that the one relation is contained within the other, not that the Son is constituted by both.
Okay, sure. So the one relation is contained within the other. So insofar as that relation, is the Son wholly active insofar as active spiration?
Perfect question. Because this is the whole main argument that Earl wanted from the jump. This one, when he asked that, I said, oh, I see what he's doing. I see what he's doing because I've read this argument. Capasilas and Ephesus perfect this argument to a T. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful argument. Go ahead.
Repeat that.
Yeah, insofar as the relation the Son has to the Spirit, is he wholly active?
So insofar as the relation that the Son has to the Spirit, is the Son wholly active? Meaning, what identifies the Son to the Spirit is that activity or being active. Active spiration.
What do you mean is he wholly active?
Yeah, in relation to the Spirit. So he has active spiration, right?
Yes.
Okay, amazing. So in relation to the Spirit, he's wholly active, right?
If by that you just mean he has active spiration towards the Spirit, then sure.
Okay, amazing. And in relation, so to what formally constitutes him, which is true of him, he's wholly passive, right?
Yet.
Passive generation.
Spirit?
Yeah.
Or are you talking about the Son?
The Son.
Passive generation.
Passive generation.
Filiation is what constitutes the Son. Yes.
Okay, sure. So passive generation, you said, is true of the Son, and insofar as that he's wholly passive, right?
What do you mean by wholly passive? Like he's constituted by passive generation?
Yeah, so his person is passive, right? Because he's begotten of the Father. Whereas distinguishing from the Father's formal constituent as paternity, saying that the Father is wholly active. Because what constitutes the Father is going to be the fact that he produces the Son, right?
Is that something we both agree on, that paternity is what constitutes the Father?
I think the
Red herring.
Father's hypostasis is wholly active insofar as the Father is formally constituted by fecundity. But that's still talking about a productive
Yes,
power.
I believe that paternity constitutes the Father. But I don't.
He didn't want to engage in all that. Boom. Go back to his own stuff. Back up. That was a quick little back up. Stay in your lane real quick. Tried to get out of the corner. Back up. Come back in here. It's crazy.
What do you mean by wholly active? Like.
Yeah, so insofar as that relation, the person is active. Right?
Well, active is going to be, like, what are we using? What are we meaning by active? That he's.
Yeah, it's a productive act. Yeah.
So that he's the principle of some productive act.
Yeah.
Sure, he's the principle. The Father's the principle of generation.
Sure, and that's what formally constitutes him, right?
Well, what formally constitutes him is the relation that.
Yeah, which is
that
paternity.
comes out of the generation, which is paternity.
Okay, sure. So just to be clear, you're saying that the Son is wholly passive, insofar as what formally constitutes him, right? As being begotten.
If all you mean by wholly passive is that he's constituted by filiation, then yes. But if you mean something different than this, I don't know what you mean by wholly passive.
Yeah, that's so passive generation is just the terminus or the receiving of active generation, right?
It's the terminus of active generation.
Okay. So the Son, insofar as that, is wholly passive, right?
So are you just saying that these are
passive.
synonymous? Like,
His person is wholly passive insofar as he's the terminus of an action. He's a terminus of a productive action.
So being wholly passive means that you're the terminus of a productive act.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. So the Son is wholly.
Anchor. It's systematic at this point. Boom. Anchor. There it is. So the Son is wholly passive insofar as his being the terminus of the productive act. Filiation, that's what constitutes him. Boom. So he's constituted by being wholly passive. Anchor. Next.
The person of the Son is wholly passive, right?
Because
he's making that specification. The person of the Son is wholly active.
Or as what
wholly passive.
It constitutes him.
Sure.
Okay. So saying that, and you believe the Son is wholly active insofar as.
How you know Arrow has established an anchor is he chuckles after his continuation. After he gets a confirmation, he'll okay. So that means he checking the chain, anchor's in there, chain check. All right, now we finna get this rotisserie going for this guillotine.
He has active spiration, right?
And being wholly active just means I'm assuming that you're the principle of productive act.
You're just producing some act, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Damn, second anchor. I would have I would have fought on that a little more, because now it's set. Listen to what he said.
You believe the Son is wholly active insofar as he has active spiration, right?
And being wholly active just means I'm assuming that you're the principle of productive act.
You're just producing some act, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so you believe the Son.
So he believes the Son is wholly active in the inspiration of the Spirit, which means he what? And he clarify it. But by this you just mean he's the principle of a productive act, correct? Yeah. Cool. Now watch.
You're the principle of productive act.
You're just producing some act, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so you believe the Son's wholly passive and wholly active.
Wholly passive and wholly active in the person. That is a contradiction. Contradictory hypostasis is impossible to have. Now watch this. Watch how they will try to wiggle out of this. And watch what Arrow says as a to this wiggling out.
Yeah, I believe he's determinist.
True of the Son.
I believe he's, as you define them, he is determinist of a productive act, and he's also the principle of a productive act. What's the issue?
So the Son, what formally constitutes the Son is not some productive power. Okay, so what the Son is wholly passive. It's not some productive power.
Well, of course, it's not a power.
And then the Son has
any of the persons.
So, and then the Son has some power which he's producing, which is wholly active, which is intrinsic to him and hypostatic, right?
You're saying the power is wholly active?
Yeah, because it's productive, right? That's all I mean by it's active, is that it's a productive power.
Okay, so what's the issue?
We've already established. So you're saying the Son is wholly passive and wholly active.
And are you saying this to imply they contradict in some way?
Yeah, that's what
okay.
I said this in the comments, by the way. This is the only reason why I'm saying that.
So did you not tell me that wholly passive meant that he's determinist of a productive act?
Yeah, sure.
And wholly active means he's the principle of a...
But that's just saying that it's true of him, right?
So then there's no contradiction because there's no statement.
The Son's wholly passive insofar as his person, as being formally constituted.
Yeah, but those two are not negating each other as you defined them.
So wholly active as being the terminus of an act, and wholly power, as being the producing some action or being the productive power of some like terminus, and then being wholly passive as being the terminus of some productive power isn't opposing. So you can be the terminus of your own act.
Sorry, I'm getting calls. No, you can't be the terminus of you can't be the principle of the act which you are the terminus for. That's not what we're saying with regard to the Son.
So you said they're not opposing though.
I'm saying being the principle of one productive act and bringing the terminus of another.
That's true of his person, right?
Not opposing. It's not opposing.
That's true of his person, right?
That he's the principle of the spirit and
active and passive. That's true of his person.
If all you mean is that he is begotten and he is spirated, then yeah.
Okay, so the Son is active, according to, and he has some productive power, right? And then he's also the terminus, according to his person, right?
So
it's true that the Son is active and passive.
Okay.
Okay, and you agreed that those are opposing, right?
I don't think I did I?
Yeah, you did, because you said you can't be the terminus of your own act.
But that's not what you're saying. That's not what.
That's what passive generation. That's what being passive is saying that you're the terminus.
Yeah, but so he is the terminus of intellection. He is not.
He's the terminus. His person is.
He is not the principle of intellection. He's the principle of volition. So they're not the same act.
Okay, that's not the contention.
You just said you can't be the principle and terminus of the same act. No, I'm saying it's not the same act.
Right, you said they're opposing, right? So being active, so just having some productive power, and being the terminus are opposing relations, right?
Having a power and being the terminus are opposing relations?
No, you said no. So that's not what I said. So I asked you if you agreed that productive power, right, which is being the active production of some terminus, is in opposition to the terminus of the act. So the passive generation in this case.
Sure.
And that's true of the Son, right?
Yes.
Passive generation is true, and active, being active is true of the Son, right?
Yeah, but not in the same sense. So,
okay, so what distinguishes the respects?
The fact that one is, he is the terminus of intellection, and he's the principle of the volition.
Okay.
All right. So just in case nobody's tracking, essentially, Arrow is essentially saying that Abraham and Jordan's metaphysical commitments make the Son both wholly, as in like WHOLLY, active and wholly passive, which is contradictory. Because you can't be wholly active and wholly passive in respect to your person. Well, Abraham's objection is, well, it's in different respects, because he's wholly passive in respect to intellection or how he's produced from the Father, but he's wholly active in him being the principle which spirates the Spirit. So it's toward different things. So it's not a contradiction. Is Abraham Osananda? No. He's not. So it's different respects. So it's not a contradiction, because a contradiction is, a propositionist negation in the same way, in the same respects. But watch what Arrow does with this.
So, is the Son identical to active spiration?
Yes.
Is the Son
Said yes. Hold on.
spiration?
Yes.
Is the Son identical to?
I don't know why he would have. I don't know why. I don't know. Do they say that? Do they actually say that in their paradigm, that the Son is identical to active spiration? Oh, but look at it. Damn it. Hold on.
He's the principle of the volition.
Okay, so is the Son identical to active spiration?
Yes.
Yes. The Son is identical to active spiration.
Is the Son identical to passive generation?
Is the Son identical to passive generation?
Yep.
And
yes. So the Son is identical to both activity and passivity. Identical to them both.
those two terms are opposing?
And they're opposing.
Nope.
Active and passive isn't opposing?
So you said being active, so having some productive power, and being passive, which is being some terminus, is not opposing?
Nope.
Oh no. So then what's the actual opposition of things then?
Okay, so you can be the terminus for your own act.
That's not what I said. I think I've clearly established a few times already that they're two different acts.
Okay, so you just said that being active and being passive, you just agreed that they're not distinguished. Or sorry,
you
they're
have to be the principle and the terminus in the same respect. Simply being a principle and being a terminus is not contradictory.
Okay, so is the Son identical to being active?
He's identical to being the active principle.
So he's identical to being
of
active,
the
right?
spiration.
So his person is active.
His person is an active principle of the
So
spirit.
his person is active.
But you're
so
just,
he's
bro,
identical to being active, right?
you can't just stop it at active because I'm qualifying.
So
it,
his
so you
person
don't.
is active, right?
Yes, with
Okay,
respect
and his
to the
person's
spirit,
passive, right?
with respect to the Father,
So his person's active and his person's passive, right?
in
By
different
identity?
respects. So it's not a
What
contradiction.
distinguishes the different respects?
One is in relation to the Father, the other is in relation to the Spirit.
That's not addressing the point of his person.
All right. So I tell you what distinguishes that, and that's not addressing it.
No, it's not addressing what's distinguished from his person.
All right, bro. Well, I think I've sufficiently answered the question.
Now one could just say that, all right, he's just fed up. Like, this is just, I'm just over this. I did what I did, said what I said, all right, bro. And cool. But the issue is Arrow is running a very niche argument. A very specific niche argument. But in relation to his person is identical to the activity and identical to passivity. So his person is both active and passive. And now the response is, well, yeah, his person is active in regards to the production of the spirit, but passive in regards to the production of himself. Therefore, it's not a contradiction. But and in right now, they're technically correct. Right now, but watch what happens.
I mean, you didn't.
Cool. I think that.
So you're just saying that active spiration is towards something else, but it's still identified with this person, right?
I mean, that's how relations work. Someone can be a son and be a father at the same time. They just can't be the son of themselves or the father of themselves.
Okay, so all you're saying is active spiration is towards something else. But that's not contending.
Active spiration, it's towards
It's
something
towards the
different
spirits. Yeah, it's
than what
towards the spirit.
divination is towards.
But it's
That's the whole
identical.
point.
It's identical to the sun, right?
Yes, both in the sun. they're
Okay,
not-
so the sun is wholly active.
I was gonna say that, Arrow, but and people know that already. Yeah. Being a son and a father at the same time it happens in composite things. So, which is again the argument. Either made the sun composite or contradict your hypostasis.
And the sun is wholly passive because he's identical to passive generation and active spiration.
All you said, wholly passive and wholly active, means is that he's determinist and he's a principle.
Okay, and those are identified with him, right?
Okay.
So the sun's person is wholly active and wholly passive, right, Abe?
Bro, all you're saying is that the person of the sun is not really different from the principle of the spirit, but it's also not really different from the terminus of the father's relation.
You're not actually engaging with the point.
I am. You're trying to say there's some contradiction in the terms.
Yeah,
when
that's
there
what's
isn't.
entailed.
So what's the direct statement and its negation? Go ahead.
The fact that the sun is identified with being some productive power, and the sun is identified with not being some productive power.
In what case is he not identified with being a productive power?
Passive
because of the
generation.
Power? Passive generation?
Yeah.
What?
And here's what I said. So look, I'm gonna rewind a little bit.
In what case is he not identified with being a productive power?
Passive
because of the
generation.
Power? Passive generation?
Yeah.
What?
Now in the comments, when he said what, I said, "Uh-oh, that's how you know it's almost over." When the whats start, then comes soon after the "oh my days" is, and that's how you know they almost there. Everyone's almost out of there. And let's just continue and see what happens.
Is passive generation a productive power?
Is passive generation a productive power? No, not formally.
And so, okay, so he's identified with being a productive power, and he's not identified with being a productive power.
Oh my days, or being for.
Oh man, I called it in the comments, bro. Said it verbatim. I'm telling you, crowd went crazy. Comments went crazy when I saw that happen. Comments went crazy. It was a spectacle of enjoyment. I'm telling you. That's why I said I wish the comments were recorded. It was a spectacle of enjoyment. Let's rewind that a little bit.
Is passive generation a productive power? No, not formally.
And so, okay, so he's identified with being a productive power, and he's not identified with being a productive power.
Oh my days. Or
He's identified with not being productive power. I think that was probably a better articulation. He's identified with being a productive power, and he's also identified with being not a productive power.
being for real. We're saying he's identified with being a productive power in this respect, and he's not identified as a productive power
So
in this
what
other.
distinguishes the respects in the person
So
or
what-
intellect?
And that was the defeater. Look what he said.
Identified as a productive power
So
in this
what
other.
distinguishes the respects in the person
So
or
what-
intellect?
He said, what distinguishes the respects to the person prior to the intellect? Because, of course, their natural thing is some say is virtually distinct. But look.
What distinguishes, bro? Why are you talking about prior to intellect? It's not going to be a real distinction.
Right, exactly. Okay, so there's not a real distinction between the sun being wholly passive and the sun being wholly active.
Okay, is that
So
do you
prior
think
to
there's a real-
intellect, the sun is wholly active and wholly passive.
in different respects?
What distinguishes the respects prior to intellect?
There is no real distinction prior to.
Okay, so nothing distinguishes the respects prior to intellect. So the sun is wholly passive and wholly active.
Okay.
Dumbass! There's nothing that distinguishes the respects prior to the intellect. So therefore, the sun, in regards to this person, is wholly active and wholly passive. Contradictory hypostasis. You don't have a sun for it, because contradictions can't exist. Yeah, man.
Okay. So let me give you an example. Is the sun really distinguished from the divine essence prior to intellect?
If by all you mean by really distinguished is prior to intellect, then yeah.
So prior to the intellect, the sun and the divine essence are two different things.
I don't believe they're two different things. I don't think that's what really.
This is when it starts to get ugly. After that uppercut, now he's just discombobulated. This is when it starts to get ugly. Watch it. Let's go back.
Mean by really distinguish is prior to intellect, then yeah.
So prior to the intellect, the Son and the divine essence are two different things.
I don't believe they're two different things. I don't think that's what real distinction is.
Bro.
No, real distinction just means there's some discernibility prior to intellection. I don't think that means there's two res.
Oh my days.
Is the Son's human?
Oh my days. And now look, and what flips this around?
Prior to intellection. I don't think that means there's two res.
Oh my days.
Is the Son's human nature distinguished from his divine nature prior to intellect?
Yes.
Is there two res in Christ?
Two things.
Yeah, two res.
Two beings or two things?
Yeah, two res.
So two things.
Two realities, yeah.
Well, it seems so. If you mean by two
Woo! Woo! Come on! It seems so. Come on! Woo! Hold on! Hey, Veritas, you hear that, guy? It seems so.
Res.
Two beings or two things?
Yeah, two res.
So two things.
Two realities, yeah.
Well, it seems so. If you mean by
there's two realities in Christ, yo, you're an historian.
Sheesh.
See, now we're conflating.
Now we're conflating. All right, brother. Hold on.
Yeah, two res.
Two beings or two things?
Yeah, two res.
So two things.
Two realities, yeah.
Well, it seems so. If you mean by
there's two realities in Christ, yo, you're an historian.
All right. See, now we're conflating. Now we're saying, I said the two res are the two natures. Is that an historian?
Yes. To say that Christ is two realities is Nestorianism.
If I'm saying that the two realities in this case are the two natures.
Wait, what do you think a reality is?
Thing?
A thing. Okay, so the natures are different things.
Well, they're different natures, or natures are things.
Natures are, okay, so Christ is two beings.
No, I wouldn't say Christ is two beings.
Okay, what is a res then?
I keep getting calls from your girlfriend. I couldn't hear what you just said.
It was going horrible for him. I'm not gonna lie. This might not be Abraham's fault. His girl was getting in the way. It was going because of that. It was looking terrible for Abraham right at this point, bro.
Yeah, I said, what is a res?
Everybody's like howling in the comments. That's why I said, man, I wish the comments were recording. Everybody's like, yo, hey man, come.
A res is just used to refer to thing.
Oh, and thing is meant by, what is meant by thing?
All right, bro. Something that, bro, what do you mean?
Something that exists. So a being, right, Abe? You just stopped yourself. You realize.
Something that exists. It's a thing.
Okay, so that's a being, right?
I mean, yeah, I guess.
Okay, so Christ is two beings?
No, I wouldn't say Christ is two
so he's not two res, right?
I would say Christ is two natures, and the natures.
Okay, so he's not two res, right?
Christ himself is not two res.
Okay, so are Christ two natures two res?
Well, it seems so. It seems to be the case that his two natures are
so.
Oh my God.
Christ's two natures are two different beings.
Okay. And then?
Is that what you believe?
That his two natures are two really distinct natures.
They're two really distinct beings, because you said they're two really distinct res.
And what is entailed by them being two really distinct things?
By saying they're two really distinct things, you said they're two different states of existence or two beings.
Okay, so
right? You said a being. You said a res is just a being. So you said Christ's two natures are two different beings, Abe.
So Christ, before the consideration of our intellects, his human nature and his divine nature are not really distinct.
So that's not. So I don't believe that saying there's a real distinction means that there's two beings, Abe.
That was the whole point. Just in case, I know we're getting lost in like the excitement, but the whole point was Abraham talking about really distinct being two different things, like actual like things. Like when he asked Arrow, so parts of the intellect is the son and the essence really distinct, and Arrow said, if by really distinct you just simply mean right that it's prior to the intellect, right? That distinction is prior to the intellect, then sure. Then Abraham said, oh, so you think that the son and the essence are two different things, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Veritas. See, and this is why we love you, Veritas, because you actively are not a dickhead. Actively, you're not one, brother. This is why we love you over here. This is why you're allowed in this gated community, okay? You see what's up, exactly. remember, the whole point that Abraham was trying to put on Arrow is that, oh, you're saying that the Son and the Father, or the Son and the Essence, are two different things because you're saying there's a real distinction between the Son and Essence. It's like, oh, okay. So then Arrow's like, okay, so wait. So then you think that there's two different things in Christ, that Christ is in two different things, right? So then he has to be two different beings. You're in a story in. Or being real and things being really distinct doesn't obligate two different beings or things. Huh. Oh, got crazy.
Okay, bro. So are the nature and his divine nature are not really distinct.
So that's not. So I don't believe that saying there's a real distinction means that there's two beings, Abe.
Okay, bro. So are the persons really distinct?
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean that they're necessarily three different persons.
What? But they're not three different beings. Now watch, guys.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that there's multiple beings, right?
Well, if you by beings you're referring to the substance, the essence. No.
Yeah, you don't mean there's multiple res, right? So saying something is distinguished prior to intellection doesn't mean that there's multiple res, right?
Yeah, but I mean, if we're talking about
amazing.
relative,
So me saying that the Son and the essence are distinguished prior to intellect is not saying that they're two res, right, Abe?
I think that the Son, the human nature and the divine nature are two really distinct things.
I didn't ask. Okay, so you believe Christ is two beings. Amazing.
No, because again, I don't believe.
Is the human nature intrinsic to Christ?
Is it? What do we? What are we defining as intrinsic here?
It exists in Christ.
Well, obviously.
Okay, so it's in Christ and it's a distinct thing from the divine nature, which is identified with Christ, right?
Well, I think there'd be a distinction actually, because I think it would say that the nature, or that Christ exists in the nature. Right?
Okay, so I'm gonna ask again. So the human nature is intrinsic to Christ, and the divine nature is also intrinsic to Christ, and they're two really distinct things, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can't be really.
So Christ is two beings. GG's.
No, because Christ, we're signifying the person. I don't think the person is two beings. I mean, that's the whole point.
You said that they're identical. Christ is the human nature is intrinsic to Christ, and the divine nature is identified with Christ.
That doesn't mean the human nature is identical to Christ.
Saying that there's two, I didn't say identical. It doesn't matter.
But
they're both in Christ, right?
But that's what you have to say.
And they're two different. They're two really distinct things.
Yes, of course the nature.
Okay, amazing. So you believe Christ is two beings?
No, because the natures are not identical to Christ.
Oh, okay, the divine nature is not identical to Christ?
The divine nature is. Not
okay, is the human nature?
The human nature is not identical to Christ.
Is it self-subsistent?
The human nature is not self-subsistent.
Okay, so is it a different being from Christ or is it the same being?
It's not identical to Christ, so it's not.
Is it a different? It's not the same being. Okay, so it is self-subsistent.
God, this is getting bloody at this point. Now it's just getting bloody. Because damn it, this is literally Cyril against Nestorius. This is literally Cyril's argumentation against Story. This is literally Leontius of Jerusalem, like and Leontius of Byzantium. Like, this is literally just their argumentation against the Nestorianites. Like, literally, it's crazy, bro. It's literally on the unity of Christ. Literally, it's on the unity of Christ, bro.
What? No.
If you said it's a distinct being from Christ and it's self-subsistent.
Am I self-subsistent because I'm different than God?
Yes.
Yeah. 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 That's like kind of the point. It's kind of like the point of the creature creation distinction. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, sir. Basic triadology, anthropology, creationology. Like, yeah. Yes.
Self-subsistent.
What? No.
If you said it's a distinct being from Christ and it's self-subsistent.
Am I self-subsistent because I'm different than God?
Yes.
All right, bro.
Yes, you're self-subsistent. What?
So I don't only exist in virtue of God sustaining me to exist.
What do you think self-subsistence is?
Are you just saying that?
Do you think it means you sustain yourself?
What time, bro? Damn.
I'm just saying that if by self-subsistence you mean that something doesn't exist in anything else, then sure.
Oh, yeah, it just means you stand alone. Like you stand independent of some other.
But the human nature is not that.
Okay, so right. Okay, so Christ isn't a different being, right? It's not. He's not self-subsistent. So the human nature is not a different being from Christ.
Something has to be its own substance. So the human nature is not even a substance according to you.
I didn't say that.
What's
I asked you if it's a distinct being.
Can we go now?
Yes. I have to go soon, but
His girl did make it worse. I hate when that. No, this is why I actually feel for Abraham. Because I hate when that happens, bro. Where the folks that don't care about what's going on don't realize you in the middle of a real battle. It's a real battle going on. and folks that's around don't give a flip about what's going on. See, brothers in Christ, this is why when you get with a significant other, you let them know about yourself and what you're all about, and what boundaries are okay and what boundaries are not okay. See over here, see me and mine. In mine, understand that if I'm in the middle of a battle, let me be in the middle of a battle. Talk to me after the battle, because she understands the importance of these battles. Amen. Amen. That's why she at where she at right now. All right, let's continue.
yeah, I mean, if by being here, we're just meaning.
You said res, right?
Yes.
So when Saint Cyril says that Christ is one composite reality, what does that mean? Or one incarnate nature of God the Word, what does that mean?
I don't know. I'm not studied on Cyril's Christology.
Woo! Woo! Now here's why that's bad. Let's back up a little bit.
Or one incarnate nature of God the Word, what does that mean?
Back up a little bit.
The reality? What does that mean? Or one incarnate nature of God the Word, what does that mean?
I don't know. I'm not studied on Cyril's Christology.
You see?
I don't know. I'm not studied up on Cyril's Christology. Now, I could have sworn, right? I could have sworn Buddy himself said and tried to ridicule this side over here, going out to Slim and whatnot, talking about some, because I actually read the patristics. Could have sworn Buddy said, yeah, because you guys X, Y, and Z did it up, but that's not the case up here because I actually read the patristics. I don't know. I haven't studied Saint Cyril's Christology. You haven't studied Saint Cyril's Christology? That's who you're supposed to study first of Christology. Or second. It goes Athanasius, Cyril. What? What are we talking about? If we being properly catechized, you're supposed to read Athanasius and then Saint Cyril for your Christology. That is like, what do you mean? Huh? What do you mean? Then it's Leontius. Then it's Maximus. Then it's Damascus. Athanasius, Saint Cyril, Leontius. Sorry. Leontius, Justinian, Maximus, Damascus. That's your proper catechism of Christology. Athanasius, Saint Cyril, Leontius, Justinian, Maximus, Damascus. On the incarnation, on the unity of Christ, what's it? In hypostatization. I forgot the word where it goes over in hypostatization. On the person of Christ, dialogue with Pythagoras, exact exposition of Orthodox faith. On the incarnation, on the unity of Christ. I forgot Leontius' actual work where he talks about in hypostatization. I forgot the name of it, but it's the work where he talks about in hypostatization. on the person of Christ, Saint Justinian. Dialogue with Pythagoras, Saint Maximus the Confessor. Exact exposition of Orthodox faith. This is your Christology corpus. You want to get solid on your Christology? How are we supposed to understand Christ and everything like that? Boom! You read them 6. Okay? I'm pretty sure I have all of these. I for sure have all of these in the handy dandy. But I'm pretty sure on my Church Father reading list in the Patreon, I also have these. Maybe 1 or 2 are missing. But these are also what I recommend. But Christology, them 6. What do you mean you haven't read Cyril's Christology? These are all the basic 6 you're supposed to read about Christology. All right, dog. All right, bro. Let's continue. Oh, it is for sure in the handy dandy, though.
You haven't read on Christology and you're saying Christ is 2 beings? And you know that his Christology
I never said Christ is 2 beings. I told you multiple times I'm saying Christ is 2 beings. That's what you tried to say.
The human nature is really distinct from Christ, and it's its own being, right?
The human nature is really distinct from Christ, but I never...
And it's its own being, right?
I never said that it has its own subsistence.
Are you done?
It's its own being, though, right?
Are you done? Get off the phone. Boy, I know what that's like, man. Get off the phone. Are you done? Get off the phone. Oh man. Hey, I can't even blame him for that. That's just a sticky situation.
You're driving.
Okay.
Let's wrap this up.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah,
Yeah, that was a bailout. That's a bailout. Hey, you done? You're driving. Get off the phone. Damn it. That's a bad look. I hate it for him, but it is what it is. It was getting ugly anyway.
Let's go.
Yeah, it's cool, man. If your girl's saying you gotta go, it's all good, man.
See the sly rhetoric, man? Yeah, man. What he's basically saying is, hey, man, if your girl run your life, if she were the pants in a relationship, go ahead and listen to your boss. That's basically what he's saying. That's essentially what Earl is saying. Hey, I'm just a translator. I'm just I just break down the squabbles. I'm not saying it. I'm simply dissecting what's being said. Don't blame me. It's what Earl said. We all heard it verbatim.
I mean, if you want to continue Arrow with Jordan, if he's up for it, that's fine.
Earl said, boom, come on back. Come back up. Come back up. Come back up. Come back up. Come get this belt again.
Yeah, I don't mind him if he wants to continue.
So, do you have another question? I don't know if it's gonna.
Do you have a response to the argument that saying Christ is identified with being wholly active and wholly passive prior to intellect?
Abe already answered that.
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
He didn't?
He said there's no distinguishment between the Son being passive.
Bro, when you have a
person, identified with being passive according to his person, and identified with being active according to his person prior to intellect. He can see.
So, can you explain what a contradiction is?
Yeah, a proposition and its negation. The Son is identified with being productive power, or having productive power prior to intellect.
Hold on, and it has to be in the same way, right?
Okay, I'm asking what distinguishes their respects prior to intellect.
Hold on, bro. It has to be in the same way, right?
Yeah, exactly. So what distinguishes the respects
so when he
prior
said
to
that he's
intellect?
hold on. So when he said he's passive in regards to that he comes forth from the Father.
Okay, and that's identified with his person prior to intellect.
And he's right. Active. Hold on, and he's active in a different way, i.e., that the Spirit comes forth from the Son. How are you saying that that's a contradiction?
Yeah, so the reason why is the Son is identified with being active insofar as he has some productive power, okay? And that's identified with his person, right? Prior to intellect?
How is it a contradiction? Just explain.
I'm asking him. I will clarify.
Just
if you agree, I'm asking if you agreed with Abe.
Please, for the love of God.
I'm asking
just
if you agree with
explain
Abe.
how it's a contradiction.
I'm asking if you agree with Abe.
Just explain.
I just want to know if you agree with Abe prior to intellect.
Oh, just.
It's called a divide and conquer right there. Pit them against one another to show. Do you agree with his stupidity? Do you agree with Abe and all that he was saying? Because Abe made some stupid mistakes. You agree with him? Beautiful tactic, bro. It's a beautiful tactic.
Explain.
Is a little. Okay, I'll say it like this. I would hate to be on the other side of that tactic, right? That's an annoying tactic if it's being done to you. It's a very annoying tactic if it's being done to you. But if it's not being done to you, it's hilarious to see. Call it a double standard. It is what it is. That's just the nature of the beast. So Jordan though is doing a good deflection of like, bro, just cut the. See, I would be like, cut the rhetoric. Tell me what the actual thing is. Boom, boom, boom. Right? Your summer thing is. I'll be like, cut the rhetoric. Stop chilling. Just I don't know if I'm agnostic. Cut the rhetoric. Give me the thing over the thing, which is what Jordan is essentially trying to do. Oh, I didn't hear A for real. Like, I was away. I didn't hear what he said. Go ahead and just give me the contradiction.
I just want to know if you agree with your guy, man. I just want to know. So
Just
prior to
explain what's the contradiction, bro.
Agree with your guy, man.
I just want to know. I just want to be clear.
Just give the contradiction.
Christ is identified with having some productive power prior to intellect and not having some productive power prior to intellect.
How is it a contradiction? Is it in the same
Opposition
way?
and negation. I just gave you the
In
contradiction.
the same way, in the same sense?
So saying that the productive power is towards some other doesn't change what the thing is identified with, which is Christ's person.
What does that have to do with it being a contradiction?
It's identified with Christ's person. It's true of Christ prior to intellect that he's
It's
passive
true that Christ,
and
it's true
active.
that Christ. Wow, it's true that
Right?
Christ comes forth from somebody and produces somebody. What the frick? How is that a contradiction?
Mercy. So prior to intellect, Christ's person is active, right? Insofar as he has some
Brother,
productive
you're
power.
repeating the same thing, bro.
Because you're not engaging.
Brother, you don't even know what
You're
a
not
contradiction
engaging.
is anymore.
Back to the frustration. This is back to the frustration. It's not. I mean, it's like beating we are beating dead horses at this point.
More, bro.
I just told you what a contradiction is.
You did not
And you're not
explain how
getting
this
out
is
of
a
the contradiction.
contradiction. Brother, this is so crazy. Is this what not believing in Philly does?
Substanceless rhetoric. Oh, that's great. Is this what not believing in Philly gets you? Substanceless rhetoric. Because instead of engaging, because you're not, you can't. Stat homs. Ad homs and substanceless rhetoric. This is when rhetoric works against you in a debate. This is why it's only ranked at 5% and it's balanced with substance.
Brother,
Notice how you're not engaging?
How is it not engaging, bro?
You just said, is this what not believing in the Filioque gets you? Yeah, it gets you out of contradictions, Jordan.
Brother, it's not a contradiction.
Okay, tell me how it's not a contradiction.
Because he's passive, meaning he comes forth from the Father, is different than when the Spirit
Yeah,
comes
so
forth
he's
from the
just
Son.
towards something else, right?
Brother, if he's passive in one way, and
So
he's
what distinguishes
active,
the
hold on,
respects prior to intellect,
hold on, just answer this question. Just answer this question. Is he passive in one way and then active in a different way?
Yeah, so what you mean by
Is
that?
it yes? Is it a yes?
I'll answer. Right?
Is
You
it a
want me to
yes?
answer or
I
no?
just need a yes and then
Not a yes
explain.
or no question. Do you want me to
Yes
answer?
and then explain.
It's not a yes or no question.
Yes or no and then explain.
Do you want me to answer the question or no?
I just need a yes.
It's not
and
a
then
yes or no
explain.
question.
So you can't answer whether it's a
Not a
contradiction.
yes or no question.
Brother, this is like.
Do you want me to
basic,
answer?
like-
So
Brother,
you
just go ahead.
So here, I'll
Brother, just-
explain why you're not
I think it's
understanding the
kinda
argument.
clear
You want me to
that-
explain why you're not understanding the argument, Jordan?
Just go ahead, bro.
Thank you. Okay. So when you say that it's in different respects, presumably what you mean by that is there's some distinguished formal aspects. But prior to intellect, there isn't some distinguished formal aspect. Okay? Because you said passive generation and active spiration are only virtually distinct. Right?
So can I just explain?
I mean, he's not gonna get it, bro. I don't. This is.
And this one I said, second line of defense. And this is no shot at Elijah. This is his homeboy's fault. It's his homeboy's fault. But unfortunately, and I would have loved to see how Elijah engage in all this. Because I think Elijah's better debaters than both Abe and Jordan combined. His mic did not help him out.
This is a basic contradiction, bro. He's trying to explain. Like,
Exactly, it's a basic contradiction. That's the point.
No. I'm trying to explain what a basic contradiction is, bro. And he doesn't even understand that this is not a contradiction.
So Arrow, instead of saying
Jordan, like if you don't want to continue with the conversation, you're not held to, brother. So
I just want people to understand what the frick a contradiction is. I didn't think we have to argue like Muslims here.
Substanceless rhetoric. Like, the rhetoric is substanceless at this point, bro. It's crazy.
Wait, can you tell me how I'm arguing like a Muslim?
Because you don't know what a contradiction is.
Okay, did I define what a contradiction was?
You did, and then did not
You did define what a contradiction was, but you don't know what a contradiction is yet. You defined what a contradiction is. This is what substanceless rhetoric gets you. Idiocy. You can't say he doesn't know what a contradiction is if he defined what a contradiction is. That's contradictory. That don't make any sense. Stop doing that.
Explain how this is a contradiction.
I did.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
I said it's true of Christ that he's identified with productive power. Okay. And it's true of Christ that he's not identified with productive power.
Okay, and are those in two different ways? Hold on, are those in two different ways?
Prior to intellect, no.
Those are not in two different ways?
Not prior to intellect.
So him coming forth from the Father is not different than him producing somebody?
So it's towards something else, but it's not distinguished prior to intellect. That's the point, right? It's virtually distinct, right?
Notice how Jordan is not answering. Is it virtually distinct? Yes or no?
This ain't even real, bro.
Jordan,
See, substanceless rhetoric again. He's literally laying out the clarification right there, bro. Not prior to intellect, right? Because it's only virtually distinct, right? Yes or no? Just can't be serious, bro. Just can't be serious, bro. Can't be serious, bro. Come on, bro. Dog, you can't do that, bro. That's a bad look.
So him coming forth from the Father is not different than him producing somebody?
So it's towards something else, but it's not distinguished prior to intellect. That's the point, right? It's virtually distinct, right?
This isn't even real, bro.
Jordan, is it virtually distinct, Jordan? Yes or no?
Bro, I don't even know how to explain this junk to you, bro.
It's over. It's done, brother. It's done. That's what I'm saying, bro. People can be smart, but not know how to squabble. And you can be not smart or not as smart and know how to run a fade. It's literally that simple. Like, this is not everybody is a squabbler. Not everybody can throw their hands. You can have intellect. You can be very knowledgeable, but it does not mean that you know how to throw your hands in a fight. Simple as that. And you cannot be as knowledgeable. But if you know how to throw your mother freaking hands in a fight, you're going to beat up the person that doesn't know how to throw their hands in a fight. No matter how many kung fu movies and martial art philosophy that they watch and read. It is that simple. If you don't get in that ring and really throw your hands for real, you're not going to know what it's like to be in a ring and throw your hands for real. It's really that simple. It's really that simple. Bruh, it's crazy.
You don't know how to explain it. Exactly, GG.
GG's.
Let's wrap this up. You can't answer your question. It's done. I think
Jimmy Corbin, Danny came up.
Arrow was too difficult to deal with.
Elijah was trying to say something, but his mic was just low.
Yes, 2-0 for Arrow.
Oh, we can't really hear you.
Yeah, you're mic quiet.
Elijah, it sounds like it's muffled. You may have something covering it.
Yeah, so Elijah's trying to get his...
Can you hear me now or no?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah.
All right, so Aaron,
go with the 3-0.
Instead of saying something like wholly active and wholly passive, just don't use those words at all. Just say what you mean. So you're just saying that, okay, this.
Now that was crazy as hell. I'm not gonna lie. I forgot that that's what's said. Don't use the words that you're saying. Don't use the words that you're saying that proves your point. Say something else. Say something else that you mean. Brother. That was crazy. That was crazy. Like that was crazy. Like what? Like when you say incarnate, like don't use incarnate or take on flesh. Like say something else. Say something else. Don't what you mean. What do you mean by it? Okay.
Son,
now, granted, I guess technically something else could be said, but again, after all the damage that's been done, that's just not. I wouldn't. That was just a bad look. I don't know, man. I don't know. Don't say what you've been saying this entire debate. Say something else. Maybe it's a tactic. I don't know.
Is like the principle and in some respect he like generates or something. So then
The
you
Son
have
is identified with having productive power and not having productive power according to his person.
in the same respect.
So prior to intellect, yes.
What does that have to do with it being in the same respect?
Yeah, prior to intellect, you can't get out of the contradiction.
So prior to the intellect, the Son both has productive power, meaning that he has active spiration, and he has filiation, generation.
He has passive generation, he has active spiration, and both of those are identified with this person, right? You said what?
That's just not a contradiction.
Your microphone is.
So what he said was, that's just not a contradiction. I can thoroughly predict that it probably would have went the same way based upon what we heard was just said. Prior to the intellect, he has passive generation and active spiration in regards to his person, identified with his person. Prior to the intellect, since there's no difference of respect, prior to the intellect, it's a contradiction. Elijah's response was, that's just not going to be a contradiction. I would have loved to see the rest of this engagement.
Yeah, you're not getting out of the contradiction.
No, that's just not a contradiction. That's not like you're saying I'm not getting out of something. That's not a contradiction.
Yeah, so Christ is identified with having productive power and not having productive power. His person is identified with this, right?
No, that's not the case. So,
Is Christ identical to active spiration?
So no one is saying that Christ does not have active power.
Is he identical to active spiration?
Hold on, everybody's saying that they can't hear me at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't find any headphones. But no one is saying that Christ does not have productive power. So, but it doesn't seem like I could talk.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. Is Christ identical to active spiration?
Does it sound a little better or no?
Yeah, it's a bit better.
It's horrible. Like we can't hear you.
Yeah, it's muffled.
Yeah, I think it's over with.
Or is he coming back up?
So Elijah drops because of the whole phone thing. And then Danny, of all people, come up like, dog.
Could you repeat what was contradictory? Because on one hand,
I'm not interested in discussing with atheists.
I'm not interested in discussing with atheists. Great move, great choice. Because what the frick does an atheist have to do with anything that we talking about here? You don't go here. You ain't related to us. You don't got the same food as us. You don't got the same skin color as us. You don't got the same mind as us. You're not even the same species as us. What are you doing here? Why? Why are our pets at the table, at the dinner table? Why are we allowing pets at the dinner table? What are we talking about? Why are we allowing pets at the dinner table? We don't eat with animals. That's not okay. You don't eat at the table with the good food and the good aprons and good silverware and all that. With animals. That's so strange. So strange.
Danny, we're not interested in that. Just
I'm not interested in discussing. Not a bunch of losers.
You're a bunch of losers. And this is why you don't let dogs and animals at the dinner table, because they drool on the food. Pets don't eat people food. Okay? Pets don't eat people food.
Right, I'm trying to mediate, right? Because there was a point where it did.
No one asked you to mediate. Go back down.
Can you drop this guy? Wait, host, can you drop this guy, by the way?
I have no idea who he is. Danny, are you a Catholic, Orthodox? What's up?
He's an atheist. I'm a Catholic at heart.
You know what's crazy as hell? You know what's crazy as hell about that statement that he just said? Danny said, I'm a Catholic at heart. The fact that Catholics don't take offense to that, Danny is saying that a Catholic is essentially an atheist. You understand that, right? Y'all understand that, right? Y'all not that dumb, right? Danny just said, I'm a Catholic at heart. Danny is saying that all the Catholics are basically atheists. And yet, y'all, this is the guy that y'all want on y'all's team. Clean up y'all's mess.
Sent goat X3. Sent goat X3.
Crazy.
Okay.
Yeah, he's LARPing, bro. He's LARPing.
All right, Danny. I'm just for the sake of moving on. We don't need an atheist.
Yeah, y'all are not
league.
getting anywhere, and so
God
I was
bless you,
gonna
though. Okay. Well, I don't need. Thank you. I will run it how I see fit. God bless you. Have a great day, though.
Hey, if you guys
mod and host.
need atheists to solve your problems, that's fine, man. That's cool with me, man.
Nasty work, man.
And that's it. That is pretty much it. Yo, shout out to Arrow, bro. That was
In a world. In a world drowning in.
That was a reaction to both Nick versus Jake the Metaphysician and Arrow catching two bodies against Jordan and Abe. W. Arrow, if you would like to come up and give some explanations that you feel like were missed during the examination, you're more than welcome to come do so. Yeah.
Hey, what's up, guys? God bless.
What's up, man? The cops ain't after you, right? You know what I'm saying? You didn't bring them here, right? Because
Hopefully, I might have to turn off my live status.
yeah, maybe, because you know some GTA stars, GTA stars, you know how to go.
Appreciate the good guys. Yeah, I mean, there's not much other to say than, I mean, they made Christ a creature and non-existent at the same time.
What were So I want to ask you just about your take on certain things, and then a question about certain things about this thing you're talking about with Abraham. So, can you explain to the people why prior to the intellect, right, makes them stay in the contradiction?
Yeah. So what a virtual distinction is saying that the only way in which you can actually have a difference or a discernibility about God is in your mind. That's where the distinction begins. But what they mean, and then they'll say, okay, well, it's not wholly beginning in the mind because there's a foundation in reality. Now, that's the most ambiguous part about the Thomistic virtual distinction. What they mean by there's a foundation in reality is that they mean that the being which is being discerned by the mind presents to the intellect the distinction. That doesn't mean the distinction exists in the being in of itself. So what? Go ahead.
Well, no, go ahead. I was going to finish, and then I'll if I give more clarification if needed. Go ahead, continue.
Yeah. So what the issue is they're saying that passive generation, which is the sun being a terminus of an action, which is the negation of productive power. It's being the terminus of productive power. And then active spiration, which is having productive power, is identical in reality, in God and of himself. And so that's where the contradiction lies. And so this is where, like, when Veritas came in, he was like, oh, well, it's a virtual distinction, so it's not a contradiction. So you're saying your mind can solve contradictions in God ontologically?
Exactly.
Okay, so that doesn't fix the issue.
So if I can just kind of simplify it a little bit for those that might not still get it, and correct me if I'm wrong, essentially saying that based off of their metaphysical commitments of passive generation and active spiration and active spiration only being virtually distinct, right? Then they are one and the same thing in God, and therefore the Son is a contradicting hypostasis, since in God the Son is both identified as being wholly passive and wholly active, or wholly passive and being wholly not passive.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so the other thing is, which the other issue is kind of like a trichotomy with the argument. So, or like a trilemma. So basically, the three options you have is the Son is, he's contradictory, or you say that there's two wholes. This is why the wholly passive and wholly active is very important. That's to say that there's two different hypostases. So you have four persons in the Trinity. Or you say that the Son is composed. So that's to say that he's partly active and partly passive. That's why when Abe gave that analogy of, the Father, you can be a father and a son, right? And that's not a contradiction, but that's because they're composite.
Right. Now,
those two terms aren't virtually distinct.
Right. Now, my question to you is, what would you say then, based off of your argumentation with Abe about the not different reses and the insofar as person, right, respects? What would you say to someone like Metaphysics Mike that uses that same type of line of logic when he says that Jesus, the person, is created and uncreated, or limited and unlimited, right, insofar as his person? What would you say to that?
Yeah, so usually the way that the church fathers would answer a certain issue like that is that there is a composite hypostasis. There's a composite person of Christ in the incarnation. So because there's a composite hypostasis, there is distinctions which are able to be made prior to our intellect, which exist in reality. There's distinctions that you can make as constituents or parts of the person economically in time.
Amen. No, I agree. I just wanted you to say that.
Yeah.
All right, man. So how you feeling after that? You feel like you want some more you want some more squabbles with some different Catholics, or is that enough?
I mean, I'm interested in it. I'm kind of onto some other things as well. Like I've been discussing the Ante-Nicene Fathers recently a lot. That's something that I'm definitely interested in discussing. I think that's kind of a topic that's kind of going around town a bit. I think you kind of noticed from like the Nick debate and stuff. I was actually planning on going and discussing that with him today, but bought by the lead. Look, he took up the time on Jake's live, so I didn't get a chance. I've been reading some Theophilus of Antioch and stuff like that. So, I mean, the other thing, there was a few other things that I was going to clarify. So, one of them being the radical filiation thing. So, they don't actually read their scholastics. It's quite clear, actually. So, the one thing would be that radical filiation, yeah, it's saying that there is a virtual containment of active spiration in passive generation. That's fine. But to give an analogy, if you're saying that this is virtually contained, if you have a seed and the tree is virtually contained in the seed, well then what formally constitutes the seed includes that it has the capacity to become a tree, right? So it's also contained within it being a formal constituent. What makes it what it is. So that doesn't actually really respond to the issue. And if you're saying that the Son could be a perfect Son without having, this virtual containment, well then in their position, he wouldn't have the whole essence.
Man. Was there any other things you wanted to clarify?
Well, I think, oh yeah, there's this quote from St. Gregory of Nyssa that I have on Not Three Gods that actually addresses the specific issue that Jordan says about, the Son being produced by an act of the essence, which is why I said it's blasphemous. And the reason why I said it's blasphemous is because of this quote here. Yeah. So this is on Not Three Gods. He said, but in the case of the divine nature, we do not similarly learn the Father does anything by himself in which the Son does not work conjointly, or again that the Son has any special operation apart from the Holy Spirit. But every operation which extends from God to the creation is named according to our variable conceptions of it, has its origin from the Father and proceeds through the Son, is perfected in the Holy Spirit. So what he's saying here is the way in which we speak about natural operations, they have their order directed towards creation. So it's not to say that would be to say the Son's a creature. Right. And this is, St. Scholarius' arguments in his treatises that he argues against the filioque. So.
Amen. So my last question, and this is for the audience, what books would you recommend the audience read to get the understanding of the arguments that you ran against Jordan and
Yeah, I mean, I think uh, there's a few things. I think you already kind of mentioned it. Saint Nilos Cavasilos' works are great. And I think if anybody wants the specifics on those, you can just DM me. I'll send you the works. Join my server, whatever. But not only that, I think Scholarios, when it comes to these certain kinds of conversations about productive power, what makes the father, what makes the son, specifically these types of dialogues, I think they're very important to read those particular works, as well as Saint Maximus, Saint Gurginaziensis, etc.
yeah. So, and then tell the people where they can follow you, and then yeah, tell people where
Yeah,
you
so
people
I
can
mean,
find.
you can follow me on my TikTok page, obviously, and then my YouTube is arrow_apologetics. That's at arrow_apologetics. Yeah, I'm gonna start going live on YouTube a bit more. So definitely stay tuned for that.
Hey, brother. Well, great job. You know what I'm saying? I was there in the audience, so yeah, newfound
I
respect.
appreciate it, man. I
You
appreciate
know,
it.
man, we love to see it. We love to see it. And
Right on for the folks. I
he's
appreciate
a
it.
pretty young guy, like really young. So for him to have this level that he's at now, it's only go up from here. As he gets older. So good job, man. You're always in our prayers, and you have
I
my
appreciate
support.
that. Only by the grace of God, man.
Of course, of
But
course.
yeah, God bless you guys.
God bless, man.
I appreciate you, man.
Of course. God bless, brother. Shout out to Arrow, man. Yeah, so y'all go give Arrow a follow, not just on TikTok, but also on YouTube, because again, in this sphere, in this apologetic sphere, especially for Orthodoxy, our apologetics are twofold. Our apologetics are in our lives, also on this space. And there's just not a lot. A lot of us are either, again, sub 5 years Orthodoxy, or still studying catechumens, right? All that. And so, as we're all training up, support those who are further along in their training or are in the trenches in the battlefield, really defending the faith. So, gotta support. Support is everything, legitimately. Sticking together, facts, because they stick together over there, as you see. Right? They clicked up 100%. So we also support. Simple as that. Support is support. So that being said, Force the W Live. I've been live for 4 hours and 39 minutes. This seems like a pretty full live. Yeah, I think it's time for me to wrap it on up. Yeah. I'll be live again Wednesday. If you haven't subscribed to my YouTube, please subscribe to my YT. If you haven't subscribed to the YouTube membership, try to subscribe to YouTube membership. If you haven't subscribed to the Patreon, subscribe to the Patreon. We have all of our notes and handy dandy and resources and books and all that. You know what I'm saying? You want to study up and get squabbling like Arrow or like me or like whatever. That's where the training is at. That's what we building up. For it. Announcement for the Patreon members. Part 7 and 8 of Reading the Church Fathers will be coming out this week. Also, please be on the lookout for some of the campaign about Orthodox Muslim that's coming out too. We got 2 Unitarian clips that are coming. I just haven't had the time to finish the edits. I have started the edits though, so that's a good thing. Sometimes I haven't even been able to start edits, but I've been starting the edits and they're almost done. So please pray that I can, finish those and get those out while also juggling just my regular life, survivability and all that. So I appreciate y'all. I'm saying go ahead and go and pray us out. Let me hit our little dance. We're going to dip, okay? In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us of our trespasses. We forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For yours is the glory, the power, the kingdom, dominion forever and ever. To the ages of ages, to the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Amen. Holy God, holy mighty, holy immortal, have mercy on us. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, please have mercy on us sinners. Okay. WLI. I appreciate y'all. Love y'all. God bless y'all in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Be safe. See safe.